After their success at the western coast, they started traveling on to the city of Dalian. With their help, they were now halfway from reaching their goals. Dashiell had suggested that Emaia should be the one who brought the message to the people in the new city. Clearly, she had a talent for speaking to a crowd and getting through to the people. And it wasn't lost on any of them. Even Hanky had agreed she should take charge of the public speaking, but don't make it too sentimental. He had growled and taken a large bite of his cooked rabbit. We don't want them to start crying. The group had become so large now that they had to ask the people of the western coast to stay behind in the town and wait until they heard from them again. With their support, their numbers had now reached the triple digits. If a group of hundreds started marching into the towns, there would be too much attention. Of course they knew that there was only so much they could do now that they had decided to spread the word loudly, instead of targeting the individual man. The king already knew about them. So, what was the point of whispering? They just had to make sure to stay one step ahead of him. Even if that did mean they had to leave the towns on the following day. They knew the final battle was getting closer each day. The men could feel it, and so could Emaia. The road to the city of Dalian took a few days. There was nothing but forests between the western coast and Dalian. So that gave Emaia plenty of time to rehearse her fighting technique in the woods with Aide. Take a breather, Aide told her when she was on the ground, gasping for her breath. Just say if I'm going to hard on you. She quickly shook her head and crawled to her feet. You're not. I'm fine. But maybe just a little break. Though. Break it is. Aide smiled and sat down. Emaia joined him on the ground while she pulled the cork out of her canteen and drank eagerly. She was practically parched. Through the trees in the vast distance, by the outline of the forest they were staying in, Emaia could see a big, giant wall. It was the wall she remembered being scared of when she was a kid. It stood so tall, it almost looked like a mountain. And the dark clouds that always seemed to hang over it made it look like something out of a nightmare. Restriction Town. It was the place that all the Southern Elves had been locked up in. It was rumored there were over 400 elves in there. Elves who had procreated, but were being kept under strict observation. They called it a town because there were small houses in there. But that was about it. Their food was brought to them from the outside. So was their clothes and other necessities. The guards in there were the toughest around. If an elf even as much as sneezed without their permission, they could get killed. Emaia could only imagine the horror that went on in there. Elven kids grew up inside those walls, watched their parents get beaten and killed by the guards. If she thought that the outside world was living in fear, it was nothing compared to what was going on inside that place. She glanced towards Aide and saw that he was looking at the wall, too. She could practically read his mind, the little crease between his brows. The way he pressed his lips together, he hated it. It caused him pain to know what was happening in there and what had been happening for so many years. They were his cousins after all, they were his family. Does it bother you? She asked. Even though she knew it did. She just wanted to break the silence. Of course it does, Aide said and offered her a sad smile. But my kind is strong. And I calm myself by knowing it will all be over for them soon. They'll be free again. That's right. We'll free them. Emaia smiled. We'll change their lives for the better. Aide gave her a little smile back, then sighed. Do you think you've rested enough now? Emaia quickly nodded and climbed to her feet. Yes. We can continue. Aide rose to his feet. 2. Excellent. Which technique do you want to rehearse? Then, the chase one more time. We've been simulating the same attacks for days now. Emaia complained and brushed a little dirt off her breeches. I'm beginning to predict your moves. It's getting too easy. Easy. Ha, Aide said and rose a brow. How about we spice it up then? What do you have in mind? Aide picked his tunic from a few stuck leaves. Before replying. How about we stop simulating? Emaia creased her brows a little. What, let's pretend it's the real thing. Aide said and looked at her. I'll attack, and I won't hold back. You'll try and fight me and we'll see how well you know your stuff. You'll pretend to be an assailant? Emaia asked. Shocked. Down to every detail. You can say no if you don't want to. I get if it's too much. No. I'm okay. Emaia said and looked at him with determination. It was not a half-bad idea. If she truly wanted to be able to defend herself, she had to see how she would handle it if the situation was real. Not just in theory. We should have a code word then. Aide voiced. I don't want to do anything to you that scares you. If you say the word firefly, I'll immediately stop. Deal, firefly? Emaia mused. She couldn't help but smirk. Aide smirked back. Are you ready? Emaia nodded as Aide came up to her. I am. How do we start? Aide grabbed her arm and twisted it around until he had it locked on her back. Emaia let out a startled cry of pain as he clenched her even harder and brought her back flush against his chest. Hello. Little darling. Aide whispered coldly in her ear. I've been looking for you. A knot tied itself in Emaia's stomach. Aide didn't kid when he said he was going down to every detail. That included the aggressive talk. She saw the point. Though, if it was real, the attacker would probably try and scare her with his words first. Aide was doing the same thing. Emaia didn't try and wiggle her arm out his grip like she normally would. Instead, she remembered her practice and waited until he pinned her to the ground. Get away from me. That's not very nice. I have a feeling this is going to be intense. And with that, he whirled her into the dirt. Emaia fell harshly onto the ground, bracing her fall with her hands. She landed face down first and stubbed her knees against the earth. She even scraped her hands. Aide was on her in a split second. He grabbed her neck in the infamous cuff hold and forced her head down to the ground. When he shoved her body flat on the ground and covered it with his own, Emaia felt a rush go up her spine. I'm going to take you here and now. Aide leaned in and whispered in her ear. I will dominate you completely. And no one can stop me. The hairs on Emaia's neck rose. But as his soft, calm breath caressed her skin, she realized it wasn't just because she was scared. On the contrary, she felt the knot tie in her stomach. Like an intense, confusing physical sensation. His body had been pressed up against hers many times before. But this time it was aggressive and immediate. She felt overwhelmed and conflicted. No. That was irrational. Was she confused by the way he held her so tightly? She could feel every inch of his lean body being pressed against hers. Aide played his part well. That much was for sure. Right from the way he pressed his head close to her, to the way he maintained firm physical pressure against her lower body. What was happening to her? Every nerve in her body was vibrating. Every breath she took felt heavy and uncontrolled. Maybe her body just wasn't working properly anymore. She felt intensely confused and physically vulnerable. The knot in her stomach was becoming more and more unbearable by every second she spent beneath him. It wouldn't be long until she needed to surrender completely to the moment, regardless of the consequences. Aide growled in her ear and took a controlled breath of her hair. I will dominate you completely until you surrender. You want me to do that? Do you want me to seize control? While you struggle and call my name, Emaia couldn't prevent a tiny sound from escaping her lips. It was no louder than a whisper. But since Aide's hearing was better than the average human, she had to assume he had heard. His words created a fierce internal conflict within her. It was embarrassing. She couldn't possibly be liking the aggression. Could she? Then why did she feel such confusion and intensity? Why did she crave the end of this tension? It was madness. She had to act now while she still had the presence of mind to do so. She gathered every last bit of strength she had and caught him by surprise by not grabbing his hand like she was supposed to, but reached for his tunic instead. She used her right hand instead of her left. So naturally Aide turned his head to see what was happening. While he was distracted, Emaia now grabbed his hand like he had taught her and clawed her nails as deep into his skin as she could. She heard him hiss on top of her, and that's when she knew it had worked. His words were cut short as Emaia thrust her elbow into his ribs and punched the air out of his lungs. Aide might have taught her the moves to escape, but no one said she couldn't improvise. As Aide, confused and surprised as he was, tried to gain some perspective of what was happening, Emaia set off on the ground with her hands and rolled them both over. She landed on top of him as she was supposed to. But Aide was quick. Before she had the chance to act again, he snaked his arms around her body and captured her against his own. "Not on my watch." He growled and squeezed her even tighter when she tried to wiggle free. She was officially locked in. Emaia had to think fast before he got the chance to flip them over again. So with the only weapon she had left, she thrust her head backwards into his skull. The attack was successful when she felt his grip loosen, and Emaia took that opportunity to set off and get to her feet. But she only managed to stay on her feet for a fraction of a second before two hands grabbed her ankles and made her trip and fall over. Midway down in her fall, she quickly flipped over and landed on her back instead of her face. Although it might seem risky, since she landed much harder, she knew the advantage of being face up would pay out in the end. As for right now, she was currently disoriented and sore from the crash, and that gave Aide the opportunity to gain the upper hand. He crawled on top of her and strapped her down with the force of his body and hands by locking her hands against the ground. "What do you plan on doing now?" he asked with a mocking voice. "Nowhere to run." "Run." Her legs. "It's all about using the opposite of what your opponent has to work with." Emaia clenched her teeth at him with a fierce sound and then used her legs as the only tools she had left. She wrapped them around his waist, and to his surprise, used gravity to tilt his body sideways and caused him to lose balance. When he felt them falling over, Aide let go of her wrists and braced himself for the landing as Emaia ended on top of him. She was now straddling his hips, holding the advantage of being on top with both hands free. That was until Aide was quick on his trigger and grabbed her wrists again and quickly sat up. Emaia hadn't seen it coming, and their close proximity changed the game. They were face to face now as Emaia struggled to wiggle her hands out of his grip and tried her best not to get distracted by his piercing crystal eyes that looked amused. All out of ideas, Aide teased and smirked arrogantly. "You're mine now." Emaia lost track of everything she had learned and did the one thing she had been resisting to do this whole time. She closed the space between their faces and pressed her lips firmly against his. She kissed him with all she had and all she felt, completely ignoring everything she knew he was. Aide immediately released her wrist, as if touching her skin burned him. His body language was unreadable as she continued to press her lips against his. Emaia had never kissed anyone before, let alone done anything as impulsive as take the initiative. Everything inside her burned with intensity. She had felt the same feverish feeling the time she saw him bathing by the lake, only this was a million times magnified. She knew the consequences of leaving Roches. She very well knew the consequences of joining the rebellion. And she very well knew the consequences of kissing him now. She waited for the moment where his shock would vaporize and he'd push her away. She expected him to unravel from her body and retreat, knowing how he liked to keep his distance. She also expected he would look at her like she was crazy, maybe tell her she was insane. In fact, she had imagined almost every possible scenario that would follow. The only thing she didn't imagine, though, was when she suddenly felt his lips part and that he softly but surely started moving his lips against hers. Aide was kissing her back. She couldn't believe what was happening. Aide softly kissed her back, angling his head so he could kiss her better. His lips were so much gentler than she had expected. He pushed away a lock of hair that had fallen out of her braid and then gently cupped her head, running his thumb over her cheek. Emaia felt a soft sound escape her lips, and she leaned in, grabbing his tunic. He tasted like thyme and fresh forest rain. When his tongue moved across her bottom lip, she felt a tightening in her lower abdomen. Her heartbeat fastened. It was unbelievable. She couldn't believe she was actually kissing him. This was her first kiss, and she had started it. After weeks of silently thinking about it in the back of her mind, what it would be like to kiss those lips, it was finally happening. And the real thing was a million times better than her flimsy imagination. Emaia pulled at his shirt to get him closer. She wanted more, needed more. Her fingers started fumbling with the threads of his tunic, untying them with shaky hands. She expected Aide to stop her, to pull away. But he didn't. Instead, he deepened the kiss and let his tongue swirl out to tease the seams of her lips. She parted them. She couldn't breathe. She didn't want to pull away to catch her breath, in fear that he might stop them. Besides, she was pretty sure even if she did, Aide would take away her breath again. Her hand ran over the smooth, pale tattooed skin of his chest, testing the muscles against her shaking fingers. It was so soft. Underneath her palm she could feel his heart beat steadily and strong. She wondered how he could keep so calm when it felt like she was exploding. She let her hands travel lower, gliding down to the fabricated part of his stomach, where the split of the tunic stopped. It was when her hands reached lower that Aide's hands caught hers. He stopped them. Emaia, we need to talk. He broke apart from her lips and allowed Emaia to catch her breath. He met her eyes. He wanted to talk. Now, after all the time she had wanted to talk to him, get to know him, where he had turned her down with a smile. He chose now to want to talk. Talking can wait, Emaia breathlessly replied. She leaned in to kiss him again, but Aide pulled away this time. Trust me, Emaia. It can't wait. You want to have this talk before you do something you'll regret. Emaia honestly didn't care about what he wanted to talk about. She was finally experiencing her first kiss, her first intense embrace, and she didn't want it to stop so suddenly. And besides, what would she possibly regret? This was Aide, the man who had saved her and protected her so many times. She was losing count. I don't care, Emaia replied, looking at his swollen lips. I know what I want. When she leaned in again, Aide rose his voice. Emaia, stop. You need to know this about me. What? She snapped, getting irritated. He was ruining a perfect moment. You've been secretive about yourself from day one and now you want to open up, yes, he firmly said and pierced her with his eyes. You have to understand that I'm only kissing you because you want me to. Emaia let his words sink in, but they didn't make sense in her head. What? Aide sighed bitterly and looked down. I know you've been developing feelings for me. She couldn't see anything wrong with that statement, except him not telling her that he knew. But that didn't matter. Did it really? They were right here, after all. So Aide sighed deeply and let go of her hands. I function differently, Emaia. I don't do feelings. I never allow myself the pleasure of falling in love. It's what keeps me strong and focused, and everyone around me safe. If my enemies ever found I had a soft spot, they could use that person to blackmail me. I can never risk that. Emaia frowned and looked at him confused. It didn't make any sense. He couldn't just decide not to fall in love with anyone. He might not be human. But he was a living creature. Didn't he get lonely? What did you mean when you said you're only kissing me because I want you the way I work? Aide said. I give people what they want. I still don't get it. Let me explain it to you. Then. Aide said and looked into her eyes. If I hear someone screaming for help, I help. If someone asks me to defend them, I fight. If someone wants me to kiss them, I kiss them. It's what I do. He whispered and watched her face as it dawned with what he was saying. I aid. Emaia felt like she had just been punched. It started to make sense in her head. And if it really was the truth. So, you're saying you've been wanting me to kiss you. So I did. It seriously felt like a punch to her heart. With a heavy blow. Who was this person in front of her? The Aide she knew wouldn't do this. He wasn't like this. Was he, Emaia? Aide said when she didn't say anything. He gently lifted her chin. I'm sorry. You didn't know this about me and I should have stopped you as soon as I sensed it. Sensed what? She asked and looked hurt at him. Your feelings for me. He silently said. This wasn't happening. It could be true. It was too much to absorb. God. Emaia jumped up and turned away from him. The sight of him sickening to her stomach. I can't believe this. Aide slowly rose to his feet, as well. Please. Emaia. I'm sorry. You don't have to forgive me. Aide continued. Even if she refused to look at him. But it's best you know exactly what I do. And what exactly is that? Emaia said through clenched teeth. She could feel tears filling her eyes. Is it a game to you? Some sort of thrill? Do you manipulate women into developing feelings for you? Yes. What? She whipped around and glared at him with an open mouth. She had been joking. At least. She thought she did. Aide kept his eyes firm on her and took 3 steps closer. The last part. I do whatever that is required. And what is that supposed to mean? Emaia angrily snapped. Could he really be the same Aide who had rescued her in the alley? Her knight in shining armor, if so? Her first impression of him had been completely wrong. Aide looked solidly at her. It's an instinct to me. Emaia. I can't not help. I can't stop. I never allow myself to get emotionally attached. Because it doesn't work with how I function. I only develop a close physical relationship with someone if I find that it benefits something I'm working on or with. His words swirled around in her head, making her dizzy. The person she thought was the most honest, kind-hearted person, she knew, turned out to be no better than a manipulator. Because that was exactly what he was. You manipulate people, Emaia said, balling up her fist. You use them. Sometimes. Aide simply replied. But I never use them more than they use me. It's an even trade. Emaia scoffed humorlessly. It was disturbing. Even she, who were unfamiliar in the territory of affection, knew that this was wrong. You are cold. I'm being honest with you. Aide firmly said. I'll be whatever somebody needs me to be. It'll never change. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. So what you're saying is that you can be intimate with a woman without loving her? Aide calmly nodded. It's not an uncommon thing. Emaia. Only I don't do it for the pleasure, I do it if I need something from someone. She felt nauseous. She actually felt like she could vomit. Every image. Every fantasy. Everything she had made him out to be was crushed in that moment. Burned down to the ground. So let me get this straight. Emaia viciously said and took a step closer to him. If I wanted you to be intimate with me, would you? Aide frowned by her aggressive tone. Emaia. I respect you too much. You don't even know what you're talking about. Answer my question. She angrily growled. If I wanted you to hold me close and be intimate. Right here. Right now, would you do it, Emaia? Stop. But she didn't. She yanked him by his tunic and crashed her lips onto his. They met with forceful energy. And Emaia kissed him hard. She wanted to do this. She wanted to see how far she could push him, to see if this so-called instinct of his had any boundaries. He said he respected her. She wanted to see just how much. Aide caught her in his arms and gripped onto the roots of her hair, pulling her braid apart. Pain twinged in her scalp. But she ignored it. Instead, she curled her hand around his neck. When he pulled her closer to his body. That's right. Do it. Emaia angrily thought to herself. As Aide matched her passion. Fall for it. Step into my challenge. Aide caught her lower lip between his teeth and bit down on the swollen flesh. He exhaled slowly. And for a moment. Their eyes met. His stare was intense. Aide then abruptly grabbed her waist and lifted her off the ground. He swept her off her feet. At the same time he pressed his lips against hers, with renewed energy. Emaia gasped and quickly looped her legs around his waist, and felt him carry her. Until her back suddenly collided with a tree. He pressed her firmly up against it and forcefully kissed her on her mouth. Emaia felt a deep sound ripple from her. She dug her nails into his shoulders and held onto him for dear life. As he moved his tongue past the seams of her lips and engaged her mouth. She felt her limbs turn overwhelmed as he explored her mouth. Seeking. Prodding. Dominating. Not a part of her was left undiscovered. His hand traveled up her thigh until it finally gripped onto her lower body. He applied firm pressure, making Emaia make a loud sound. Disorientation and intense physical sensation pooled into her belly, down to her undergarments, intensifying the moment. A tight ball of nerves was forming in her stomach. A feeling she couldn't explain. All she knew was that it kept growing by every touch Aide administered to her body. Every sweep of his tongue. Every aggressive closeness from his teeth. She felt like she was about to reach a breaking point. But just then, as Emaia felt like she was reaching some sort of ecstatic high, Aide abruptly pulled his lips away from hers. The action made her let out a garbled whimper from the loss. She opened her eyes to look at him. To scream at him. But the words stuck in her throat. Aide had yellow eyes. The crystal orbs she had come to adore were gone. Instead, two yellow-eyed reptilian pupils stared back at her. But that wasn't the end of it. A snarl had formed on Aide's lips. And as he growled with an animalistic resemblance, she saw them, four sharp extended corner teeth. Like daggers. Glinting lethally at her. Emaia felt the blood drain from her face as this reptilian, fanged creature of the man she once called Aide looked at her. She was scared. Don't. Aide's eyes narrowed on hers. As he spoke on a low, husky growl. Ever. Push me. His eyes stayed on hers for another second. Where all that filled the air between them was deadly silence. Emaia couldn't breathe. Couldn't speak. Couldn't blink. Aide nailed her to the spot with just his eyes and she couldn't make a word leave her mouth. Then he let go of her. He set her down hard on the ground. Without any warning. And made her almost fall onto the ground. If it wasn't for the tree behind her. Without a word. He then turned around and walked away. The forest swallowed him. And just like that, he was gone. Emaia couldn't move. She was completely paralyzed in shock. He had known she had tried to push him. To test him. To see what he would do. And that made him furious. It made him a reptilian-eyed creature. Emaia shuddered and clutched herself. She didn't know what that was and she wasn't sure she wanted to. It had scared her. The man that had taught her how to be strong had scared her out of her own skin. Aide wasn't who she thought he was. At least that's what he had tried to convince her. But she had seen the goodness in him. Everyone had a past. And so did Aide. Emaia took a beat to think about what had just happened. She had kissed him. She had gotten close to him. Too close. He had pushed her away and had showed her a side of himself he knew she wouldn't like. But why? Emaia slowly stood up. When the small pieces of the puzzle finally connected. It was his defense mechanism. He never let anyone get too close. Because it scared him. Something had happened to him. And she bet it had something to do with the traumatized look in his eyes he always wore when he thought nobody was watching. Someone, or something, had damaged him. As always, Emaia found herself with so many questions. But never any answers. And she feared that after today, he would never open up and tell her what she so desperately wanted to know. Aide had been gone for hours. Emaia was sitting by the campfire, looking into the flames and wondering where he was. Obviously things would never be the same between them now. She had crossed that line. And she knew exactly what the consequences were. She had taken them into account long before she had decided to kiss him. But now that they were here, they seemed much worse than what she had originally thought them out to be. Earth to Emaia, anyone home? Emaia looked up and found Dashiell staring weirdly at her. She quickly blinked a couple of times and looked away. Sorry. What I said, you seem thoughtful. What's nagging you? He asked and raised a concerned brow. Obviously she couldn't tell him what had happened between her and Aide. But she also didn't want to lie. Just concerned about where Aide is. He's been gone for a good while now, she said and looked into the woods. There was no sign of a dark silhouette. Only scary shadows that played tricks with her imagination. Oh, Dash said. I'm sure he's fine. He is a big boy. He can take care of himself. I know. I was just wondering. That's all. Emaia mumbled and looked back down into the flames. Seriously. Where could he be? Did he have a place he went to? Or did he simply just wander away whenever things became too much? Another question with no answer. He's an elf. He's home wherever he is, Dash said and poked the fire with a small stick. He'll be back when he gets hungry. Well, that was a lie. Aide never ate with them. As a matter of fact, she had never seen him eat. She always assumed he just ate alone. Because even elves had to eat. Right, all living things needed food. If you say so. Emaia sighed and rubbed her face. She was exhausted. But she didn't want to go to sleep before she knew that Aide was back. But he could be gone all night. Unfortunately. Finally. Emaia had to admit she had to just go to bed and sleep. She said goodnight to Dashiell and cooped herself up inside her tent. After drowning in thoughts for a couple of minutes, she decided to let it go. She would have to find Aide tomorrow and they could talk about this then. He would come back some point. Wouldn't he? She hadn't scared him off completely. Had she? She hoped that wasn't the case. She wouldn't be able to continue on without him. As much as he had hurt her earlier with everything he had told her, she still cared about him. Emaia finally fell asleep, letting her thoughts evolve into dreams. The yellow-eyed reptilian Aide haunted her mind and turned her dreams into nightmares. She saw the hiss on his face as he glared at her. Don't ever push me. The next morning when Emaia woke up, she had prepared a speech in her mind. She was all set to talk to Aide, only he was nowhere around. Haven't seen him since this morning, Dashiell told. He left at the crack of dawn and said something about checking out the road ahead. And that he'd join up with us later. So Emaia would have to wait until they arrived in Dalian. They couldn't really have this talk on the road. They would reach the city today. With a bit of luck. And maybe then she'd get a moment to talk to Aide. But as the group started heading towards the city of Dalian, Aide didn't show up. Emaia was really starting to grow worried. Had she really scared him off? By nightfall, they reached the city gates of Dalian. They checked in to separate inns, like at the western coast, and were all prepared to give their speech in the morning. But Emaia couldn't fall asleep. Where was he? What was he doing? Was he mad at her? Obviously he was. But she just had to talk to him. She needed to confront him. Her head was all flustered as she finally managed to fall asleep that night. After many tosses and turns, she hoped it wouldn't affect her public speaking skills in the morning. And that is why we must stand up against Ragnar and fight for our freedom. The people of Dalian cheered loudly, clapping and shouting their support. The city of Dalian was known for its exotic fibers and fine clothes. You didn't find finer threads in all the kingdom, that was, until the man that Emaia was meant to marry had raised a war against them, after they denied him supplies. In other words, her ex-fiancé started a war against these people, because they had refused to provide him with fine clothes. When the people of Dalian had asked the king for assistance, he had turned them down and stood eerily by, as they got slaughtered and conquered by another town. Therefore, the people of Dalian hated the king. Emaia smiled to the crowd, who looked up at her with hope in their eyes. The rebellion was there too, getting motivated by her words. But one face was missing. Emaia stepped down from the platform of the town's art figurine, a statue of the old king, wearing a magnificent cape made by the people, and walked up Hanky and Dashel. "You were brilliant." Dashel cheered as the crowd kept adoring her. Who knew that all we needed was a woman's stern voice to reach out to the crowd? We tend to carry more emotion and feelings in our voice. Emaia chuckled a little, then worriedly frowned. "Have any of you seen Aide yet?" "He was at the inn this morning." Hanka grunted. The lad was all dressed up in his costume, saying something about important things he had to do. He always said that, Emaia thought. The truth was, he was avoiding her, and now it was beginning to annoy her. Aide, the brave savior of the night. He had no guts to come look her in the eye. She wasn't taking it anymore. "When do we leave for the city of Quail?" Dashel frowned a little. "Not before tomorrow." "Why?" "What time?" "An hour past sunrise." "Why is it so important?" Emaia had a plan. "I'll see you tomorrow. Then." Darn, she thought, as Hanke and the rest of the men came down from their rooms. He wasn't there. Emaia Hanky tiredly yawned. "We said 1 hour after sunrise. Why are ye here so early?" She couldn't tell them it was because she had wanted to confront Aide. She had hoped to catch him before he left, but it appeared he hadn't even come back to sleep. "I'm just feeling fresh, so I thought I might as well join you now. Are we ready to go?" "Someone's excited." Hanka grunted, and turned his key into the innkeeper. "Is all the attention getting to ye?" Actually, it kinda was. It felt good to stand up there, to talk to a crowd and see them actually listen. She remembered back in Roches, whenever she tried to discuss political matters, she was either shushed upon or spoken above. But here, the people listened. No one seemed to care that all of it came from a woman. If anything, it made them listen more. "I just think we should get going," Emaia said dismissively. "The city of Quail is our last stop." "Is it not, indeed?" Hanky nodded affirmatively. "And then we send a notice letter of war to the king." God help us. He was right. Even with the support of 2 whole cities, plus the few men that had joined the rebellion from the eastern parts of the kingdom, they were still strongly outnumbered. Their only hope was to convince the people of Quail that the king was cruel. Unfortunately, Quail was the town known for its merchandise and trading routes. It was bordered up against Bear Bay, the place where some of the most unique artifacts were found. Relics lost in the waves, seashells, and rare fish. The king was very fond of quail, since it brought so many good things with it. It would be hard to address the people of Quail with the idea that they should rise against them. When the king treated the city like his baby, more than ever, Emaia needed the support she could only get from one person, the person who was avoiding her. The rebellion had set up camp in a small forest area. They were 2 days away from Quail, but at least now they were getting closer. Emaia could feel the tension in her stomach growing. There still wasn't any sign of Aide. Not until Emaia woke up that night, unable to sleep. She was too anxious of what would happen if she screwed up in Quail. Their whole mission could fall to pieces if they didn't get their support. That was a lot of pressure riding on her. Finally, after tossing and turning, Emaia decided to take a walk to clear her mind. She knew with being this close to Senwato's capital, it was dangerous walking around at night in the woods. But a part of her, a desperate part of her, she had to admit, hoped that if she got into danger, Aide would show up and save her. Like he always did. He had watched over her since the night in Bart. The fact that he wasn't anymore. Emaia shook her head and started walking through the forest. It was a warm night. She could hear crickets somewhere, making noise in the bushes. The stars shone brightly, and there were practically no clouds in the sky tonight. The moon was full, but just as she was about to walk back to her tent, a shadow caught her eye. Her heart leaped into her throat when she first thought it was another ambush. But then, as her eyes fixed on the shadow, she saw long silver hair, reflecting in the moonlight. "Aide," she said timidly. She knew he could hear her. He stopped what he was doing at the sound of her voice and glanced over his shoulder. He then looked away and continued doing whatever he was doing. "Aide." Emaia repeated, annoyed, and begun walking up to him. Now he was ignoring her. "2. We need to talk." She finally came close enough to see what he was doing. Right there, on a fallen tree, all of his gear was laid out, along with his cloak. He was suiting up. But for what? Go back to bed. Emaia. The sound of his voice saying her name was comforting and felt strangely homely. She had almost forgotten how smooth and melodious his voice was. She had missed it. "You have been avoiding me." It wasn't a statement. It was an accusation. She knew that pushing him that day had been wrong. But him leaving like that wasn't acceptable either. They had to talk it out. "Yes," he replied, as if he didn't care. He strapped a belt across his shoulder, buckling it up tight. "And this is the reason why." Emaia crossed her arms. "Because you don't want to talk." "Exactly. Why not?" "Because I know exactly what you're going to say," he replied, and started picking up his variation of daggers and secured them in his belt. She scoffed loudly. "Really? What am I going to say?" "Then, first you'll start off by apologizing," Aide flatly replied, while tightening a new belt around his hips. "Then, you'll say something about right and wrong. Then, of course, you'll leap into a long speech about what I told you, in which the details of what I really do will be heavily debated. I'll say something you don't like. You'll call me something harsh, and then, after a moment of fighting, you'll try to appeal to the good in me. And that's when you start telling me that everything I said to you was just a way of pushing you away." Emaia glared, stunned. He actually did know what she was going to say. That annoyed her. If he knew, why didn't they just have the talk sooner and be done with it? "You're right," she said. "And I'm right, too. You are trying to push me away, because you're afraid to let yourself feel, of letting yourself love." Aide let out a scoff. "I've heard it all before. Emaia, I'm not having this conversation. How can you be so Cold, I'm a Northern Elf, it comes with the territory. You talked to me about love once. She whispered. That love was the best anyone could do. You told me to fight for what I wanted. To take charge and be my own master. She recited and pressed her lips together when she wanted to scream. Were you just feeding me empty words? Aide finally sighed. He slowly turned around to look at her. No. Emaia. I wasn't. I want those things for you. You just can't get them from me. What if you're the one I want? Emaia asked. She had had time to think about this a lot. What made her kiss him that day? It wasn't just that he supported her and taught her how to fight. It was that he cared, he was passionate in his cause to save the world. He was strong. And no matter how much he tried to deny it, he was capable of love. Aide shook his head and turned back to his stuff. You don't know what you're saying. Yes, I do. She snapped. Getting angry again. I may be new to affection. But I know when it's there. And I know you feel something for me. Too. You're just afraid, Emaia. Stop yourself. Aide interrupted. I don't have feelings for you. You've fallen under my charm, and that's the only thing there is to it. I've been avoiding you. Hoping you might fall out of it. Clearly. It didn't work. His words hurt. Emaia fought against the tears, welling up in her eyes. Fallen under his charm. That's what he called her feelings for him. Like she was some creature who was easily manipulated. You can say what you want. Emaia said with a shaky, yet strong voice. But I know what I feel. And I believe you can love. Too. Aide pulled on his cloak and sent her a strong stare. She had missed those crystal orbs. But right now they were hostile. I've already told you how I work. Emaia. I don't give in to love, and there's nothing you can do to change that. What more do you want from me? I want you. She cried. The tears were now falling down her cheeks. Aide sighed. You don't want me, you want my heart. I want all of you. She snapped when he took his mask. Every part, and I can't give you that. He flatly replied. All I can give you is physical closeness. And I won't do that to you. Emaia felt her chest tighten. Why not? If you've been intimate before, why won't you be intimate with me? You say you don't have any feelings for me. So, what's holding you back? Be intimate with me. That is exactly why. Aide snapped and stepped closer to her. I don't make love, I am intimately aggressive. Emaia. And I refuse to engage with you in that way. You're too innocent. You shouldn't have to feel what heartbreak is like. Because that is what will happen. When I leave you afterwards. When he turned to leave. Emaia grabbed his cloak and yanked him back. That's not fair. Just because I'm inexperienced doesn't mean I'm innocent. Of course that wasn't entirely true. She knew absolutely nothing about intimacy. It was forbidden to talk about in the high societies she had grown up in. She would have had to learn the hard way with her ex-fiancé. But now, since that was cancelled. Aide forced her fingers out of his cloak and then released her. I told you, I'm not having this conversation. Go back to sleep. I have something I have to do. Where are you going? She snapped angrily as he turned to leave. Running away from me. Did I get too close again? You're not everything that goes on in my world. Aide replied. He pulled on his mask and grabbed his quiver with arrows. Go back to bed. He walked into the night and left Emaia gazing after him. I've already told you how I work. Emaia. I don't give in to love, and there's nothing you can do to change that. His words echoed in her head. Aide was no god. And she was no fool. You couldn't just tell yourself not to fall in love. If that was the case, she would have done it by now, done anything not to feel this way. To love him so much. and not have him love her back. The pain felt physical, not mental. She wished she could stop it. But that meant if she could fall in love. So, could he? She didn't want to force him into loving her. He just had to admit it. He was capable of love too. And she was going to prove it to him. And in the process, maybe, just maybe, he would realize that opening up to someone wasn't as dangerous as he thought. That night Emaia slept horribly. Not only did her and Aide seem to be gliding apart, she also felt like this whole thing they all were doing was becoming more than they could handle. Aide seemed to be losing interest, too. He had been very distant these days. He was off right now, for example, doing only Lord knows what. She honestly didn't care anymore. At dawn, when the sun arose, Emaia hadn't closed an eye. She stretched her limbs in the cramped tent, when suddenly, a horn sounded. And not just any horn, it was the warning beacon from Restriction Town, which could only mean one thing. Emaia rushed out of her tent and saw that everyone was doing the same thing. They looked around while the horn blared. They couldn't believe it either. The warning beacon of Restriction Town was installed many years ago to warn everyone if there ever was a breach in their prison. It was loud enough to reach the towns around them, which then would blare their horns, and so on, to alert the entire kingdom. The Southern Elves had been locked up in there for their safekeeping, restricted to live within 4 large impenetrable walls. Guards roamed the ground around it and held watch from the towers. It was impossible to get out without getting caught. That's why the sound of the beacon had them all speechless. No one had ever heard it before. Finally, after 2 whole minutes of blaring throughout the kingdom, the horn finally stopped. What followed next was an even louder silence. "The elves have escaped," Dashiell finally said. He looked as pale as the rest of them. "I don't believe it. It's impossible," Hanky barked angrily. "It's gotta be a mistake. That fortress is guarded better than the king's castle. They must have screwed up." "The king doesn't screw up," Emaia said. "If he was told there's been a prison escape, that warning beacon will be the first thing he commands to be sounded. It can't be a mistake." "It's not." Everyone turned by the sound of Aide's voice. He came out from woods, pulling off his mask. He looked exhausted. "Wait a minute," Hanky slowly said. You could see the thought processes turning in his head. "Are you saying that I broke them out?" Aide finished for him and stepped into the center of the group. "It had to be done." Hanky exploded. "Are ye out of ye mind? Out of all the stupid things ye have ever done, this is the most stupid one of them all." Rage was evident in his shouting. Aide let him rant and patiently waited for him to stop screaming. Then, finally, when he stopped to take a breath, Aide spoke. "Are you done?" he asked with a flat voice. "Will you let me explain myself now, Hanky? For goodness sake. There's a woman present." Dashiell frantically cut in. "Could you please try and keep the harsh language to a minimum?" Hanky looked like was choking on all the things he wanted to say. But finally, he swallowed them. After a glance at Emaia, he then turned to Aide. "Listen here, elf boy. I know we're fighting for ye kind, too, but attacking Restriction Town, setting loose all those elves when you know we're already on the king's naughty list, which is exactly why I did it." Aide interjected. "While you were in Dalian, I took the liberty to scour the news of what Ragnar had in store for you." He told and looked around. "I finally found out he was planning a big ambush for you in Quail. You step into that town, you're dead." Hanky dropped his jaw. Dashiell turned ghost white, and the rest of the group simply gaped. Emaia felt like she couldn't breathe. But, Dashiell begun, looking ill. "Without the people of Quail, we won't be able to, I know. Which is exactly why I broke into Restriction Town. Aide said. If we can't get the help from Quail, we'll need help from somewhere else. The elves locked in that town used to be warriors. They can fight better than any man you'll meet in Quail. Will they help us? Dashiell questioned. We were the ones who built that fortress. Who locked them up? Don't they hate us? They hold no grudges. As long as they are promised their freedom in the new world. Which I promised. Now, wait. Hold on just a minute, Hanke barked. I'm all for giving back their freedom. But how do we know they won't turn against us? They have rotted in that town for decades. Why would we turn against you? Aide said and rose a brow. It would only cause more war. More bloodshed. More fear. There's been enough of that already. We just want to live in peace. As long as we get our place in the world. There will be no need for petty revenge. Hanke didn't seem to know how to reply. Dashiell even seemed a little stunned. There was a long silence. Until Emaia finally found the right question to ask. So, where do we go from here? They all looked at her. Then turned to Aide. Somehow they hoped he had the answer. And he did. It won't be long until the king connects the breach to us. He said. He'll figure out that we've been warned about Quail. And he'll send his men after us. So, what do we do? Hanke spoke up. I've thought about it. Aide continued. And I sent a message to my people in the north. We're welcome to stay with them. Emaia felt a whoosh in her stomach by the sound of Aide speaking of his people. Your people. Where in the north are they? That's not the important part. Hanke snapped and glared at Aide. Why on earth would we go to ye people? The way I see it. The king is coming after you. Aide said and looked to the men. He'll kill you, if he finds you, and all this will be over before it even started. So, we hide out in Dalion, or the western coast, Hanke argued. The people will welcome us. They know us there. So does the king. Aide pointed out. He knows you've been spreading the word there. That's why he planned the ambush in Quail. He knew that's where you'd go next. If he sends his men after you. He knows the first place you'll hide is in one of those places. By going there, we're endangering the people of the towns. So, we'll fight them. Hanke shouted. Isn't that what we wanted anyway, to fight him and knock him off his throne? Fighting his squads won't do any good. Aide pointed out again. Plus we are still outnumbered. And we don't have enough armor and weapons anymore. We need time to join our strength. To sort everything out for the real battle. Until then. You're sitting ducks. The men all looked to each other. Then finally at Hanke. As their leader. They waited for him to make the decision. Even Emaia wanted him to make this one. She was too out of her own league. If we go to the north. Hanke slowly begun. Frowning deeply. We'll be running away, hiding. What about the people of Dalion and the west? What about them? I've thought about that. too. Aide replied. We'll send them a message to make the preparations for war. The people of the west can forge weapons. And the Dalions can craft protective armor. That's what the towns are best at. After all. He was right. Dalian made beautiful robes. But they also designed armors. The West had their iron mines, which had the strongest iron in the whole kingdom. This could actually work. We'll tell them to stay alert and that we'll send a message when it's time for war. Aide continued. In the meantime, the southern elves I've just freed will prepare too. While we head for the north. My people will keep us safe and provide you with food and a good place to sleep when we get there. We get our tactics in order there. Plan our strategy. He looked around to them all. And then we'll go into battle. It all sounded brilliant. Emaia suddenly felt stupid for being so caught up in their silly private conflict. It seemed so unimportant now. Aide had really done his homework. He had thought of everything. And on top of that, he had traveled ahead on foot. To figure all these things out. To top it all off, he had also just single-handedly broken into Restriction Town, the most secure place in the entire kingdom, and freed his cousins from captivity. It seems as if we don't have much choice. Hanky finally said. Well, then. Men. He said and turned to look at his followers. Get out ye warm clothes. Because where we're going will make you wish you were sitting down in the warm flames of hell. The road to the north was long. They had been all the way down at the border of Quail. And they had to get to the city of Marcon. With the mapped roads being patrolled by the king's men and the forests too. It was a difficult trip. After 2 weeks of fighting against small ambushes, avoiding getting killed in their sleep, and hiding from passing guards. It was a miracle they finally reached Marcon City. It was the last city before you got to the cold border of the north. After that, it was only wild, untamed, cold chaos. They checked into a big inn where they all sat down at the tavern to get one last good meal. That day they had spent the rest of Emaia's fortune, all except a few bracelets and 2 diamond earrings, on purchasing warm clothes and thick pelts for their trip. As Hunky had so eloquently put it, the cold north made you wish you were down in hell. So he had suggested that they all shared a drink down at the tavern, toasting their achievements. We've never really had the chance to do this, Hanky said, as the bar maiden walked around and filled everyone's mugs. Even Emaia decided she wanted a sip, even if she didn't like alcohol. But since we're heading to the north and the only warmth we'll find there is the memory of our loved ones in our hearts, I thought it'd be appropriate to make a toast. He stood up from his chair and cheered to his men, who all held up their mugs to him. To the future, to our future, he corrected. And then cheered. The men all cheered and drank, many of them emptying their cup in one drag. Emaia drank too, tasting the strong mead on her tongue. She had never had anything this strong before. The liquor burned down her throat and finally warmed her stomach, bringing alone the inevitable lightheadedness. It felt kinda good to just be carefree for one evening. She knew after this night, things would probably be serious from there on out. Of course, one person wasn't taking part in the festivities. Aide sat in a corner and had passed on the mead. He had his hood up to disguise himself from curious stares, and perhaps even fear. After all, finding out that there was a Northern Elf amongst them usually caused a disturbance. And tonight they just wanted to relax and enjoy their last night before the hard journey ahead began. Hanke drank many rounds of mead, and got redder and redder for each mug he emptied. On the other hand, he also got a lot friendlier than usual. Aide. Lad. Hanky chimed and slung his arm over his shoulder. Ye know, ye aren't as bad as I thought. Ye remind me of meself when I was a young lad. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, Aide said, withdrawing from Hanky's awkward embrace. It's all good fun. I used to love adventures too, Hanky drawled. I'd end up in bar brawls, get kicked out and end up fighting some thug for a place to sleep. That's until I met me sweet wife. That is, she straightened me out. Yes, she did. Now she's carrying me babe in her stomach and we've been fighting over names. Hanky kept talking, and they all laughed and drank. Dashel was enjoying himself too, flirting with one of the bar maidens. He had had a bit too much, obviously. Emaia sipped her ale a little before she carefully looked towards Aide. Aide looked up, as if sensing her thoughts, and met her eyes. She needed to talk to him. She therefore rose from her seat and came over to him, almost expecting him to tell her to leave. But he didn't. Instead, he scooted over on the bench and made room for her to sit. She sat down. Hello, Emaia. Aide, she carefully said. I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize. Aide said, looking at her. It's been a crazy few weeks. And I'd like it if we could put them behind us. We need to stand together if we have to do this. He was right as always. But Emaia didn't want to forget what had happened between them. She just couldn't. But for the sake of the night. She put a smile on her face and nodded. To the future. Then. She said and rose her mug. Aide nodded and watched as she drank. When she kept gulping down the ale and then set down the half-empty mug. Aide rose a brow. Easy there. I have the feeling you're not used to drinking much. Don't you drink? She asked when she couldn't help it. I've actually never seen you eat or drink anything. Aide watched her for a moment. Then looked at the grilled chicken on the table. He reached for a chicken wing and took a bite. He chewed slowly. There. I ate. Happy now. Emaia watched his throat move as he swallowed. There was something intense about that. Overjoyed. He then smiled a little and stood up. I'm going to retreat for the night. Already Honky suddenly hiccuped when he caught the end of Aide's sentence. Come on. Stay a little longer. It's not even midnight. Enjoy yeself, sorry. Aide smiled and patted Hanky on his shoulder. You have fun. He turned his eyes to Emaia. Don't drink too much. Ha, Hanky exclaimed. There's no such thing as too much. Aide gave Emaia one last stare before he walked towards the stairs. She saw him enter the room with 13 etched onto it. Emaia stayed up with the men. Eating. Drinking. Laughing. She remembered Aide's advice. But after another mug, she decided it didn't matter. Tonight was the night a new chapter begun. Emaia still felt courageous from the helpful ale she had consumed earlier. As she confidently walked down the hallway. Shizo. Shiba. Shiti. She wasn't drunk. Just slightly braver than she usually was. She knew what she wanted to do tonight. What she had wanted to do for a long time. Really. She just hadn't had the guts to do so. She stopped in front of door with the number 13 scratched onto it. She paused for a moment. Should she really do this? Yes. She wanted to. So with a deep breath, she silently, but determinedly, knocked the door. It only took a few seconds for the reply to come. Come in. She quietly turned the knob of the door and pushed it open. To reveal Aide standing by his bed. Emaia froze in the door. As he turned his head and looked at her, he was wearing nothing but his black leather breeches and was completely exposed from the waist up. He was holding a cloth in his hand and she now noticed how his skin was slightly wet. He had just bathed. The muscular swell of his chest and the dark, flat nipples were lightly shining and pebbled with small drops of water. Every perfectly curved contour of his muscular body was accentuated by the dancing shadows from the candlelight. And his tattoos looked whimsical the way they decorated his pale skin. His silver hair was resting on his back in a loose braid, reflecting ever so slightly in the light. This is the second time you've walked in on me bathing. Aide pointed out and rose a small smirk to his lips. One would almost think you were planning it. Emaia blushed deeply, but couldn't get herself to look away. He was beautiful. I promise. I'm not. She answered and closed the door behind her. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? I expected you to stop by tonight. Aide quietly said and looked away from her. I just thought it would be later. Wow. Was she that obvious or just really predictable? How did you know it was me? Then, it could have been someone else. They could have walked in and seen you. Your scent gave you away. My scent? Emaia feebly asked. What do I smell like? Like lavender and oranges. He replied and glanced at her. And at this moment. Ale. Emaia was a little stunned. She bathed her hair in orange juice back when she lived in Roche. And lavender had been her choice of perfume. She hadn't used either of the scents since she left. I'm not drunk, she replied and took a step closer. I know. I just thought I'd stop by. I know that. Too. How? Because you've been drinking. Aide replied. It gives one courage to do things one might not would do sober. Well, in that case, you probably know why I'm here. Emaia replied and carefully walked closer. I do. And it's not going to happen. Why not? Emaia asked and stopped in front of him. Being this close to him, she could see every whimsical line carved into his white tattoos. The soft flickering flame from the candle made them dance on his chest. You know why? Aide said and dropped the cloth onto his nightstand. Before he turned to face her. And trust me when I say, spending the night with me will only set off a whole new set of problems. Emaia gently frowned at his harsh words and studied his chest instead. She let the tips of her fingers connect with his chest, softly tracing along his beautiful body art. Where did you get all these tattoos from? She noticed little goosebumps rise on his skin wherever she touched him. It was obvious how much she affected him. Why wouldn't he just admit it? I made them myself, Aide replied. His voice had lowered into something dark and husky. He gently lifted his hands and let them curl around her wrists, making her hands stop. It tickles. Emaia's eyes shot up to meet his and found his crystal orbs watching her intensely. They were darker than usual and held something in them she couldn't explain. A look she had never seen on his face before. Sorry. She softly breathed and blinked away from his piercing stare. It was making her stomach coil in a bundle of hot emotions. Why did you make them? They are ancient elf prayers, Aide spoke, his voice dropping another octave. Each symbol is a word. They are beautiful, she murmured, and frowned a little again. What do they mean? Aide's hands dropped and left her hands hovering just above his chest. He then sighed. You should go back to bed, Emaia. It's late. She had gotten too close to him again. And he had locked up once more. But this time she refused to let him go back into his hiding. No, she replied and looked up at him. I want to stay, Emaia. Aide sighed and looked down at her. His eyes were a sea of emotions. How many times do we have to do this? How many times do you want me to discourage you? It's not broken, she murmured. Here. Feel for yourself. She grabbed his hand and brought it to her chest. He made the tiniest objection, but eventually let her rest his palm across her upper chest. See, beating. Not broken. Why do you do this? Aide asked and lifted his hand to her chin. He softly lifted her head and forced her eyes to meet his. You challenge yourself with the idea of you and me having a future. Why? Emaia blinked a couple of times before she breathlessly replied. Because I believe you could one day open up to me and tell me the truth about yourself. Aide retracted. He took a step back and allowed a cold space between them. I've told you, that will never happen. The damage it could do. The repercussions. Emaia silenced him with her lips. She closed their distance again and stepped onto her toes, before she threw her hands around his neck and passionately kissed him. Their lips locked in an intense embrace. Mostly, Aide, trying to resist her. But Emaia persisted, knowing he would eventually stop fighting her. Her lips swept across his, softly letting herself engage with his body. Her hands pulled him down towards her, urging him to kiss her back. Until finally, with a throaty groan, Aide caved and hungrily kissed her back. Heat turned into fever, and fever turned into need. Aide wrapped his arm around her waist, while the other softly pushed her hair out of her face. His lips became almost demanding against hers, pushing and seeking for a need he secretly longed for. Emaia engaged with him and released a soft sound. when his tongue moved across her lips and then engaged her mouth. He eagerly stole intense sounds of pleasure from her and worked her body into a knot of intense sensation. Somehow, in all the heat, she had gotten him onto his bed. And somehow she was now straddling him. When Emaia ran out of breath, she reluctantly pulled away, only to catch a quick breath, so she could kiss him again. But unfortunately, that was all the moment Aide needed to come to his senses. Emaia, stop this. Please. She eagerly ran her hands down the planes of his chest that tightened beneath her touch. Stop it yourself. If you really want to. You know I can't. Aide huskily breathed, and cupped her face with his hand. You so desperately want me to kiss you. To feel intimate with you. And my instinct is telling me to keep going until you're satisfied. I like your instinct. You should listen to it more often. Emaia murmured and sealed her lips across his again. She savored the sweetness of his lips for just 3 short seconds, before he pulled away with frustrated groan. Emaia. I can't. Not when my head is telling me it's bad. Really bad. But I am bold. Remember, she gave him a challenging glare before she relentlessly engaged his lips again. Emaia knew she would never have dared to say or do what she was doing right now in a sober condition, like Aide had pointed out. But the ale gave her courage and brought out a whole new side of her that she had to admit she liked. Aide forcefully kissed her back, giving into temptation once again. His hands roamed her body, leaving hot trails wherever his fingertips graced. A soft sound escaped Emaia's lips as his hands rounded her hips and applied pressure. Her nails scraped down his chest and drew an animalistic growl from his lips. He withdrew from her mouth and curled his lips into a snarl. You are challenging. Very. Emaia smiled, pleased with herself, and let her nails dig into the hard muscles of his arms. You like that, Aide growled lowly, and applied firm pressure to her hips. You like this? Emaia made a loud sound and grasped his arms, holding onto him tightly, as a gush of intense sensation flooded in between her legs. It was just like in the forest. What was happening? This has gone on for long enough. Emaia. Aide breathed heavily and looked into her eyes. We are going to stop this now. Is that so? Emaia challenged and looked down at him. Well, I guess you're going to have to make me. She crashed her lips against his and engaged him once more, relishing in joy when she heard a throaty growl escape his lips. His lips parted, and with a forceful movement, he sat up so that they were now in a seated position. Emaia was still straddling his thighs, as his hands came around her hips and slid their way up her waist to her spine. Heat rose in her body for every move that he made, for every demanding closeness from his tongue and every low growl she drew from his chest. The heat was spreading everywhere inside her, her stomach, her chest, her lower region. A knot was again tying itself bigger and bigger in her lower abdomen, until it became almost painful. She didn't know what she needed, only that Aide was making her feel this way. And somehow, she knew that he was the one who could help her release it. But then, out of nowhere, Aide abruptly pulled back and cursed loudly in what had to be Elven. Emaia opened her eyes in shock and found him recoiling with his eyes closed and lips pressed together. Aide. What's wrong? She asked, concerned, and pressed a hand to his heart. What's happening? Aide flinched by her touch and vigorously shook his head. He scrambled away from her, almost causing her to fall off the bed in the process. Aide, she screeched and watched as he stood up and turned away from her. Tell me what is going on. She heard a hiss, followed by a hushed curse. Leave now. Emaia. Go. Not until you tell me what is going on. She demanded again and stood up herself. She didn't get it. One moment they were close, the next he couldn't be near her. Had she done something wrong, Aide? Tell me. Aide simply took a number of deep breaths. But didn't turn around to face her. Just. Please, go. Emaia walked up to him and placed her hand on his back. Look at me, Aide. Please. He jerked by her touch, and then his entire body went rigid. Please. Emaia. I'm begging you. Go. Don't make me do something I don't want to. Aide. Emaia said. Carefully. He sounded so frail. Almost. Scared. Just leave. He growled and turned around angrily to face her. This is not happening ever. The reptilian-eyed Aide with the elongated canines was back. The yellow eyes glared at her, almost glowing in the darkness. Emaia slowly backed away. Reluctantly. She wasn't scared. Just surprised. It was the second time she had caused this reaction from him. It frightened her a lot less now than it did the first time. Aide. What's happening to you? She pleaded. Tell me, and, Emaia, don't make me force you out. Aide growled. But she noticed the canines grow backwards to their normal size. Leave. It's your last warning. Emaia didn't want to leave. But she had no choice. Aide was closing up entirely. And at this point, there was nothing she could do. With a last soft look at him, she slowly turned around and opened the door. Aide turned around again and supported himself on the windowsill. It took several deep breaths. Emaia silently walked out and back to her room, completely lost in her thoughts. Something had happened in that moment on the bed. Just as she was reaching some level of intense sensation, he had responded to that. Something inside him had, and had caused him to react strongly. Now more than ever. She knew he was scared. But of what? Was the real question. That morning when they woke up, most of the men were hungover. Hanke looked pitiful. The shell looked queasy. But Emaia escaped with a small headache. Nothing a little fresh air couldn't cure. There was an awkward tension between Emaia and Aide. As they made ready to leave, they had traded their wagon and horses out for 4 small sleds, which were all able to handle the steep mountain terrain. They were packed with thick pelts, warm clothes, dried food, and all of their weapons. Unfortunately, each sled had to be pulled by hand. We have to head through the Aranhade Mountains, Aide told them, while they started walking out of town, towards the border. It's the fastest route to the Aranhade forest. But it's not an easy way. We have to look out for avalanches and snowstorms. As long as we get there faster. Hanke bickered, while he groggily pulled on his coat. With the right attitude, I can get us all there in 2 days. Then let's put our long leg ahead and start marching, Hanke shouted. To the gates. So they started heading north. They crossed the borders to the north, and were now officially in the toughest part of the kingdom. At first, Emaia didn't even consider the north to be cold. In fact, she couldn't even see what the big fuss was about. Everyone who had ever been to the north, and come back alive to tell about it, had always described the cold to be almost unbearable. But as their caravan headed into the soft landscape of frosty ground and chilly air, the north didn't seem so bad. But then, as a few more hours went by, the frosty ground became whiter and whiter, and the air so cold, Emaia could see her own breath. She was starting to feel the cold, as did the rest of the men, as they continued heading up the mountain. Big frost-coated fir trees made their passage narrower as they got higher. When another hour passed by, and the temperature dropped lower, Emaia took back her previous judgment of the north. The north was indeed cold. The men around her started pulling on their thick pelt coats and gloves. And at one point they even had to stop to change to warmer breeches. Emaia forced herself to keep going, even though she could barely breathe. The cold started to cut like knives in her lungs. However, as the hours of walking, dragging the sleds, and freezing continued, some of the men started to complain. The cold was becoming too much. And now that the sun was lowering, so was the temperature. For God's sake. Are we almost there? Hanky suddenly barked. After another half hour, a nasty snowstorm was taking on and brought along a thick wind of cold snowflakes. Some of the men seconded his question, and they all looked towards Aide. He had mentioned a place where they could shelter for the night. A clearing, as it were. But so far, they were still surrounded by big fir trees. Aide heard their complaints and glanced back at the men. I promise. Your suffering is almost over, he assured them. We're almost at the clearing. If we stay on this track and keep the same pace, we'll be there within 20 minutes. The men can't take much longer. Elf. Ye better not be wrong. Honky shouted as the whole group started moving again. Emaia looked at Aide, who started walking again, this time setting the pace to a steadier one. She noticed how he wasn't bundled up in any warm clothing, like the rest of them. His long silver hair blew freely in the snowy wind and his arms were barely covered by his cloak, with his leather armor as the only thing to keep him warm. Emaia wondered how on earth he could stay warm in a weather like this. Sure, he grew up in this area, but that didn't mean he was immune, did it? Her teeth were chattering uncontrollably by the time Aide finally pulled the group to a halt. They had reached a small open space in the middle of the forest, where there was just enough space for them to set up camp for the night. Hanky ordered the men to set up their tents and soon they were all unloading the sleds. Emaia felt frozen to the bone, even with her thick coat, scarf and isolated boots. She was still chattering, as if she was naked. She fumbled with the frozen ropes on one of the sleds for a few minutes, before she finally decided to just pull her tent out from under it. On the third pull, she managed to pull it out. But in that moment, she lost footage in the snow. She almost fell backwards. If it wasn't for a pair of strong hands that caught her, she yelped in shock and found herself looking up into a pair of silvery white eyes. You were sending out stress signals, Aide murmured and slowly helped her up on her feet. So I came to see how you were holding up. Not a moment too late. Emaia gathered her pelt tighter around her body, as a gush of wind made her skin nibble. Stress signals. What do you mean? I could hear your heart and pulse drum. Not to mention your teeth chattering, Aide replied. How are you feeling? Emaia slowly swallowed, still feeling the thick tension between them. Aide was acting as if they didn't just have a very intimate moment last night. I'm fine. Thank you. She lied, and tried to take a step, only to realize she was knee-deep in snow. This caused her to almost fall over again. But Aide quickly caught her. You're cold and exhausted, and not used to this climate, Aide said and helped her stand up again. You need to rest. I just need tea to set up my tea tent and I'll be fine, she replied, through frozen lips. Let me give you a hand, Aide offered. And before she could even respond, he was already pulling her tent out of her hands. I can do it myself. Emaia stuttered and struggled her way through the snow, after Aide, who was searching the ground for a good spot. I've done it a million times before and I don't doubt your ability to set up a tent. But I am however doubting your ability to walk in snow, Aide responded, as he started setting up the pins. All around them, men were doing the exact same thing, helping each other plow through the snow, until they had a flat area to sleep on. I've just been walking for too long. My legs are tired. That's all. She lied again. and started picking up one of the pins. To mark the tent. Fine. Sometimes, it's alright to admit defeat. Aide then spoke and stopped what he was doing to look at her. It doesn't say you're weak. Because you're a woman. It says you are a human under new circumstances. He turned his head and looked at the men. All of them are too proud to admit they are exhausted. But that's the downside of being a male. They all want to prove they are unbreakable. But it can also show strength to admit you are in over your head. He smiled and looked back at her. And that is not something you need to lie about. Emaia pressed her lips together. He had known she was lying to him. That was the thing about him, he always just knew. It was killing her. It was like he knew everything she was going to do. And he saw through every lie she made. Yet she knew close to nothing about him. You're right. She admitted quietly and looked at her feet. I just wanted to show that I was just as strong as them. You are. And more too. Aide said and softly lifted the corner of his mouth into a half smile. Your strength is within you. Emaia noticed the wind grab onto a few of the big fir trees, causing some of the resting snow upon them to fall down and cover their trails. A few yards away, she heard Hanky shout nasty curses at the snow, while the men continued their effort to rise their tents. Aide brushed the snow off his shoulder with the softest touch of his hand, before continuing lining up her tent. Emaia became too curious not to ask. How could the snow not affect him? She was freezing her skin off. And there he was, covered in cold snow. Not even as much as flinching. She just had to ask, why aren't you sea cold? Aide looked up from the snow and glanced at her. His lips twitched before he continued his work. I was wondering when you would ask me that. You're not wearing as much as one glove. Emaia breathed and looked at how he dug through the snow like it was tempered water. You don't even look to be bothered. What gives? Aide waited a few seconds to answer, before finally standing up and admiring his work. It's one of the few perks of being a Northern Elf. I don't feel the cold. You don't feel the cold? She breathed, shocked. At all. Aide didn't answer. Just walked up to her and took the pin from her hands. He finished the lining of the tent, and then moved on to the pelt covers. Well, that must be an amazing gift. Emaia carefully continued. I wish I didn't feel the cold. Aide just smiled as he layered the pelts on the pins, until it finally covered everything and left out the cold. The wind roared by and blew another shipload of snow in their faces as everyone finally started to settle down in their tents. Thank you, Emaia said and turned to Aide, who started to walk towards the rest of the men. I owe you. Aide shortly turned and looked at her. You don't owe me anything. He silently smiled, before turning back and wandering off to the rest of the men. Emaia waited a few more seconds, as she watched him go around and help a few of the other men, who were still struggling with their tents. It seemed like nothing had happened last night to him. It was one of his defense mechanisms. Emaia knew that. But right now, she didn't mind. It could wait. And Aide knew that, too. Emaia climbed into her cozy tent and bundled up in her pelts. But even though Aide had done a thorough job, and she was lying beneath at least 3 pelts, the cold was still too much for her body to handle. She couldn't stop shaking and her teeth were starting to hurt from all the chattering. Her body was exhausted, but she couldn't find any rest or warmth, no matter how much she tried. A few moments later, she discovered she wasn't the only one with that problem. From afar, she heard Hanky shout Aide's name. She heard voices, but the wind prevented her from hearing what was being said. Her curiosity piqued, so she carefully stuck her head out of her tent to find Hanky, and a few other men gathered around Aide in what seemed to be a discussion. is too bloody cold for any of us to get a glimpse of sleep. We can't keep warm. Thanks that blasted snow, Hanky shouted over the wind. This is all ye fault. Elf. If we had just stayed in Dalion, you would be dead by now. Aide interjected and crossed his arms. The king's men don't know we've gone to the north. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find us. No man, not even the king's men, could stand holding guard in these temperatures. I bloody well understand. No one can survive here. Beside this, ye bloody Elves. Hanky raged and bashed his foot in the snow, making the snowflakes fly around them in a wild chaos. We might as well have stayed in Dalion, since we're all going to die from the cold anyway, unless... Dash suddenly cut in. He seemed insecure, as he awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, it's really just survival 101. Which is Hanky angrily waited. Dash hesitated. Well, sharing body heat. Aide cut in. When Dash'll seemed to have clammed up. The men need to bunk together to stay warm, by lending each other your body heat. Your bodies will generate warmth. Hanky seemed to have reached his limit. Are ye suggesting that we men should cuddle together, while sleeping under the same blanket, even from her distance and in the sparse light? Emaia could see Hanky turn a vivid shade of hot red. Well, the cuddling will certainly help. But all I am saying is that if you want to make it through tonight, this is your best option. Aide commented and leaned his head slightly to one side. But you should know that where I am from, men and women are free to share their beds with whomever they see fit, even if that means that someone is of the same gender as them. Aide added, when Hanky looked to be losing his temper. It's an elf law, let not thy gender define thine voice. Right or love, I don't want to hear what kind of nonsense ye kind likes. Hanky growled and looked at Dash. What I need to know is if there is any other option. Dash'll shrugged and pulled his pelt tighter around himself when a brisk wind flew by. At this point, my feet are as numb as my backside. If sleeping with another man for one night will keep me warm, then I sure as hell can make that sacrifice. It's either that or die. Hanky seemed to be thinking carefully about Dash'l's words, before looking to the rest of his men. Can the rest of the group handle this? He asked them. He turned angrily towards Aide and pointed a thick finger at him. This is just one night. We won't ever have to do this again. Am I right? It's just for tonight. Aide replied. Hanky turned to his men and then shouted to them, all right men. This is no time to be proud or stubborn. If we want to survive this blasted cold, we need to bundle up, find a partner and sleep together for the night. Ye can give me all ye curses at dawn, but right now we just need to get some warmth before we freeze our bloody members off. Now get moving. The men seemed too tired and exhausted to really care, so they all awkwardly selected a sleeping buddy and huddled up in their tents. Dash looked around, and then suddenly spotted Emaia, who was poking her head out of her tent. He frowned concerned and looked at her. Oi, guys. We got a minor problem. What about the lady? He asked and looked at Hanky and Aide. We can't ask her to sleep with a man. That wouldn't be right. Emaia could very well hear them talking about her and therefore decided to join the conversation herself. She bundled herself in her pelts before crawling out of her tent and joining the group. Well, maybe she isn't as cold as the rest of us, Hanky questioned. We did give her an extra pelt. Well, maybe you should ask her, instead of just deciding for her. Aide cut in and looked at Emaia, who was now standing beside them. Both Hanky and Dash looked surprised to see her there and obviously hadn't seen her coming up to them. Why aren't you sleeping? Dash awkwardly asked, scratching his neck with a thick glove. Same reason as you two. I assume. Emaia bit, and looked from Dashiell to Hanky. What is this about sharing body heat? The elf boy says it's the only way to get through the night. Hanky bickered and shot a cold glare towards Aide. But don't worry. Me lady. I can keep you nice and warm through the night. Me wife always says that I am my own heat source. Hanky nodded proudly, and patted his beer gut. I don't think she will want to sleep next to the equivalent of a fat, smelly grizzly bear, who snores louder than this wind. Dashiell snorted and crossed his arms. Whereas me, on the other hand. Ye, Hanky shouted. Ye are as scrawny as a stick. Plus we all know ye won't be able to keep ye hands off a fair maiden like her. He spat and shot him a viscous look. Well, at least I'm not married and offering to sleep with another woman who is half my age, Dashiell retorted. Enough, Emaia shouted and held up her hands to shut them up. I'll make my decision on my own. Hanky and Dashiell eyed each other out. Before they both nodded and looked at Emaia. Who do you choose then? Emaia looked from Dash to Hanky, until her eyes finally stopped on Aide. He was still standing there, quietly letting them settle the argument themselves. I choose Aide. What? Both Hanky and Dashiell exclaimed in unison. Him, Dash snapped. The elf, Hanky shouted. Yes. Him, Emaia said and crossed her arms. They all turned to look at Aide, who looked somewhat uncomfortable with how the situation had evolved. Emaia, are you sure that is a good idea? Aide asked with a raised brow. Of course only him and Emaia understood the real meaning behind that question. It's one hell of a bad idea, Hanky shouted into the air. He is an elf. Emaia. An elf. How can you possibly choose him over me? Dash asked. Wounded. But Emaia had it. It's my choice to make. And frankly, I don't want to sleep with any of you. She bickered and shot Hanky and Dash a sharp look. So I choose Aide. At least I know that he won't try anything. How right she was. Says who? Dash replied. You don't know how his kind thinks. For all you know, he could be hypnotizing you to pick him. Just for the record, elves can't hypnotize. Aide cut in. That's one of the myths. Both Hanky and Dash shot him a flat look. Listen. I don't care about your objections. Emaia growled and shot Dashiell a glare. I am sleeping with Aide tonight and that is how it's going to go. Now, let's get to bed. Before this goddamn storm buries us all 10 feet under, she shouted. Her feet were totally numb from the cold and her nose and ears as well. She was shaking from top to toe and she could hardly stand from exhaustion. She just wanted to sleep. Both Hanky and Dash looked as if they wanted to say something, but they both made the wise decision of keeping it to themselves. Instead they both nodded and turned on their heels. Dashiell gave Aide a long warning glare, as if daring him to try anything on her, before he trotted off to his tent. That left Emaia and Aide standing in the cold. Are you sure about this? Aide asked again. I'm positive. Emaia chattered and wrapped her pelts even tighter. Let's go. They both headed back to her tent, Aide letting her crawl in first. Emaia immediately laid back down, under the warm pelts and pulled them up to her neck. She couldn't stop shaking. She felt Aide's body lie down next to her, him crawling under the pelt as well. She closed her eyes, too tired to keep them open. Also, being this close to Aide was not good for her imagination. She remembered how perfect he had looked when he had been lying under her last night, when she had straddled him. Emaia, Aide softly spoke. I'm sorry about last night. Emaia forced her eyes to open, then immediately regretted it. When she saw that concerned look in his beautiful eyes, she closed them again. Why are you apologizing? It got out of hand, and I should have stopped it before it got that far. I didn't. And I'm sorry. I won't let it get that far again. I promise. Emaia pressed her lips together, wanting to say so many things. She wanted to tell him that she had wanted to go all the way that night. She had loved everything. Even the parts where he had been rougher with her than usual. She didn't want his promise. She just wanted him, but she was too tired to speak, to argue. So instead, she balled her body up in a fetal position, trying to get warm. Let's just sleep. There was a moment of silence, where Emaia tried to lay still. Her body was still shaking from the immense cold and she still couldn't feel her nose. Yet she didn't dare move closer to him. She was afraid of how he might react. She didn't want to bring out the reptilian-eyed side of him again. But suddenly she felt Aide move closer to her. He pulled her into his body and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You're afraid of me, aren't you? He murmured. I'm sorry, I scared you. Emaia shivered when his warm body pressed against her cold hands. She bit her lip. I'm not scared. Then don't be afraid to touch me. Emaia. You need warmth. Come closer. Emaia gave up with a sigh and took his blissful invite. She ushered closer to him, pressing her hands against his chest and snuggled her face against his pectoral. His body was burning hot and felt scorching against her icicle fingers. Even through his tunic, she noticed his body shiver from her touch. Good God. Emaia. You're freezing. Aide hissed and pulled the blanket tighter around her. Here. Wait a second. He reached back and took his cloak from his shoulders and covered her in that too. He tugged it tightly around her small frame, then wrapped his arm around her again. There. Emaia sighed content against his chest and felt his heart beat strongly against her ear. What a beautiful tune. Won't you get cold now? She mumbled, her breath evening out. Without your cloak. You're more exposed, Aide softly suggested. It doesn't make any differences. Cold-wise. My body is designed to withstand extreme freezing temperatures. He told and shifted a little. I could be completely uncovered, and it wouldn't make a difference. Emaia felt her cheeks burn. A fantasy image of him completely uncovered, lying out in the cold snow. His silver hair, a beautiful contrast against the white snow, made her squirm ever so slightly. Luckily, Aide didn't seem to notice. Emaia therefore distracted herself, letting her cold hands softly trace over the muscular swells of his pectorals, down his chiseled stomach. Don't tickle. Aide murmured softly. Emaia couldn't help let out a soft chuckle. She stopped her hand. Who would have known the mysterious Aide is ticklish? Aide chuckled softly. 2. We all have our weaknesses. How true he was. In her case, her weakness was him. And she was afraid that he knew. Do you ever sleep, Aide? For a moment all she could hear was the storm raging outside the tent. It was grabbing onto the tent, making it wobble slightly. When another moment passed, she realized he wasn't going to answer. She sighed tiredly. Good night, Aide. Good night, Emaia. She fell asleep to the sound of his heart beating, a tattoo against her ear. Hey, wake up, someone snapped. Emaia threw her eyes open and found Dashiell sticking his head inside the tent. Get up. It's past dawn, Emaia yelped and looked up at Aide, quick enough to see his eyes snap open from a deep slumber. So he did sleep. His eyes looked confused until they landed on Dashiell and then Emaia. He then blinked rapidly. And suddenly she realized why Dashiell sounded so mad. Emaia was practically sleeping on top of Aide, her head and hand resting on his stomach and chest. Her legs were in a bundle with his, and his arms had been locked closely around her sleeping figure. His cloak was still slightly clinging around her shoulders as a blanket. I'm sorry. The sun usually wakes me. Aide apologized and unfurled himself from Emaia. I'm not used to sleeping indoors. Whatever. Dashiell snapped before he closed the tent again. Why is he being like that? Emaia softly mumbled and awkwardly retracted from Aide. I don't get it. I thought he didn't have a problem with you. I think he has a hard time seeing a human and an elf together. Aide replied, removing his cloak and pulling it back on. It doesn't make sense in his head. Emaia could see his point. She figured it would be like a dog and a cat sleeping together. But she never considered that before now. Aide was as humanly adapted as possible. You're right. She quickly mumbled, while trying to straighten out her hair a little. It probably looked like a mess of red. Thank you for. Oh. No problem. Aide replied. He gave her a half smile before he crawled to the opening of the tent. I'll let you get ready. He got out of the tent and Emaia got herself neatened up. When she finally emerged from the tent too, she found that most of the men were already done packing away their tents. The storm had passed, and had left a deep layer of snow on the ground. Though thankfully, the sky was now clear and blue. We leave in 10 minutes. Pack it up, Honky called from somewhere further away. Emaia looked around and found Aide helping some of the men pack up the rest. Emaia packed up her own tent and soon enough they were on the road again. Next stop, Aide's home. She thought. It was unbelievable. After hours of walking, plowing through the snow, they finally stood outside of a giant wall with 2 large wooden doors. The elf village, Aide's home. The wall was built as a precaution. Aide told as he walked up to the doors. Just in case. He knocked twice. And then they all breathlessly waited. The gates then suddenly opened and the sight that met them blew them away. An entire village of huts. Big tents and even stone cabins. They resided behind the walls that concealed them. The village was lively, elven kids were running around, chasing each other with wooden swords, bows and arrows. Men were pushing around wagons, forging metal under the fire, logging around, chopped wood. And the women were walking around with bowls of fruit, vegetables and even berries. Where they grew all of this in the deep snow was a mystery. But that was the next surprise, the entire village was cleared of snow. It didn't even have snow on the roofs, or melting pools of snow anywhere. It was as if the village had been taken from a hot spot and then placed in the middle of the Aide woods. It didn't make any sense. The minute they stepped through the gates, the elven people of the village stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the new arrivals. And that's where the biggest surprise came. They were met with smiling faces. My hero, a young elven woman with beautiful golden curly hair, ran out from the crowd and bolted towards Aide. Emaia's eyes fixed on Aide, who broke into a smile. Sunshine. The elven woman jumped into his arms and embraced him in what looked to be a bone-crushing hug. I've missed you so much. Mabra, we all have, she chimed and buried her face in his long silver hair. Aide tenderly hugged her back. I've missed you too, Madra. Emaia couldn't help but feel a jealous pull in her stomach. Who was this woman? They looked to be close. They spoke partial elven to each other, but she knew they were saying a name of some sort. But what did it mean? Is this what ye call a small village? Hanky bickered and looked around the huts and tents. It doesn't look small to me. Aide finally let go of the woman and looked at Hanky with a smile. Well, okay. Maybe it's a little larger than previously described. It's been years since I've been home. They have expanded since. Damn right we have. The woman grinned and punched Aide's shoulder. We've expanded all the way up to the coast. The fishing business has really taken off. I'm glad to hear. Excuse us. Hanky spoke up again. Don't mind us tired folks. Yay, 2 lovebirds take ye time. while we collapse from exhaustion. This must be hanky. The elven woman chuckled and looked towards him. Aide described you as a bit constipa. Aide slapped a hand over her mouth. You're right. Hanke. Let's get you settled. This way. Please. Hanky gave Aide a narrow-eyed stare. But nonetheless followed him. As did the rest of the group. Are you as surprised as I am? Dashiell suddenly spoke from behind Emaia. She quickly turned and found him standing beside her. Yeah. I can't believe we're here. It's unbelievable. How come there's no snow in here? Dashiell questioned and frowned. It's like the stone wall is blocking out the excruciating cold outside. You must be Dashiell. Am I right? A voice said behind them. They both turned and saw the golden-haired woman smiling at them. Dashiell raised his brows in surprise. Yes, I am. And you are. The woman chuckled. You can call me Tessa. Or Tesmia, if you prefer. But it's not your real name, Dashiell questioned wisely. Tesmia smirked. No. It's not. And you? She turned towards Emaia. Her eyes ran over body, finally landing on her red hair. You must be Emaia. Heiress of Roches. She nodded a little. How did you know? Hey. Just because we live so far up north doesn't mean the word doesn't come around here. Tesmia smirked and crossed her arms. Leaving Roches to fight for justice. Now that's a real woman in my book. Emaia couldn't help but blush a little. She could feel that Tesmia was kind-hearted and friendly. Clearly she had to be. If Aide liked her, she was beautiful too, everything. Right from her tiny nose to her bright complexion and shining sea-blue eyes, down to the velvet white dress she wore. She looked like an angel. You're friends with Hero, right? She smiled at them. Hiro. Emaia questioned. Why do you call him that? We all have nicknames up here. Tesmia chuckled. You might call him Aide. But up here he's known as Hero. Why? She laughed loudly and showed off a set of pearly white teeth. That's a great story. One you most certainly won't be telling. Aide suddenly came up behind her, sending her a sharp look. Oh. Come on. It's funny, Tesmia pouted. Fine. I'll tell you later tonight. She winked at Emaia. Then turned to Dashiell. Do you want me to show you where you'll be staying? Dashiell frowned nervously a bit, eyeing Tesmia up and down. Maybe he found her a little intimidating. He swallowed, and meekly replied. All right. What about Emaia? I'll show her. Aide offered. It's this way. Dashiell and Emaia parted. Dashiell following after Tesmia, who already excitedly started asking questions about him. Emaia turned to Aide and saw him smiling at her. Welcome to Aranhad, he said and gestured towards the village. My home. It's beautiful. Emaia replied with a warm smile. You grew up here. For a few years. Yeah. Aide replied. Come on. Let me show you where you'll be staying. He waved her along and led her through the village, as they walked deeper into his home. Emaia had to admit she was envious of him. Growing up here would no doubt have been amazing. Big fir trees and the smell of fresh forest gave the entire village a warm, welcoming and safe feeling. Everyone around her seemed happy, smiling and friendly. When she walked past them, they all looked curiously at her and grinned. Some Elven children even pointed. Why is everyone smiling and pointing at me? She nervously asked and looked up at Aide. Aide chuckled, but kept his eyes looking front. For two reasons. One, because times are finally changing. Welcoming you, the people who wants to help the changes come along, is such an honor. To see that there are humans who believe in us means the world. for most of the village. It's their first time ever seeing humans. He added and gave her a smile. So that's why they are staring so much, Emaia asked and looked around to all the elves, who were giving her curious stares. Aide chuckled. Yeah. They think you look funny. We look funny, she exclaimed. You're the one with the pointy ears. Well, to us that's normal, Aide remarked and smirked down at her. Here you guys are the weird ones with the flat, round ears. To empathize his words, he gave her ear a poke. She looked grumpily up at him, and that made him chuckle again. All right. What's the second reason then? She sighed and focusing on their path again. The second reason is something tall and black throttled into Aide, and completely knocked him off his feet with a loud oomph. For a moment Emaia thought it was a cannonball. But that was only until she watched whoever had attacked Aide wrestle him around on the ground. I got you. You attractive son of a pleasant woman. Emaia now saw it was a black-haired male elf, who looked roughly around the same age as him. He had sharp features, and wore a black tunic and black breeches. He was quite attractive, she had to admit. And he was smirking down at Aide. Aide coughed on the ground, groaning up at the guy who was pinning him to the ground. Kai. For God's sake. You annoyance. You've gotten old. Mabra. The elf, Kai, as Aide had called him, said. You used to be able to step out of the way before I hit you. We were kids. And you were slower, Aide commented and looked up at his friend. Now get off me. I think Dom will flip if he sees us like this. He's by the docks, unloading the fish for tonight, Kai replied, but nonetheless got off him. He offered Aide a hand and pulled him up. Old man. Easy, Aide warned, and gave him one of his piercing stares. I'll take you down any day. Just not right now. Why not? Are you chicken? Aide turned his eyes to Emaia and gestured towards her. That's why. Emaia. Meet Kai, he said, glaring back at Kai. He's an old friend. Kai looked at Emaia and snapped his eyes open, as if he was only just seeing her now. Oh, you're Emaia, he exclaimed and smirked smugly. I see. Pleasure to meet you. When he stuck out his hand, Emaia hesitantly shook it. Likewise. Emaia, he repeated, and eyed her up and down. How refreshing to say a person's real name instead of a nickname. I like it. Oh, please, Aide said and rolled his eyes. You have Dom. That's right. I do. He winked at Aide. You missed your chance, by the way. Dom wants to talk to you. He said it was important. I think it had something to do with Shay. Aide immediately frowned. I see. Tell him I'll come find him later. I need to show Emaia where she's staying. Of course. Kai smirked for some reason. It was nice meeting you, Emaia. Likewise, Emaia repeated. Honestly, a little lost for words. She had so many questions for this guy, and she had only known him 5 minutes. Kai walked off. After patting Aide on his shoulder, Emaia turned and looked after him, watching him disappear into the village. Now you've met Kai, Aide chuckled, after seeing Emaia gaze after him. We've been friends for a long time, and he always does this to me, punch me to the ground. That is. Seems like a fun friendship, Emaia nervously replied. Do you mind if I ask you something? You can try. What did you mean with, he's got Dom? Emaia questioned, unsure. Dom as in Kai prefers men. Aide calmly smiled. He's mated to a great guy named Dom. He's a fisher and, if you offend him, a lethal warrior. Emaia let that sink in. She remembered Aide mentioned that his people didn't let genders stop them up here. She never really understood the logic of that. But when it came to falling in love with someone you weren't supposed to, who was she to talk love? What was it was? It had no limitations. I see. She replied and gave a vague smile. And what did he mean by, you missed your chance? Aide chuckled silently. That is another story. I certainly won't tell. Come on. Let me show you to your lodging. Emaia was curious. But let it rest for now. She followed Aide to a small stone cabin with a wooden door. That looked old. But sturdy. The cabin had a single window and a small chimney. Here we are. He smiled and opened the door. Emaia stepped inside and looked around. It was a small cabin with a pallet for a bed. A cozy fireplace. A table lined with some fresh fruit and berries. And a small petroleum lamp on the beside table. There was also a chest for her clothes. It's cute. She smiled and ran her hand over the chest. Does someone live here? Someone used to. Aide replied and looked around the small cabin. But they left a long time ago. And the cabin has been deserted ever since. Who brought this fruit in then? Emaia asked and picked up an apple. She suddenly started to feel hungry. One of the elves prepared it for you. Before you arrived. Aide answered. They've been preparing for 2 weeks. What are they preparing for? Right. Aide sighed and looked down. That was the second thing. They've been preparing a big feast for tonight. To celebrate the new alliance between humans and elves. It begins at sundown. Oh. Emaia was genuinely surprised. To think that the elves would go to so much trouble to take care of them, the humans who had forced them to hide up here. It was truly humbling. They held no grudges. They really truly just wanted a better world for everyone. Listen. I need to go. Aide said. I have a lot of things to do. Will you be alright on your own? Emaia couldn't see why not. There was food and a bed. That's all she needed. Of course. Thank you. Aide sent her a final smile. Before he closed the door and left, Emaia saw him walking into the village from the window, waving at a few people as he passed them. He was glad to be home. She hadn't even been in the village for an hour. And she had already seen so much of where Aide come from. For one thing, they didn't call him Aide. They called him Hero. He also seemed to become a completely different person up here, younger, more cheerful, happier. It was strange to see him so comfortable. But definitely great. Emaia was too exhausted to do anything. And so she decided to take a nap. The moment she hit her pillow, she was already asleep. That night, everyone met up at the giant bonfire in the center of the village. Elves as humans all joined to eat together. At first there was a bit of tension, especially from Hanky's side. But as soon as the alcohol was brought out, the tension disappeared. Everyone talked. Everyone laughed as if they weren't on the brink of war. Even Aide took part in the festivities, talking lively to his friend Kai. Emaia noticed that a tall, muscular guy with black hair sat next to Kai, talking along in the conversation. She noticed how Kai's hand sometimes sought out his hand and braided his fingers with him. She had to assume this was his mate. Dom. Tesmia had sat down next to Emaia. And Emaia had to admit she wasn't half bad, she was amazing. Actually, she told funny stories about stuff that had happened to her in her life. Asked Emaia about where she grew up. And genuinely seemed like a sweet girl. She even told that Kai was her brother. And that even though she knew him better than anyone, even she didn't know his real name. Emaia found that strange. How 2 siblings who grew up together didn't know each other's names. Tesmia told that elven parents didn't name their children, they let them choose their own names. That way, it was like they were naming their own soul. And that's why only sharing your name with your soulmate was so big up here. It wasn't just a name, it was their heart and soul. She also explained what the words Mabra and Madra meant, and the many variations of the word. Mabra means my brother, or just brother, and Madra means sister. She told, mates often call each other Mala, which roughly means my love or my beloved, depending on the sentence you're using it in. We also refer to our clan as Makla, which surprisingly enough means my clan. The word in itself means more than just my clan though. It means my family, or my home. It's a word that's used to describe a group of people you love. Emaia and Tesmia talked until late that night. All of them did. It wasn't until past midnight that some started to stagger back to their lodgings. The men had traveled long that day, and some were still exhausted. Hanky passed out at one point and was carried off, while snoring loudly. Dashiell must gone too, because Emaia couldn't spot him anywhere. Dom left after a while as well. Finally, all that was left was Aide, Kai and a bunch of other elves who were catching Aide up on everything he had missed out on in his absence. Emaia and Tesmia had stepped a little away from the bonfire and had found a small wagon to sit on. They could still hear and see everything that was going on, but this way they could talk better. And then the waves got so high, I couldn't swim to the shore. I was trapped in the tides, and my strength was dissolving, Tesmia told. I screamed for help, but knew that no one was around. I felt the water consume me, and I was sure I was going to die. She shuddered by the memory, but then looked up brightly. But then, I feel a pair of arms come around me. The last thing I remember was being pulled into shore. Then, I passed out. When I woke up, I looked up into these silvery crystal eyes, encased by wet, black eyelashes. Tesmia said with a faraway look on her face. This young boy with long, wet, silver hair was cradling me in his arms at the shore, looking down at me with a concerned look in his eyes. I remember just glaring up at him in amazing, and the words just slipped from my mouth. She chuckled. I said, my hero. And from there on out, his nickname has always been Hero. Kai started calling him that after he saved him. Too. He saved Kai. Too, Emaia asked stunned. How old was he? 14? I think. Maybe younger. He saved him from falling off a cliff by pulling him up. He was already incredibly strong back then. I had told Kai about my mystery savior, and he didn't believe me. When he then laid eyes on Hero and saw that silvery hair, he just knew it was him. So what does the annoyance do? He exclaims of the top of his head, my hero, and then throws his arms around him. Tesmia scoffed sarcastically and rolled her eyes. After that, they became best friends. Kai was even the one who convinced Hero to come live with us here. He wasn't born here, Emaia asked and frowned. Tesmia frowned too. No. He wouldn't tell us where he came from. He's always been secretive that way. She didn't have to tell her. This was the most information she had ever gotten about him. And it wasn't even coming from himself. You don't think Aide, Hero, will mind you telling me all this? Tesmia shrugged casually. This no. It's not really a secret. Everyone here knows. Oh. Emaia frowned a little. So when did he decide to leave this place? 7 years ago. She sighed. I was 16. I think. He was 19. It was the hardest goodbye of my life. Kai was furious and tried to talk him out of it. We didn't know if we would ever see him again. Wow. Emaia quietly said. There was so much to Aide she never would have guessed. Then, what happened? We said our goodbyes. And didn't hear from him for almost a year. When we finally got word. It was just a short letter, saying he had found a purpose in the world. And that purpose was saving people. And that's when Hero became Aide. Emaia finished. Incredible. You like him? Don't you? Tesmia asked. Emaia blinked up shocked. How did you, I mean? I relax. Emaia. Tesmia chuckled. It's not prohibited. She cut a grimace. When in fact to the human laws. It was, loving an elf was punishable by death. At least not up here it isn't. Hero is great. He's just unattached. Emaia finished meekly. He told me. There was a short silence. Then, Tesmia softly said. He respects you. You know? He thinks you're a wonderful girl. Emaia looked down again when she felt a pinch in her heart. If he really respected her, then why couldn't he respect her feelings? Too. She loved him. And he wouldn't even open up to the possibility of him loving her back. Over by the fire. The elves around Aide grew louder. They started whooping at something. As Kai placed a hand on Aide's thigh. Oh, come on, Hero. Don't pretend you haven't had the urge. Kai laughed. And to Emaia's shock, flashes a set of elongated canines at Aide. She thought that was something specific to Aide only. But it seemed that the fangs were another elf trade. Now the question was, were the reptilian eyes? Aide simply chuckled at Kai and removed his hand. Don't tempt me. Kai. I think Dom would have something to say about me contacting you intimately. Heck. I think he would roll with it and join in himself. All of them laughed. But Emaia blinked confused and turned to Tesmia. What are they talking about? Tesmia grinned and brushed one of her golden locks behind her ear. I think they are talking about the time Kai and Hero kissed. What? Emaia gasped and felt a pull in her stomach. But Aide, I mean Hero, he. Let's call him Aide for your benefit. Tesmia smiled. And don't worry. It's many years ago. Back when they were both young and restless. What happened? She asked and shot a glare towards the two grown men. It was hard picturing Aide in his adolescent days. Whereas Kai seemed to stuck in there. Well, you already know Kai's preferences. Tesmia started and followed Emaia's stare. Back then, Aide hadn't really figured out his and well. I guess he was curious. So what happened? Did they become intimate? Oh. Heavens, no, Tesmia laughed. They just kissed. It was late. They were both kinda drunk, and Kai challenged him. He's so proud of having kissed the great hero that he brags about it whenever he can. Tesmia chuckled and glared at Kai. Oh. Emaia exhaled. For a short moment. Emaia thought that Aide preferred men. Too. It would have explained a lot. I actually think Kai had a crush on Aide for a few years. Tesmia commented. Though, as you know, a few years later, he met Dom, and it was love at first fight. First fight. That's a whole other story and it's way too long to tell. Tesmia laughed. Oh bother. I think they are trying to get Aide drunk. Huh? Emaia focused on Aide again and now noticed how Kai kept shoving a bottle of something into his face. Go on. Drink. You have too. It's a dare. And you have your choices. Share an intimate moment with me or down the rest of this bottle. It's up to you. Mubra. Aide rolled his eyes and sighed. You know I don't get drunk anymore. Kai. Give me a break. That's what I'm trying to. You're constantly on the job. Take a chill. Will you? Kai offered the bottle again. Aide gave at him a last glance before he sighed. Fine. Out of respect for Dom. I'll choose the bottle. He took the bottle from Kai. That's what I'm talking about, now drink. 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 The whole group started chanting, while Aide raised the bottle to his lips and turned it upside down. Emaia watched impressed as his throat bobbed, while downing the content. He drank and drank, shutting his eyes as he did. Once the last drop had been swallowed, Aide lowered the bottle and let out a hiss. Emaia's guessed it was because the alcohol burned. The group cheered and applauded him, and Kai patted him on his back. Well done, hero. I see you haven't completely forgotten how to have fun. Well, you know what they say. Everything in moderation. Aide chuckled and coughed a little. I'm gonna go to bed now, before I agree to something dumber. Emaia watched as Aide stood up, a little uneasy in his feet. The sight of him so unbalanced was weird. Aide was always firm on his feet, not to mention responsible. Right now he was neither. And it was strange seeing him like this. Oh. Come on. Why did I just know you were going to say that? Kai scoffed, annoyed. Whatever. I'll see you tomorrow. Mabra. Aide chuckled and began to stagger off. Despite the amount of alcohol in his blood, he actually managed to walk straight, if not a little shaky. Emaia watched as he disappeared into the night and towards his hut. An idea occurred to her. I'll see you tomorrow, Tesmia, Emaia said and hopped off the wagon. Are you heading to bed? Yeah. Good night. Emaia didn't find the need to tell her it wasn't her own hut she was aiming for. She remembered what Aide had said to her back in Marcon City at the inn. When you drink, it lowers your guards and gives one the courage to do things one might not do sober. She knew what she was doing was a very bad idea. But another thing Aide had said to her back in the tent when he was warming her also echoed through her. It got out of hand. And I should have stopped it before it got that far. I didn't. And I'm sorry. I won't let it get that far again. I promise. Aide kept all his promises, even to himself. When he was sober, he was in constant control of what he said and what he did. But drunk, he might just be weakened enough to let something slip. Like accidentally saying something he shouldn't be saying to her. Oh. But this was such a stupid idea. It was cruel to pressure him while he was in such a state. But he was so stubborn. Emaia feared she might not get another chance. This could be her one shot of breaking through to him. To get him to open up and confess. Even if this wasn't how she would have wanted this to happen. She followed Aide back to his hut, making sure he didn't see her. Once he went inside, she walked up to the door. And after a last moment of considering how bad an idea it was, she knocked. She waited a few seconds, before the door finally was opened an inch. Aide looked through the slot and then let out a long tired sigh when he saw Emaia. What do you want? Can I come in? She asked carefully. Aide looked her up and down. No. Why not? I just want to talk. No. Emaia. You don't. Aide said and met her eyes. Just because I'm drunk doesn't mean I'm stupid or easier to exploit. Now go. When he was about to close the door, Emaia put a foot in between the threshold and stopped him. Aide. Wait. You're right. I'm so sorry. You're pushing your luck with me, Aide said and fully opened the door. I'm not saying no for me. I'm saying no for you. You don't know what you're asking of me. I'm not asking anything of you, Emaia said and looked sternly at him. And you can't speak for me. I speak for myself. Aide let go of the frame of the door and stepped up to her. But that's the thing, he whispered and leaned down to her lips. If I kissed you now, you wouldn't object. So, in a way, you are asking for it. He brushed his thumb across her lower lip and watched as they parted. You're too sweet to be begging me for something so intimate. Emaia. Don't let me do it to you. So you admit you want me? I'm a man in every sense of the word. You're a beautiful woman. He replied. But if I do what you want me to, what my instinct is telling me to do, I'll be no better than the criminals I saved you from. I'll be stealing something from you that isn't mine to take. But I want this. Emaia breathed, grabbing his tunic and clenching the fabric in her fist. I want you. Don't make me beg. Aide's eyes darkened. He swallowed. No. You only think you want me. Now, please, go, while I still have the mind to push you away. Aide. He closed the space between them and pressed his lips to hers, cupping her face in his hand. Emaia gasped loudly into his mouth and grabbed onto his shirt even tighter, dragging him closer. She had missed his touch. Aide kissed her deeply, leaning down to reach her better. He ran a soft hand through her hair, combing his fingers through her red locks. She could tell on him that he was holding himself back. But Emaia didn't mind. This was all she wanted, he was telling her. Not with words, but with actions. Aide slowly pulled away, placing small kisses to her lips as he did. Stop tempting me. Emaia. Stop making me do this to you. You're going to be the death of me. No one is forcing you. She whispered, fluttering her eyes open. All I'm telling you is that I want this. And the sooner you realize that you do too, the sooner you can stop blaming yourself for something you shouldn't. You're not going to corrupt me, or my so-called innocence. Not when I'm willingly giving myself to you. Aide softly placed a kiss on the corner of her mouth. Elf Law Number 4, Thou shalt pray for the souls thou cannot save. Thou shalt pray for the sins thou cannot redeem. And thou shalt pray for the kind that holds no regret. I'm praying for you. Emaia. I pray you'll let go of this infatuation with me so I won't have to pray for myself. I don't want any regrets. Emaia slowly pulled away from him and looked up at his eyes. Will you regret it if you made love to me? Aide looked at her. His eyes sought deep into her soul as he gently pushed a lock of her hair away from her forehead. Emaia. Oh my God. Both of them turned their heads and found Dashiell staring at them, shock and horror written across his face. He glared between them, watching the way they were intimately standing. A look of disgust formed on his face. Emaia quickly let go of Aide, who took a step back and sighed deeply. Emaia looked pleadingly at Dashiell. Dash. This is not what you. Save it. He spat and glared at Aide. I'm not an idiot. He whipped around and ran away, leaving Emaia glaring after him, with shock on her face. She was just about to run after him when Aide stopped her. Let him run, he said and grabbed her arm. He just needs some time to process it. But, Emaia said, looking after his shadow, he was her friend. She knew it wasn't because he was jealous or had feelings for her. It was simply because it was Aide. He was an elf. It was against the laws of nature, according to human ways. It was unheard of, a human and an elf being together. The idea was ridiculous. Go back to your cabin. Emaia. Aide said and let go of her arm. We'll talk about this tomorrow, when I'm sober. Aide slowly walked back into his hut and closed the door, after Emaia glanced at him one last time. Emaia then looked out into the dark, feeling her gut tighten. This was such a mess. That next morning when Emaia woke up, she had no idea what to do or expect. She didn't know who to start with, Aide or Dashiell. Had Dash told everyone about what he saw? Would they all stare weirdly at her as she walked through the village? Would they disapprove? Emaia couldn't see anything wrong with loving an elf. It was no different than a brown man loving a pale woman. They looked different from each other too. But when it came down to it, What was the difference, really? Looks shouldn't matter. The heart didn't have eyes. It just had love. And Emaia loved Aide. At first, it was a little scary to admit. But that was the truth. She hadn't just fallen for him. She had fallen in love with him. And she knew he had feelings for her too. They might not be love yet. But there was something. Every time she kissed him, he always caved and kissed back. And last night he was the one who kissed her. Granted, it could have been the alcohol doing that. But that didn't change things. He had wanted to kiss her. And the alcohol just helped him do that. Much like it had helped her back in Marcon. It had given her courage. And it had done that for him too. But even as much as they had to talk about, Emaia had to find Dashiell first. He needed to know that what he saw wasn't exactly what he thought. He probably thought they were secret lovers. Or that Aide had corrupted her or something like that. It was easy to jump to the wrong conclusion based on what he saw last night. So Emaia left her hut that morning with a knot in her stomach. She glanced around to the people of the village who were already up. Some smiled. Others simply just glanced at her. She couldn't tell if they knew. She hoped Dashiell hadn't told everybody. She just wasn't ready to deal with all their judgmental stares. She searched around the village. Until finally, she found Dashiell practicing his knife-throwing skills behind a hut. He had even set up a bullseye and everything. But the look on his face was clouded. And of course she knew why. Dashiell. He directed his eyes to her. Just as he was about to throw, he paused mid-air. And looked surprised at her. Then he frowned. What do you want? Can we please talk about last night? Emaia nervously asked. She hated having her friend look at her like that. Like she had offended him or called him every dirty name in the book. She wanted her cheerful, smiling, goofy friend back. The one who always supported her. Even when she said she wanted to buy breeches. Last night, he snorted. And aimed at the bullseye. You mean how you and Aide were about to get intimate, how that creature was trying to lure you into his love shack. He threw the small dagger with more force than needed and it hit the second ring of the bullseye. Emaia gulped. Okay. He was mad. But it wasn't fair. He had no right to be. That's not what was happening. Is this the part where you try to convince me that what I saw was just him comforting you? Dashiell replied and sent her a flat stare. I wasn't born yesterday. I know what was happening. No. You don't. Emaia said and walked up to him. She placed a hand on his shoulder. It wasn't Aide who was trying to do anything. It was me. You. Dashiell snapped and glared at her. I don't believe that. Forgive me, Emaia. But you're just too innocent to want something like that. That irritated her. He looked at her like she was a kid and had no idea what the word intimacy meant. Sure. She didn't know the hows of it. But she knew how children were made. She had had enough with all their innocent accusations. Emaia angrily grabbed the dagger from his hand. Aimed it at the bullseye and threw. The dagger hit close to his. Just within the second ring. Needless to say, it was one of the best shots she had made yet. Dashiell gaped. Holy, how did you, I mean. What Aide's been teaching me. Remember, Emaia reminded him. I'm not some little girl. Dashiell. I've grown up very much since I started this trip. I might have been innocent when I left Roches. But I'm not anymore. I've killed a man. She said and felt her throat tightening. And I've been looking at Aide for a long time now. I've been falling in love with him. Dashiell looked like he had swallowed an onion. I just don't get it. Emaia. Him. He's an elf. For crying out loud, have you lost your mind? That's what. Dash seemed to struggle for words. It's against nature, it's weird elves and humans together. It's like. Why, Emaia snapped. Just because he has longer ears. I'm not allowed to love him. It's not just the ears. It's everything about them, Dashiell argued. But then frowned. And you love him? Yes. I do. I love him. And there's nothing you can do that will change it. I love him. The more she said those 3 little words, the more her stomach tightened. She really did love him. And it scared her a little. She had never felt this way about anyone. The way she felt about Aide. To know that someone had such a strong grip on her heart. It scared her. But it also strangely made her feel safe. Aide would always protect it. Dashiell mumbled something incoherent. For God's sake. Emaia. I just can't believe it. How long has this been going on? Emaia thought about it a little. I don't know. It just sort of happened. I didn't expect to fall in love. It just sort of snuck up on me. Dashiell sighed and went up to the bullseye. He pulled out the knives. I just don't know what to think. It weird. Elves and humans. Together. That way. It turns my stomach. It shouldn't. Emaia. It's no different from how 2 men can fall in love up here. And God. Emaia. You're not helping. Dashiell said and turned around with a queasy look on his face. I've been with women before. And I could never imagine being with a guy that way. It's just wrong. How would you know if you've never tried it? A new voice suddenly chimed behind them. They both turned and saw Kai coming up to them with a smirk on his face. Pardon me. I couldn't help but overhear that last bit. Oh. Great. Dashiell mumbled and rolled his eyes. Here comes the speech. I'm not much of a speaker. Kai scoffed. I prefer doing other things with my mouth. So I'll just leave you with this, who you fall for. Or who you love. Has nothing to do with genders. I don't look at my mate and think, oh. He's a guy. I look at him and see the love of my life. Kai walked up to him and looked soberly at Dash. When it comes to love, nothing matters. You either love them unconditionally. Or you don't love them at all. Period. Dashiell frowned up at Kai. But he had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Right. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Good. Kai said and nodded. I think you'll find open-mindedness will help you everywhere around the world. And who knows? It could happen to you. Too. He winked and smirked. Like I said, how do you know? If you haven't tried it. Dashiell grimaced. As Kai turned to leave. Before he did. He winked at Emaia. She smiled back gratefully. She really did like Kai. He was awesome. Can you see what I mean? Emaia said, and turned to look at Dash. Love isn't something you choose. It just happens. No matter who it is. Dash finally sighed. I guess the guy lover had a point. But that still doesn't mean I'm fine with this thing between you and Aide. He bickered and shot her a look. You haven't told anyone. Have you? She nervously asked. Dashiell looked at the ground and fiddled with his daggers a little. No. I haven't. I didn't want to believe it. I can't even believe that he would even allow it. He snapped and looked up. I mean, after everything he sprouted about being all private and mysterious. You would think that he'd have a little more self-control when it comes to he's been more than self-controlled. Emaia interrupted. She didn't want to go into the whole story. So she just kept it simple. Aide is complicated. I'm trying to convince him it doesn't have to be. But he keeps telling me I shouldn't want him. He's right. Dashiell agreed. Emaia pursed her lips irritatedly. I was trying to convince him last night when he was drunk. Would it have worked if I hadn't stopped it? Dashiell asked warily. Emaia sighed slowly. She had a feeling it might have. But it wouldn't have been right. It wasn't how it was supposed to happen. I don't know. But that's why I have to go talk to him. I just wanted to make sure you didn't hate me. Hate you, Dashiell exclaimed, shocked. He dropped the knives to the ground and came up to her. Emaia. I could never hate you. You're like a little sister to me. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I was mad at him. Because I thought he was trying to take advantage of Emaia, threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Dashiell wheezed, surprised. But then hesitantly hugged her back. She couldn't believe it. He felt the same way. He was like a brother to her too. And the fact that he felt like she was family too was, well, it felt more like home than Roches ever did. Thank you, Dashiell. Emaia murmured and slowly pulled away. For what? He asked, confused. For everything. If it wasn't for you, I never would have joined the rebellion, she said and smiled gratefully. You were the one who invited me, who believed in me first. You're the reason why I'm here, fighting and stronger than ever. I owe you everything. Dashiell blushed into a deep red color. And right then she knew she had her friend back. He awkwardly started scratching his neck, while looking everywhere but her. Right. Don't mention it. Emaia gave him one last big hug before she released him and walked away. She woke up that morning so nervous about how today would go. The knot in her stomach was gone and she was positive nothing could spoil her mood. Except she had to go find Aide. She hadn't seen him today yet, and couldn't spot his characteristic silver hair anywhere. Where could he be? When she couldn't find him, she realized she would just have to wait. And for once, she didn't mind. Her mood was so high. The sun was out, and it was a blue sky day. The trees outside the villages were glinting with snow. And that made her want to go out there. She had only seen snow one other time in her life. And it was only from a window, through a moving carriage. Her father had taken her to Tryon City for hunting season. But they had left before they even got started. Since it started to snow, she remembered it as being the most beautiful thing ever. So of course, she wanted to explore the place where Aide lived for a couple of years. She wanted to see the frosty ground and fir trees, coated in fluffy snow, where she imagined he had played as younger. She wanted to see everything. She walked out the gates of the village and started going around the village wall. She followed a small creek up to some beautiful pine trees, which were glinting in the snow. This part of the Aranhade woods was bright, with lots of sunshine, even despite the many trees. Emaia jumped through the snow, kicked it and watched it fly. She was just about to drop down to make a snow angel when suddenly, something caught her eye. A flicker of silver. At first, she didn't really believe it, since she was surrounded by glinting white. But after another glance she was certain. It was him. Emaia snugged closer. When the sight of his silver hair moved, she wondered if he was just out walking, or if he was doing his secret stuff. She really hoped he wasn't bathing again. A third time walking in on him wouldn't look accidental anymore. But as she snugged closer and found his silver hair again, she confirmed that he was indeed not bathing. The blood ran cold in her body and her breath stilled. When what she saw nearly killed her, Aide wasn't alone. He was in a heated kiss with a black-haired elven woman, who he had pinned up against a tree, much like he had done with her back when she had first kissed him. He kissed her passionately, roaming his hands all over her body. The elven woman seemed to love it. She was moaning loudly and tugging at his tunic, trying to remove it in the front. He wasn't stopping her. Emaia felt her insides turn into a heavy, yet empty lump of nothing. She couldn't believe this. Who was this woman? And why was Aide kissing her? She didn't want to believe her eyes. He was kissing her, after they had just kissed last night. Was that why he was fighting her? Was he in love with someone else? This couldn't be happening. She didn't want to look at them. But she couldn't force her eyes away. The woman ripped the tunic off his shoulders and let it fall to the ground. Her nails clawed down the hard planes of his bare chest, leaving small red scratch marks where she touched him. And Aide didn't do anything to suggest he didn't like it. In fact, he started untying the top that covered her chest. It was just a flimsy, brownish leather top, tied together on the back. She wore iron jewelry up and down her arms and had feathers braided into her black hair. White. Cold jealousy and rage spiked in Emaia's stomach. How could he do this? He kept telling her he couldn't get involved. But apparently he didn't mind kissing this woman. What was so special about her? Aide broke apart from the elven woman's lips and whispered something to her in their elven tongue. Emaia wished right then she could understand them. Whatever he said made her smirk and run a thin finger along his jawline. Before she replied, Aide cocked a brow in return. She had seen enough. She wasn't going to stand there and watch while Aide and this woman explored each other's bodies. She stepped back from the tree she was hiding behind, but then immediately regretted it. The frozen ground cracked beneath her foot, and made both Aide and the black-haired elven woman snap their heads to the sound. For a brief second, Aide's eyes met with Emaia's. His eyes pierced hers with those shining crystal orbs. They searched her soul for a response. And that's what she did. She responded by turning away and running. She ran and ran, wanting to forget all about what she had just seen. Her heart hurt. Her lungs burned and her body felt empty and numb. Yet she was shaking from anger. Emaia. She heard Aide's voice and footsteps behind her. No. She thought. She didn't want to hear him out. To even look at him. This wasn't like what Dashiell had seen between her and him. This was unmistakable. They had both been kissing. And he had been removing her clothes. Emaia picked up her pace to try and run away from him. She knew her odds were bleak. But maybe he'd catch the hint. Emaia. His voice was right behind her. Suddenly she felt him grasp around her wrist to stop her, only to pull his hand away with a hiss. Emaia stopped and turned around. When she heard Aide curse loudly, something he never did. It was in Elven. But she was positive they were curses. Just by going from the tone. She then realized why. She looked down at her wrist and saw the gold bracelet she had unwittingly put on this morning. It was one of the last items she had left in her bag. And out of pure nostalgia and a little homesickness, she had put it on. The gold and the blood-red rubies glinted up at her. What a stupid thing to wear it. Considering she knew that elves were sensitive to gold, thought at this particular moment. She didn't mind. Seeing Aide in pain brought her some kind of sick joy. Knowing what he had just done. Aide clenched his hand in pain and hissed. Darn it. That's what you get for being a hypocritical person. Emaia shouted at him. And felt the anger explode in her stomach like thunder. How can you make out with another woman? But refuse to do the same with me, Emaia. Please remember what I've told you. Aide hissed, while still cupping his hand. It looked like he had gotten a severe burn mark. This is what I do. Emaia scoffed humorlessly. Oh. Right. You deceive women. Is that it? And I suppose this woman could give you what I can't. Because she's not innocent, what Aide said and glared angrily at her. Emaia. You don't understand. Yes. I do. She snapped and walked up to him. You can kiss women. As long as they're not me. You give me all this nonsense about how you don't want to hurt me. Or break my heart because you respect me. But yet somehow it's okay to do it to other women. Why them? And not me. Huh, Aide looked at her. Emaia. Please. Try to let me explain. She slapped him. Right across his stupidly defined cheekbone. So hard it made his head whip. Her hand burned with the sensation afterwards. Aide slowly turned his head back and looked at her. Emaia. Don't. She growled. You're an unpleasant person. She stormed back to the village and left Aide standing in the snow. It was ridiculous. How could he say he respected her? But then not respect other women. He said he didn't have feelings for her. So his respect didn't stem from that. So then why did he have a problem with kissing her? It didn't matter anymore now. He was terrible. She could see through his facade. But he wouldn't admit to it. Instead, he hurt her. He could manipulate her. He could try to justify his actions with some excuse. But she was done now. She was finished chasing him. Hoping he would let down his guards. As she walked back to her hut, she promised herself. This was it. There was nothing that could change her decision now. In fact, she swore on top of her other vow. It would have to take a miracle to change her mind. Aide's point of view, he walked across the frosty ground. The earth cracking beneath his feet. The wind blew through the trees and pulled softly at his hair. It was strange being home. So many years had passed. Yet everything looked the same. The small creek that ran through the woods, strangely enough still running despite the frozen weather, was exactly how he remembered it. The trees that were colored white from snow crystals and glinted in the sun's light were just as beautiful. The view of the cold sea across the cliffs, which he had gazed upon so many times, still amazed him. It was all the same. Yet, for some reason, it wasn't. The village had expanded since. The kids were growing up. His friends looked different. But even as everything had changed, he realized that it wasn't his home that had changed. It was him. Well. If it isn't my hero. He heard a beautiful melodious voice speak to him in Elven. Out looking for trouble. A smile formed on his lips at the sound of his friend. He glanced over his shoulder and sent her a smile. Hello. Sunshine. Emaia came up to him. Her soft, golden curls bouncing as she jumped over the roots and rocks. She wore a white, airy dress that flowed in the soft wind. How she was still without a mate was a mystery to him. What are you doing out here alone? He asked her in Elven. You know it's not safe. I'm not a little girl anymore. Hero. I can take care of myself. I don't need you to rescue me again. She smirked. And he smirked back. He thought back to the first time he met her. He had been out wandering the woods when he heard a scream and the sound of splashing water. He had run towards the sound and found, what he at the time had though was a siren, a golden-haired girl, drowning in the wild waves of the tides. He had jumped in, saved her from the water and pulled her to shore. When she came to consciousness and looked up at him with her big blue eyes, the first words from her mouth had been, "My hero." Later he had met Kai, who turned out to be her brother. He had adopted her nickname when he saved him from falling off a cliff. He remembered how he had pulled him up. And finally, when he was safe on the ledge again, Kai had looked at him with a smirk on his lips and exclaimed, "My hero." After that, they had been inseparable. Kai convinced him to join their village. And well, from there on, he finally had a place to call home. After that, their relationship had developed. But that was a completely different story. I know. He replied when his mind finally brought him back to the present. But the last time I saw you, you were just 16. I have the right to worry. Oh. She suddenly said. After noticing a flicker of something on his face, she rose a brow. You have that look on your face. What's wrong? He rose a brow back at her and sat down on a small stone ledge. I have a look. Yeah. You get this sort of sad, concerned look in your eyes. She replied and took a seat next to him. You press your lips together and get a crease between your brows. She ran a finger over the area between his brows. You should stop that. It makes you look old. He laughed loudly at her accusation. Old? How about yourself? You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Was that flirtatiousness I detected? She said and rose a sassy brow. I thought we closed that chapter years ago. We did. But I can't not notice you've developed. He said and eyed her up and down. She had grown into such a beautiful woman. Last time he saw her, she was still a young girl. Easy on the compliments there. Hero. She said, chuckling at his observant gaze. Kai's going to kick your backside if he hears you. He can bring it. He chuckled. How've you been, nah? She sternly said and wiggled her finger at him. We are not avoiding this. Tell me what's bugging you. Then we do. How've you been? He sighed and looked down. There was no avoiding talking about things when it came to Emaia. She knew exactly what to do and say. And she would plague him for days if he didn't tell her. It's the human girl. What about her? She's in love with me. I know. He rose a brow at her. You know, she shrugged casually. We talked a little last night. While Kai was busy getting you drunk. The subject came up. He sighed. Yeah. Well, you know how I work. I've been pushing her away. And it hurts her. I can imagine. Have you talked to her about it? Several times. But she doesn't listen. So a few hours ago, I go talk to Shay. He told while looking at the water stream. Dom told me yesterday that she had information we needed. Oh. Emaia frowned when she knew where this was going. Did she want the usual deal? Yes. I took her to the edge of the forest. To seal the deal, you really know how to make intimate exchanges sound unattractive. It wasn't love. You know that. He replied, but as we begin. Emaia showed up. Ouch. Emaia carefully hissed. She saw you. Yes. How did she react? How do you think? She stormed off. He nodded bitterly. Naturally, I run after her. To try and explain the situation to her. But she won't let me finish. She slapped you. He rose a brow at her. How did you know? Emaia smiled and shrugged. I know women. That. And your cheek is still slightly red. Continue. He scoffed and then turned his attention to the water stream again. I chase after her and grab her wrist. He held up his hand and revealed the red, burned skin on his palm. I didn't notice she was wearing a bracelet. Emaia hissed again and cut a grimace at the sight. Ouch. That must have hurt. Like you wouldn't believe. What happened next then? She called me an unpleasant person and stormed off. Emaia didn't speak for a moment, but simply just sat there and watched him. She studied his face. Then finally. Do you like her? Hero. He smiled silently at her. You know I don't do feelings. They could have crept up on you without you realizing it. She's a great girl. Then I should have fallen in love with you years ago. He said and smiled at her. She went silent. You know me better than anyone. Emaia. You know I'm a lost cause. She didn't speak again for another moment. He knew why. She knew he was right. And that love wasn't something that just got the jump on him. He was who he was, a lone soldier. He softly felt her hand on his shoulder, gently caressing it. Do you remember that time Kai wanted you to throw a dagger at his heart? Because he was so sure he didn't have one. He smiled a little at the memory. He was angry. Because he thought he'd never find love. Just when he had given up. 2 days later, he met Dom. Tesmia grinned. He attacked him. Because he thought he was stealing his weapons. He didn't know that he was just checking them out. Love at first fight. He chuckled. Why did you bring that up, yo? Hero Kai's voice suddenly came from the trees. And then his tall frame appeared. Are you getting too close to my sister again? He snorted as Tesmia took the liberty to reply. Oh yeah. You should have seen him. She told while Kai walked up to them. Trying to kiss me thoroughly. Kai stopped up and shot a glare at him. You better be joking. He rolled his eyes at his friend. Feel free to check my mouth. Ma bruh, I might have to. If Dom isn't looking. Kai confidently replied and cocked a brow. Hey. What's up? You got that look on your face. He rolled his eyes. Tiredly. So people keep telling me. He broke a girl's heart. Tesmia told. Another one, Kai exclaimed. Then made a low whistle. You break the hearts of so many young girls. Ma bruh. And boys. Too. You got over me. He pointed out and leaned back on his hands. You got Dom now. Damn right I do. And he's a way better kisser than you. He let out a bark of a laughter. I was 14. Kai. You can't expect a kid to be a good kisser. I was amazing. You were okay. You wanna say that to my face? Kai scoffed and stepped up to him. A challenging look in his eyes. He chuckled. And slowly shook his head. I told you, out of respect for Dom. I'm not engaging intimately with you. Nonsense. Kai scoffed again and took a seat next to him. You're just afraid you ain't gonna do nothing for me. You know I could make you submit if I wanted to. Kai. Alright, enough. Guys. Tesmia flatly cut in. Don't start that. Remember we were being serious. Hero broke a girl's heart. That's nothing new under the sun. Kai waved off indifferently. I'm beginning to think he doesn't have anything better to do anymore. It was that human girl's heart. Tesmia snapped. As if he was slow. It was Emaia. She's in love with him. Oh. Kai said. A serious crease forming between his brows. Well. That's complicated. He sat down next him. And together. They all three stared out across the frosty ground. They watched the landscape in silence. Until Kai finally sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. Look at it this way. Ma bruh, after the battle. You don't have to see her anymore. She'll forget all about you and find a nice husband. He looked over the frozen ground. Letting Kai's words sink in. It was true. Her life would continue. And so would his. She would find a husband. Have kids and live the safe, happy life she deserved. He would continue himself. Fighting wherever he was needed. But one thing was certain, he would never lay eyes on her after the battle. He would give his goodbye. And then leave for good. Suddenly they all heard it, their sharp elf ears caught the sound of footsteps and the sound of rattling metal. Coats of mail. Swords. The king's men. That's impossible. Tesmia whispered and looked shocked at him and Kai. How did they find us? We're not prepared. Kai said and abruptly stood up. We don't have enough weapons. Hero. Tesmia whispered and looked frightened at him. You have to save us. He closed his eyes. He had to. He knew he did. But with all these humans there. This was going to complicate things a whole lot. Back in her hut. Emaia started to hear some disturbances outside. She was still angry and heard about what had just happened. But this was distracting her. She heard loud, panicked voices outside. Running towards the front gate. What was going on? She stepped outside and followed the scared mob. All the way to the big wooden gate. They were sealed shut. and adults as kids were staring at it with frightened eyes. In the corner of her eye, she saw Hanky arriving with Dashiell close behind. Emaia ran up to them. "What's going on?" she frantically asked when they looked seriously at the gates. 2. Why is everyone scared? The king's men have found us somehow. Dashiell replied while pulling his sword from his scabbard. They don't know how. Nobody knows they're here. Someone betrayed us. Hanky shouted and glared around to his men that were also joining up. We have traitor amongst us, don't be ridiculous. Hanky. Emaia snapped. If we did, Aide would have known. He would have seen someone acting suspiciously. For all we know, he could be the traitor, Hanky barked. He could be the dirty cheat, who's trying to kill us. I knew we shouldn't have trusted him, Hanky. Emaia snapped, irritated. Though he wasn't completely wrong. How many of them are there? Around 4 dozen. Kai's voice said from behind them. He was followed closely by Tesmia. Dom. And to Emaia's displeasure, Aide. She noticed his cheek was still slightly red. Good, she thought, and looked at Kai. So why don't we fight them? We are not armed enough, he replied. And we're certainly not prepared. All we have are arrows. And a few swords. We can't fight them like that. And that gate won't hold them out forever. He turned and looked at Aide for some reason. And that's when Emaia noticed, his hands were slightly shaking. Was he scared, she thought incredulously. That was impossible. It was Aide, he didn't get scared. Mabra. Tesmia said, and looked Aide too. She said something to him in Elven that made him clench his jaw. He looked down at her. Then out to the people. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang. Many of them yelped in shock when the gates started to vibrate. They were right outside, trying to knock the door down. Hero. Please. Tesmia begged. She continued to talk to him in Elven. When Aide replied in the same tongue and looked worriedly down at her, Emaia's curiosity burned in her stomach. What were they saying that they weren't allowed to hear? Suddenly more and more of the Elven people came up to Aide. They started speaking to him in the Elven tongue. All of them sounding scared. And almost begging him. Some even fell to their knees. The banging on the gate continued and made everyone even more scared when the wooden doors started to object. Finally, Aide snapped loudly and held up his hand. All right. Everyone cheered in relief for some reason and stepped away from him to allow him passage. Emaia and everyone else then watched as Aide walked into the crowd that split the path open for him. They created a circle around him where he stopped and glanced down. It took a deep breath. What's going on? Hanky bickered. And looked after Aide. Is he about to perform some rain dance for the gods, or what? He's going to do a little more than that. Kai replied. Emaia noticed he looked a little paler than usual. Dom, his mate, took his hand and squeezed it tightly. Tesmia's bottom lip quivered. And that's when Emaia realized that he was about to do something big, something that was dangerous, which was why they were all scared. She looked back at Aide, who had been standing in the same spot for some time now. The knocking on the door grew louder, and the panicked yelps grew. 2. She had to know what he was doing. So, she walked alongside the circle they had made around him until she could see him from the front. He had his eyes closed. His lips were slightly parted and his hands were still shaking. He looked like someone who was gathering courage to jump off a cliff or something. But then, just then, when the gate protested again, it happened. Small circles of light started forming in his palms. And they stopped shaking. Soundless words formed on his lips as the light intensified. Everyone watched breathlessly, as Aide chanted his incoherent words and let the light fall from his hands and onto the ground like a golden rain. Emaia suddenly felt the earth beneath her quake. It was like small waves of shock were running through the soil. She looked up at Aide again and saw him take a strong intake of breath. His hands were starting to shake again. Before she knew it, he fell onto his knees as a thick wave of energy hit them all. It was so hard that it nearly knocked them all of their feet. Emaia felt like she couldn't breathe. She struggled to stay on her feet as yet another hard wave hit them. A bubble of light expanded from Aide and extended to the entire village until it eventually went through walls to the enemies outside. The knocking on the gate stopped and was replaced by the sound of something rattling metal. Emaia guessed that it was the sound of the king's men, trying to stay on their feet like everyone else. When a third wave hit them, the most powerful one so far, almost everyone tumbled over, including her. When she finally got to her feet again, she saw Aide at his hands and knees, struggling to keep himself upright. Kai and Emaia had come to his assistance and helped him to stay up. He still had his eyes closed, but a deep painful crease had formed between his brows. Another wave hit them. Everyone who had climbed to their feet again or were still standing now tumbled to the ground again and landed on their backs. The surge of energy was almost so strong it was giving them all a headache. Emaia had to use every bit of her strength to force herself up on her elbows to look at Aide. Finally, a last wave hit them all and surged through the walls of the village. The rattling outside stopped completely and was replaced by a deadly silence. Then, without warning, Aide collapsed. Kai caught him before he hit the ground, and Emaia helped. Dom quickly came to their aid and helped them keep him off the ground. Emaia got to her feet, as did the rest of the clan. All the elves cheered thankfully and started chanting something in Elven. If Emaia didn't know any better, she would say they were prayers. But every human, like herself, simply just stared in shock as Kai, Emaia and Dom all carried Aide away, deep into the village, to where Emaia knew his hut was. None of them spoke. None of them even asked. Because they all knew. They knew what had just happened. There was no questioning it. Even if nobody had seen it before. Aide had performed magic. Let me through. I can't. Kai. I need to see him. I have to know if he's okay. Emaia. Kai. Emaia came out of the door from Aide's hut and looked between Emaia and Kai. She settled her eyes on Kai. Let her see him. Kai frowned at Emaia and crossed his arms protectively. Madra. The rest of his words were Elven she didn't understand. Emaia listened while he said something to Emaia that made her purse her lips. She replied back to him in Elven. All right, Emaia snapped. I don't care what you guys are saying. I need to speak with Aide. And that's final. I'll fight my way inside if I have to. Kai cocked a brow at her. I admire your spirit. But the fact is, he's still unconscious. He won't be doing much talking. It had been almost 2 hours since it had happened, since he had performed magic. Questions were flying around amongst all the men. But all Emaia cared about was if he was okay. But Kai wouldn't let her see him. Emaia glanced at Kai again. Just let her through. Mabra. She deserves to know. Emaia blinked twice at Emaia in confusion. Know what? Kai sighed and ran a hand through his tousled black hair. We promised him. Madra. I can't betray him. Then let him tell her. Emaia replied. She's seen it. They all have. Emaia waited while both Kai and Emaia exchanged a look. Then, finally, Kai caved and stepped aside from the door he had been guarding with his life for the past 2 hours. Fine. But please, Emaia, don't pressure him, he said and gave her a serious stare. You have no idea what he's been through. What he's seen. If he doesn't want to talk about it, let him be. I won't hesitate to barge in if I hear you forcing him. Emaia nodded gently and released a calming breath. I won't ask him anything. I just need to see him. To know that he's okay. Kai gave her a firm nod before he opened the door. Emaia stepped aside too, giving her a soft smile as she walked in. Emaia immediately saw Aide lying on a tall bed as the first thing when she came in. She faintly heard the door close behind her as she walked up to him. A bowl of warm water, along with a cloth, was standing by on his nightstand. Emaia had been taking care of him these past 2 hours. But he still hadn't woken up. But right now, as Emaia gazed on his frail, unconscious body, she felt all the tension leave her body. His face looked beautiful and relaxed with his dark black lashes resting against his cheekbones. His silver hair reflected softly in the light from a flickering candle. And the soft rise and fall of his chest let her know that he wasn't in pain. She released a sigh of relief. What had happened between them earlier still played in the back of her mind. But like always, when something else happened, something bigger, it just didn't seem to matter anymore. There were so many sides of Aide that she didn't know about. And he had just revealed the biggest one yet. He knew magic. Suddenly Aide started to stir. He pressed his lips together and a crease formed between his brows. He flexed his fingers. Emaia felt her pulse rise. Aide. By the sound of her voice. His eyes opened and he softly turned his head to her. His eyes met hers. Emaia. His voice was dry. And something in his eyes seemed wrong. The shiny crystals she usually loved gazing at were clouded. It had that same traumatized look she remembered from the first time she looked at him. Only now it wasn't something that loomed in the shadows, it was right there. Up front. Clearer than ever before. How are you feeling? She carefully asked. As Aide slowly turned his head back and closed his eyes. Tired. But that's to be expected. Can I get you anything, Emaia? We both know you're dying to ask. That's the only reason you're here. Based on what happened earlier. I highly doubt you're here to check if I'm okay. Emaia blinked shocked at him. How could he even think that? For the past 2 hours. She had been pacing the ground outside his hut. Asking Kai if there was any change. He had been so pale, paler than usual, when they had carried him away. She thought he was going to die. And that's why they all had looked so scared. Maybe he could have died. In any case. She had been obsessing over everything that had happened between them. And she didn't want things to end that way between them. She still cared about him. She had been forced to admit that. Even if she didn't want to. You couldn't just tell your heart to stop loving someone. You're an idiot if you think that's the only reason I'm here. Emaia fiercely replied. Yes. I want to know what happened. But I care more about your health. Even if you are just a stubborn, unpleasant person. A soft smile tugged on the corners of his lips. But he kept his eyes closed. I've missed that attitude. She scoffed softly. He had practically been dying. But just one snappy remark from her made him smile. And she had even been serious. But it seemed he didn't care. He was just happy to see that whatever had happened between the two of them hadn't broken her. She was a lot tougher than he thought. Aide released a breath. And then, to Emaia's surprise, slowly sat up. He grimaced a little as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and supported himself with his hands. He looked queasy for a moment. Are you sure you should be sitting up so soon? Emaia questioned. How long have I been out? About 2 hours. Then yes. I should be getting up. Emaia watched him for a minute as he inhaled and exhaled a couple of times. He then looked up and met her eyes. All right. Ask me then. Emaia rose a surprised brow. Excuse me. You want to know? So ask. She paused for a moment. Will you actually answer me? You've seen everything anyway now. He replied and closed his eyes. The magic was the last secret. You might as well know the whole story. Her heart started galloping in her chest. The whole story about you, yes. Aide replied and looked up again. You wanted to know me, ask. I'll answer everything. She couldn't believe it. The thing she had been wanting from him. He was finally giving her the truth. Why? Aide cocked a brow. Haven't you been wanting to know? You've been pestering me to open up. So now I will. But why? Emaia repeated. What changed? You've seen. That's what changed. I can't keep it secret anymore. Emaia swallowed a lump. She was actually a second away from finally learning the truth about him. Yet she was hesitating. Why? He was right. She had seen him do magic. Something that was believed that was extinct. She had to know the truth. Start from the beginning then. She slowly replied. She felt her stomach tie in a knot as Aide looked at her. The beginning. He sighed. The words weighing heavily on his tongue. The beginning starts when your story ends. At the final battle. There's another chapter. A chapter that only me, Tesmia and Kai knows about. Emaia took a deep breath. This was it. The moment of truth. Once upon a time. A small elven boy lived happily with his parents in a small village up north. Aide monotonously begun. They had fled from the king's men along with their people. And had begun building a life in the mountains. They were happy. And the little boy was carefree. Emaia knew he was just getting started, but already she felt her throat close up and her stomach tighten. On a cold afternoon, where the little elven boy was playing with his dad outside their house, they all heard something. It was the sound of metal clattering and men with heavy swords. The whole villages went quiet when the sounds grew louder. The king's men had found them. After 3 years in hiding, the little elven boy's father took his son and brought him into the house where his mother had frozen in shock. 2. Fear was painted on her face as the father took his son and handed him a dagger. Aide paused and slowly reached for a small dagger in his belt. Emaia suddenly remembered it. It was the one he had used to carve the bullseye that one time. The one that had some writing on it. He told his son to take this dagger and hide in the wooden chest. No matter what happened, if anyone found him, he should fight them. Just like he had taught him. The father then tucked his son into the chest and closed it so the little elven boy wouldn't have to see what was about to happen. Not moments later. The village was under full attack. The men burst into all the village houses and killed every elf they found. Man, woman and child. Aide looked up at Emaia. I'll spare you the details of what that little boy saw through a hole in the chest. No. I want to hear everything. Emaia said, swallowing a lump. I can handle it. Aide raised a flat brow. Fine. The little elven boy watched as the king's men broke down the door and attacked his parents. His father was brave and tried to protect his mala. He paused for a second. But there were too many. And they ended up slicing his throat, while the little elven kid was looking from his hiding spot. His father's corpse fell to the ground. And then the little elven kid watched as the 3 men took his mother and forced themselves on her on the bed. They abused her until they finally decided to kill her. 2. By the time it was all over, the little elven kid had completely forgotten how to use his voice, or even move one muscle. Emaia felt a wet sensation on her cheeks. And she realized she was crying. And not just a little. A lot. She was crying heavily. She couldn't believe that Aide wasn't too. He sat completely calm and told the story. As if the memory of his past didn't affect him one bit. The king's men then burned down the most of the village. Eventually giving up when the snow kept putting it out. They left with the blood of children and women on their hands and went back to Senwatros to be dubbed heroes. Aide. After several hours of being paralyzed. The little elven boy finally emerged from the chest and walked over to his mother, who was still lying on the bed where they left her. He dragged his father's corpse up against the foot of the bed, and then balled up to his mother's legs while clutching his father's hand. He spent 3 days lying with the corpses of his parents, crying and begging them to come back and take him with them. But no one heard him, not until the 3rd day, when an older elven man who had been passing by saw the smokes of the burnt village in the sky and went to see what had happened. When he arrived, he saw a graveyard of a massive murder, where every corpse was torn apart by scavenging birds or animals. Everywhere he looked, he saw death, until he suddenly heard a heartbeat. It was faint, like a child's. The elf found a thin little elven boy lying unconscious by his parents' bodies. The elf immediately felt his heartache and knew he couldn't leave the little elven boy there. He would surely die on his own. He therefore gently scooped the kid up into his arms and carried him away, deep into the mountains. When the little elven kid finally awoke, he found himself lying inside a mountain cave. It was dark and he didn't know where he was. He had no idea how he had gotten there. He started crying for his mom and dad, asking the emptiness for any sign of life. Finally, he got an answer. It was the sound of something big breathing. The little elven boy followed the sound through a narrow tunnel and finally came to another giant cave. It was so big, he could hear his own footsteps echo against the walls. But there, right in the center, laid the most enormous, mighty beast that has ever roamed the face of this planet. Aide paused and met Emaia's eyes. A dragon. Emaia felt the air leave her lungs, as if all the oxygen had evaporated from his hut. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't breathe. A dragon. He had seen a dragon. Aide, the little elven boy, was too small to understand what he was standing right in front of. Aide continued. He had no idea he was looking at the mightiest creature in the world, and that it was looking back at him. The little elven boy missed his parents and was completely inconsolable. His cries echoed throughout the cave, until finally, the mighty dragon lowered its head and looked at the kid. The little elven boy dried his eyes when the dragon hummed something ever so beautiful to him. Eventually, he walked up to the dragon and placed his tiny hand against its snout. The dragon gently nudged him and looked at him with its big, yellow reptilian eyes. Emaia felt a suction in her stomach. Yellow, reptilian eyes. The little elven boy finally climbed on top of the mother dragon and sat on its head. The mighty creature started to spread its wings, and before the elven boy could understand what was happening, the dragon lifted off and flew to the opening of the giant cave. Out into the open wind they soared, and the little elven boy was no longer crying. He spread his hands and let the wind dry his tears as he rode through the sky on the mighty dragon. According to legend, that little elven boy was the last one to ever sit astride a dragon and fly with it. Emaia felt new tears well up in her eyes. Not even in her wildest dreams could she imagine what that must have been like, sitting on the back of a dragon, soaring through the sky, while touching the clouds with your fingertips. Halfway up to the mighty land of God, they finally came back to the cave again, where the dragon let the little elven boy climb off its head. The elven boy smiled up to the creature and thanked it, because he didn't know any better. By then, the old elven man that had brought the kid there had returned to the cave, after searching for food. When he heard the sound of the mighty dragon, he immediately ran to the cave. What he then witnessed, along with the little elven boy, was the last act of the last dragon alive. The dragon opened its mouth and, unlike most dragons who breathed fire when they opened their mouth, the dragon let out a long, blissful sigh. Its breath was silver and struck the little elven boy, enveloped him and seeped into him. The dragon released its final breath and closed its big yellow eyes. To this day, The little elven boy still remembers that moment when he watched the last magical creature die. Aide's voice died down. And finally, Emaia saw a flicker of emotion in his eyes. It disappeared as quickly as it came. Of course, at that time, he wasn't aware of what the dragon had just done. Not many adult elves knew either. But the older elf, who had seen many things in his days, knew exactly what had happened. The older elf went up to the little elven boy, knelt down before him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told him in the elven tongue that the dragon had just bestowed on him the greatest gift of all. Aide met her eyes, for a brief second. Magic. Emaia clenched her hands when they began shaking. She couldn't even believe what he was telling anymore. He had watched the last dragon in the world die. Not many days after watching his parents get brutally murdered. No wonder he had a traumatized shadow in his eyes. In the years that followed, the older elf started teaching the little elven boy how to fight. The older elf had been a warrior in his younger days and had taught many other elves before the little elven boy. But never one as important. He told him that the dragon had bestowed him the greatest gift of all, and that it should only be used for equally great things. He told him that there were evil things in this world, and that with the dragon's gifts, he could end them. That he was their destined savior. Emaia couldn't help but think that that was a lot of pressure to put on such a small boy. She was sure the old elf had meant it well, to encourage him. But when she looked at Aide now, she could see it had scarred him. He didn't know anything else but to save people. It was his goal in life, that's what he believed. Even worse so. He believed it was something he had to do on his own. That, in the end, he would have to save them all. Aide, the story's not over yet. It continued. Many years passed where they trained. The little elven boy grew. And soon he wasn't little anymore. He was a young man. By that time, the elf had gotten old, and his last days were upon him. When his day finally arrived, the young elven boy buried him while remembering his last words: "Follow the darkness in this world and you will find the light." And that's what the young elven boy did. He left the cave for good, leaving behind the place he had called home for so many years. He traveled down the mountain and through the wild north, until eventually, he heard a girl who was crying out for help. He saved her. And today, she and his brother are his best friends. They took him to their village where he opened up to them about his past, and made them swear never to tell anyone about it. He put an enchantment over their village to protect them from the cold and allow them to grow food on their land. For many years, that was his home. Aide paused and looked down. But as the young boy grew older, he couldn't help but feel this wasn't where he was meant to be. So he took his farewell and left for the world that hated his kind, the darkness in the world. He traveled all the way to the south and finally found his purpose one late night. In the dark slums of Johan City, he saved a girl from being attacked. And later that same night, saved a boy from getting stabbed. The elf learned that he could protect the people, even if their king claimed they were safe. It wasn't until another few years, until he heard about a group who called themselves the Rebellion, that the elf suddenly felt his final calling. He followed them to Bart's city where he met a girl with just as much fire for justice as himself. Aide now met her eyes, and Emaia found herself nailed to the spot. She was encased in darkness, but somehow shone brighter than the strongest flame in the world. Follow the darkness in this world, and it will show you the light. He recited. You were my light, Emaia. That's why I respect you. That's why I protect you. And that's why I can't get myself to lay a finger on you. You're too precious to me. My past is dark. My present is dark. And so is my future. I'm afraid if I let myself touch you, I will kill your fire. I don't want to do that. Emaia just stared at him. Because there were no words on her tongue. Nothing in her head. Not a single sentence. Aide slowly stood up and walked over to her. He stopped in front of her and gently cupped her face. I've meant every word I said. I deceive women. I manipulate. I can easily do it to other women. But I can't do it to you. He whispered and brushed his thumb across her cheek and wiped away a falling tear. He looked deep into her soul. What you saw earlier was exactly what I do. So please. Don't ask me to do that to you. You deserve better. Emaia's bottom lip quivered. After everything he had just told her, everything, all she could see was the man she loved who now again was right back to refusing to loving her back. She wanted more than anything to kiss him right now. To hold him tight and tell him that it didn't matter. That none of it did. But that wasn't the truth. Aide. He pulled her into his body and kissed her, cupping her head into his hands. His lips were soft and tender as he stroked her hair and made her melt in his grip. Emaia felt a tear fall from her eyes as they fluttered closed and salvaged the feeling of his lips against hers. He had watched his parents die. He had watched his village get burned down. He had seen the last dragon take its final breath. He had been taught how to save people from the very childhood of his life. And that's what he had been doing right up till now. He had saved men, women, children, elves. Her. He had seen so much. It wasn't that he didn't want to love, it was that he couldn't. He was too traumatized. Too damaged. She knew that now. Aide slowly pulled away from her lips, and pressed his forehead against hers. Tell me to stop. Emaia. Don't let me do this to you. Stop me. Emaia pressed her lips tightly together, fighting the need to start crying again. He didn't want to do this. But his instinct drove him. He was so used to deceiving women. But he didn't want to deceive her. Only. He couldn't stop himself. She would have to push him away. She would have to stop him. Because he couldn't do it himself, she would have to tell him she didn't want him. Because he didn't have the strength to stay away from her if she kept wanting him. For once. She had to be the strongest of the two of them. Stop. We attack from the north. It makes sense, are ye crazy? That's exactly what they'll be expecting us to do. Exactly. So that's why they think we won't do it, it's so obvious. It's stupid. Exactly. It's stupid. Alright. Calm down. Kai intervened between Hanke and Dashiell. Let's start over. We need to plan our battle strategy properly. Emaia was trying to participate. But she couldn't focus. Things between her and Aide had become somewhat silent after their last talk. And she could barely manage to be around him. Even looking at him hurt. She had said the one word that ended whatever it was they had. She had pushed him away. It was like admitting defeat, admitting that it was over. She had given up on giving him love. And he knew that. Too. Nothing had ever hurt her more than that in her entire life. Knowing it was never going to happen. Because it couldn't. He couldn't. The tension between them was thick in the air. Even if the others had no idea. As always. Aide had morphed back into his calm, collected self the moment she had walked out that door. It was killing her to see how easy he could go back to the way it was. It just showed how little emotion he had left. I still can't believe they managed to find us. Hanke growled. No one bloody knows ye are up here, someone obviously did. Dashiell snorted. My money is on the king. I bet he knew they were alive all along. But was too lazy to do anything. I mean, he already got the throne. Why care, actually? I think it's my fault. Aide spoke up. That night by Lake Monaho. When we got attacked. I let that one thug run. He saw me. He must have alarmed the king. And Ragnar must have started a search. There's only so many places you can hide up here. Bloody fool. Hanke bit out. Why couldn't ye just have killed him? I told you. I don't kill for pleasure. Aide coldly replied. Which is why I didn't kill the guards that attacked us yesterday. That's right. You just scared them off with your little trick. Hanke scowled. It was obvious he was mad about the fact that Aide had kept his magic a secret. Guys. Focus on the war. Kai cut in again. Any ideas? How about this? Aide begun and bent over the map of Sinworth Kingdom they had laid out on a wooden table. He was still a little pale from yesterday. But he was slowly regaining strength. He had to be a part of planning their battle strategies. Especially now when they knew what he could do. We got the support from both Dalian and the western coast. Both of which are producing armor and weapons as we speak. If the Dalians attack from the southwestern angle, and the western coast comes in from the west, we'll make sure to come from north. Right by Lake Monaho. Here. He pointed to the map. Your men. Plus us elves. We'll block their passage from here while the southern elves spread out and close the final gaps. We'll have Senwatras capital surrounded. With both the cities. Plus the southern elves and us up here. That puts us on a total of what? 1,000 Dashel, summarized. Roughly, maybe a little more. Kai affirmed. I think Hero's plan could work. Ragnar won't have a chance to escape. That's assuming he'll actually participate on the battlefield. Hanke barked. That fat old man wouldn't fight. Even if it was to save his firstborn. Good thing he never had any kids. If that's the case. What do we do? Dashel asked. We need to get to him. Otherwise we can't stop his men. We need to cut off the head of the snake. But how can we, if he's well protected in his castle? Kai turned to Aide and rose a suggestive brow. They exchanged a look wherein Kai simply stared pointedly at Aide. As if he wanted him to say or do something. Aide finally sighed and clenched his jaw. He slowly pulled a roll of parchment out from his cloak and put it on the table. This is a map of the king's castle. It won't be a problem getting in if we know the way. By gods! Hanke exclaimed and opened the scroll. On the parchment was a detailed sketch of every corner of the king's castle. It was the official plans of how the castle was built. The signature of the first recorded king in their history books who built the castle was signed in the bottom right corner. These papers were well stored and protected. And only accessible if you were the king himself. How did you? Dashel gaped at the papers. I mean. These are original drawings. Signed by old King Argol himself. I acquired them. Aide curtly replied. Emaia couldn't help but notice the tone in his voice. He refused to meet her eyes and focused on the map in front of them. How? Exactly, Dashel continued. It's impossible. One would have to break into the secret vaults of the castle, and steal these plans without getting seen. I know someone who is known for acquiring information. Aide replied in measured words again. It was as if he didn't want to give away his source. And you got this person to tell you? Dashel questioned, with a skeptical brow. How much did it cost you? Let's just say. Hero can be very. How should I put it? Kai smirked and looked at Aide. Persuasive. Emaia noticed a muscle in Aide's jaw tick. It doesn't matter how I got the information. We need to focus on how to use them best. I say we send a large group of men through this tunnel right here. Hanke spoke up. It leads right to the throne room. It's probably an old escape route. I'll bet you anything that old man will be sitting on his throne and enjoying the view of the battlefield from his fat backside. I say we bring the party right to him and cut his head off. Easy. Fella. Kai said with a look. As much as I like taking heads, I think we need to be a little more careful than that. I think a large pack of men strolling up a secret passage will raise suspicion. Hanke turned a little green. Do ye have to say stuff like that? It was right there. Kai smirked at him. But seriously. We can't just send a pack of men into the castle. It'll be guarded well. Ragnar probably knows about these tunnels. He won't take any chances in case we find them. They'll be guarded too. He'll put his best men on it. So what are you saying? Dashiell intervened. Do we just fight everyone else until the path is totally cleared and then kill Ragnar? I say we send in hero. Kai said and turned to Aide. He has the biggest advantage. Emaia's eyes flew open, and she dropped her jaw. Did he just volunteer his best friend for killing the king single-handedly? I still can't believe he kept something like that from us. Hanke snarled. We met danger countless of times. Why didn't ye use ye creepy yellow light there? It doesn't work that way. Aide replied. Magic is to be used with responsibility. Not just on any little thing. Dragons could use the magic as they please. But I'm not as powerful. The way it usually worked was that the elves channeled the magic through the dragon before they could use it. With the dragons being extinct. I can't do that. My body won't allow that much magic to pass through me. So it almost kills me every time. That's what nearly happened to him yesterday. Elves might be related to dragons. But their blood wasn't as strong as theirs. Aide could hardly handle the magic he used yesterday to scare those men away. What would happen if he took up the ultimate challenge of killing the king himself? Emaia jumped up. You can't be serious. We're not actually going to send Aide in there alone. Are we? They all turned and looked at her in surprise. She had been quiet right up till now. Aide was the first to break the silence. You're underestimating me. Emaia. Magic might tear my strength down. But I can deal with it. It won't be a problem. You almost died yesterday. Emaia snapped and clenched and fists in protest. You were unconscious for 2 hours. How are you supposed to kill King Ragnar if you're out cold? Like I said. I'll manage. Aide snapped back. I've used magic before without it bringing me to my knees. I was just a little rusty yesterday. That's all. I'll be ready for the big battle. So it's settled. Then Dashiell cut in when Emaia just stared with her mouth open. She couldn't believe it. If it'll help. We can help you get through the battlefield. Kai offered and glanced at Aide. Cover your back. As they say. Aide smiled a little. That would be great. Thanks. Right then. Hanke snapped. The elf kills the king. Who killed the elves? How appropriate. Let's discuss details. Emaia couldn't listen to it anymore. They were all crazy. They couldn't be serious about letting Aide run inside the castle by himself to kill a parade of guards in hopes he might find the king and kill him too. It was a fool's errand. As we see the mission. She wasn't going to let that happen. She left them to discuss their details and opted for a walk around the village. Ever since the attack, the city gate had been permanently closed. Nobody was allowed to leave. Unless they were accompanied by someone else. That meant Emaia was trapped in the village with all her thoughts and demons haunting her mind. No chance to get a breather. After a couple of hours, Emaia had pretty much wandered the whole village around 4 times. She settled down by the docks where she found Dom and a bunch of other elves pulling in the fishnets loaded with fresh fish. They all looked cheerful despite their current complicated situation. Being locked in fear of getting killed. Then again, they were probably used to that. They say that the ones who have a lot on their minds stare across the ocean to drown their thoughts. Kai's voice suddenly said behind her. Emaia turned half around and found Kai coming up to her with a smirk on his lips. He was dressed in black leather breeches. And until now she hadn't noticed that his left ear was pierced with what looked like a tooth from a shark. He wore a simple black vest over his exposed torso, which looked to be as chiseled as Aide's. The grin on his lips topped of his attractiveness. Is that an old elf saying? Emaia meekly smiled as Kai sat down on the docks next to her. She couldn't help but notice those electric green eyes sparkle by the sight of his mate carrying a load of fish over his shoulder. Not really. I just needed an icebreaker to get you to tell me what's on your mind. Kai winked at her and leaned back on his hands. What's up? Human Emaia sighed a little. It's romantic trouble. I don't think you'll want to know. Hey. Don't judge me so quick. Kai said. I like listening to people's troubles. I'm all ears. You get it. All ears. Ha ha. Emaia humorless smiled when he wiggled his pointy elf ears. She couldn't do that herself. She had always wanted to learn, but never really got the time for it back in Roches. Her current life was such a contrast to the life she lived back there. Poofy dresses. No male company. Always acting proper. Here. She wore breeches. Cursed and spoke her mind. As well as threw herself at a man who could never love. She sighed heavily. Come on. Spill it. Kai said. Either that or watch my incredibly attractive mate flex his triceps as he lifts those nets. Good grief. He suddenly crossed one of his legs over his other and adjusted his sitting position. She noticed his eyes flash with something dark. Emaia frowned a little and shook her head. She hated how innocent she was sometimes. She couldn't understand Kai's actions. She could tell he was attracted to Dom. But the whole crossing his legs and cursing thing she didn't get. She sighed frustratedly. All right. I'll reveal the secret then. Kai said when he got impatient. You're worried about Hero because you're in love him. Emaia blinked. Shocked. What? Who told you that you're speaking to someone who's personally been in love with him? Kai said with a pointed stare. I recognize that face from when I used to look in my mirror every morning and wonder what was wrong with me. Wrong. Aide told me he didn't love me because he couldn't. Kai smiled. I'm betting he told you the same thing. I looked at myself in the mirror back then, and wondered why he couldn't love me. It wasn't until years later, when I discovered he couldn't love anyone. And that it had nothing to do with me. Oh. Emaia mumbled. She folded her hands in her lap and looked down. I see. At least it hadn't taken her years to find out. He's in denial. Emaia. Kai said and sat up. Hero is capable of love. I just wasn't the right one to show him that. And, besides, I found somebody else who I loved more. He said and glanced towards Dom, as if hearing his words. Dom glanced up at him and flashed him a smile. Emaia couldn't help but awkwardly blush as she watched their exchange of pure love. Why couldn't it be like that for her? What makes you think he can love? She quietly begun. I thought you of all people should know. I mean, you're his best friend. Right. Exactly. Kai smiled and winked. And that's why I know that he can do it. He's just too afraid for love. The darn fool. He was afraid then and he's afraid now. Last time he loved someone, they died. He thinks by keeping himself from loving, he's protecting not only himself, but also the people around him. That way nobody gets hurt. But that's no way to live. Emaia considered his words deeply. Could that be true? You said someone he loved died. Do you mean his parents? Kai shrugged a little. I think Hero loved his parents very much. But the memory of them has faded. No. I'm talking about the dragon. He fell in love with that dragon, not in an inappropriate way, but he really truly connected with it. Can you really blame him? Though. Of course, you couldn't blame him. Emaia thought. That dragon warmed his heart after he lost his parents. And it made him feel loved again for just a moment. Then it died. Does he blame himself for its death? Kai gave her a sideways glance. That dragon didn't just give him its magic. It gave him its soul, in a way. The dragon gave him its life and is now living within him. Do you know when Hero gets really passionate about something? His eyes turns into yellow reptilians, Emaia interjected. I've seen it. Yeah. It scared the life out of me the first time. What were you doing at the time? Emaia felt a blush creep up her neck by the memory. Kai noticed. Oh. I see. A smirk grew on his lips. You caused him to become impassioned. Emaia felt her cheeks flame up. I what? Kai broke out into laughter. Oh my god. You are delightful. Emaia. Tell me something, how much do you know about intimate relationships? Emaia felt herself redden even more. She felt embarrassed that she knew so little. Good heavens. Girl. Kai smirked. You're as innocent as they come. No problem. I'll teach you everything you need to know. Say what now? Emaia choked. Emaia. I knew I didn't stand a chance with Hero back in the days. But I know that you do. Kai smiled sincerely at her. If anyone can defrost his ice heart, it's you. But you need to know the way around the dragon before you can engage with him intimately. Emaia just glared confused at him. Kai doubled over with laughter and hit his thighs. Oh my god. You didn't even get that. Have you been locked up in a tower somewhere or what? She scoffed mildly. Yes. Actually, I have, but it doesn't matter. Me and Aide aren't going to happen. I've let it go. It's over. Especially since he keeps pushing me away and goes around kissing other women. Say what? Kai snapped and glared at her. What the heck are you talking about? Emaia sighed angrily, feeling her old anger begin to boil again. Mostly it was just jealousy. I caught Aide kissing some black-haired elven woman in the woods yesterday. And wow. Wow. Wait, he hasn't told you? Kai interrupted and looked shocked at her. That stupid person. What? Emaia asked confused. What hasn't he told me about Shay? Kai said her name like a curse. She's the master of getting what she wants. She collects information about everything and everyone. She's the elven equivalent of a snake. She can slip by guards unseen. She can blend in with her surroundings, and she's just as sly and smooth. And she'll sink her metaphorical fangs in you the first chance she gets. Kai growled. Emaia frowned. The name sounded familiar. She suddenly remembered the day they had arrived and how Kai had briefly mentioned her name. She hadn't had a chance to think about it because so many other things had suddenly happened. Now that she heard the name again, she feared she would never forget it. Emaia grimaced, disgusted with Kai's description of her. So what does Aide want with her? Oh. No. It's what she wants from him. Kai lightly scoffed. Or from anybody else for that matter. Though her target is primarily Hero, she trades information for intimate favors. Favors. Emaia said, unsure of what that meant. As in intimate contact. Kai harshly stated. I believe her motto is, if you want the fruits of my hard work, you have to give me the fruits of your own efforts. Emaia was still confused. I still don't get it. Kai doubled over with laughter again, which made her feel somewhat dumb. Was it obvious? Or was she just plain stupid? Oh. Emaia. You are such a novice. Kai grinned. She wants physical intimacy. Sorry for being so blunt. But I'm afraid it's the only way you'll get it. He started laughing again when Emaia blushed crimson. Right. She mumbled. But then frowned when the dots started to connect. Wait, so she was the one who Aide got those castle plans from? Damn right. Kai replied and wiped his smile off. You probably know what he does by now. He manipulates. He was coaxing her into giving him what he wanted yesterday by making her believe she would get what she wanted. Clever boy. Right? Emaia felt an empty feeling inside her grow. So he just engaged intimately with her to get what he needed, play the player. Kai winked and flashed her a smirk. I taught him everything he knows. Emaia couldn't listen anymore. He had just been deceiving that woman Shay like he had told. It hadn't been about sex, like she had originally thought. He had been trying to obtain knowledge so they could win the war. She felt so stupid now. Shay looks fairly much like a human. Kai continued. Unaware of the turmoil that was going on inside Emaia's head. She dresses up elven style when she's here. But if she's down in Senwatros, she looks exactly like a human. You wouldn't even recognize her if you passed her in the street. What about her ears? Packed away behind all that dark hair. The guards love her. She's the female version of Hero. She can manipulate any fool into giving her what she wants or needs. That's how she got those plans. So how come she falls for Aide's act? Emaia questioned. If she's that smart. She doesn't. That's what makes my skin crawl. Kai grimaced. She just pushes him around and make him do whatever she want him to do until she finally gives up the information he wants. Hero plays back. But in the end he always end up pleasing her. Pleasing her. Emaia felt her heart tighten in pain. You mean? They've no. Heavens no. Kai shuddered. Ito this pisisir. They've been close to intimacy. But he won't do it with her. He knows what she's about. And he knows the minute he gives her what she want, she'll lose interest in him. So he does a little catch and release to keep her coming back on his hook. Emaia didn't know whether to feel disgusted or relieved. She didn't want to think of Aide even doing such things. But she felt stupid for slapping him. Thanks to his sacrifice. They now had detailed plans of the king's castle. Plans that could help them win the war. Speaking of nice catches. Kai stood up and smirked when Dom came walking towards them, carrying a basket of fish on his shoulder. Hey! Handsome. Hello. Mala. Dom chuckled. He leaned in and placed a lingering kiss on Kai's lips. Emaia couldn't keep herself from looking as Kai slowly kissed him back, placing a hand behind his head. When they finally pulled apart, they both had a strong, intense look in their eyes. What are you up to? Dom asked and glanced at Emaia. You're teaching her intimate things, aren't you? Someone has to teach these poor humans how to achieve closeness. Kai grinned. This particular specimen needs a manual. I'm stepping in. She doesn't know a darn thing. It's practically unfair. Dom chuckled and glanced at Emaia again, who was blushing profusely. Just tell me if my mate is making you uncomfortable. He doesn't have a filter on his mouth. It's fine. Emaia nervously chuckled. Dom was a kind of tall, muscular, strangely grown-up person to be around. It was kind of fun seeing how Kai had fallen in love with someone so adult when he was like a child himself. I'll come find you later then. Dom smiled warmly at Kai. I'll be at home. I might be a while. Kai smirked. But then I'll definitely arrive. They both chuckled. And again. Emaia felt certain she had missed a suggestive remark. Going by the look on Kai's face, it made her feel even more innocent and unaware. Which at this point was quite an achievement. All right. Have fun. Dom gave Kai another kiss before he went on ahead and walked back towards the village. Kai followed him with his eyes until he disappeared out of sight. He then finally sighed. All right, Emaia. Let's do this quick and efficiently. There's a very attractive man waiting for me at home. And I'd like to be there when he bathes. So, Kai said and clapped his hands together. Sit back and open your mind. Because here comes the most suggestive life lesson you'll ever get. And he really wasn't kidding. Left. Right. Spar. Keep ye parade up. If ye lower that sword even for a second, you're dead. Emaia walked up to Hanky and tapped him on his shoulder. Hanky turned and looked surprised at her. Emaia, what are you doing here? I want to learn how to fight with a sword, she firmly said. I don't care what you say. I just want to learn for when I step out on that battlefield. Hanky lost all his color. What, you can't go out there? You'll die in 3 seconds. Those men have been trained to kill since they were 12, you've barely started a month ago. And now ye want to learn how to handle a sword. Emaia thought back to her conversation with Kai, and couldn't help but think how she indeed had learned how to handle a metaphorical sword. She shook her head and fought the urge to slap herself. Her mind had gotten so focused on that topic ever since their talk. Darn Kai and his suggestive way of speaking. It's not up for discussion. Hanke, Emaia said. Either you teach me, or I get one of the elves to do it. I just thought you might want to help me, since I know how proud your wife would be if she knew you were supporting women soldiers. Yes. She was feeding his ego a little. But sometimes that was necessary. And it worked too. Hanky expanded with proudness and hiked up in his pants. Well, I see ye point. But me lady, ye don't know what kind of men are out there. I'm guessing the kind of men we want dead, she flatly replied. The kind of men that would harm me if I couldn't fight back. Hanky ground his molars for a moment before throwing his hands in the air. Fine, ye can take Dashiell's spot. I haven't seen the lad all day. That kid is always flying about. Young people these days. Emaia shortly wondered where Dashiell could be. It wasn't like him to miss practice, especially this close to the great battle. He knew how important it was. She wrote a mental note to go look for him if he didn't turn up eventually. 2 hours later, Emaia could barely lift her arms. They ached, and her feet hurt from all the difficult footwork that apparently went into learning how to handle a sword. It was like a dance. Except in this dance, you were actually meant to hit your partner, not avoid it. And it was so very tiring to swing a heavy broadsword around. But Emaia still hadn't seen Dashiell's shadow, and she was beginning to worry. Had he run into trouble somewhere? Suddenly there was a loud rumble of a horn. It was a horn that Emaia didn't recognize. But apparently, it was a call of some sort. Every elf around her stopped what they were doing and ran to the front gate. Emaia quickly followed them. When she came to the big wooden doors, she saw that no other than Shay, the woman who Aide had kissed, came through the gate, which had been narrowly opened for her. In her hand, she carried something that resembled a document. I think you'll all want to read this. She held the scroll up and smirked. Who wants the honor? Aide stepped out from the crowd. Emaia felt a jealous pull in her stomach when he walked up to her and she smiled seductively at him. She waved the scroll in front of him. What do I get in return? She asked, her mischievous smirk growing. Emaia was beginning to see what Kai meant. She really did resemble a snake. Aide hostilely curled his lip back. Your life. Give me the scroll, or I'll gladly take it from you. We don't have time for your games. Shay. No. You really don't. Do you? She chuckled thinly. Read the scroll. Hero. I'll claim my price later. Aide snatched the scroll from her palm and didn't even bother looking at her as she snickered. He opened it and scanned the parchment. The king is declaring war against us. What? Hanky snapped, as the crowd gasped in shock. How can he declare war against us? We were supposed to declare war against him. What is this? Aide read the script. I know where you are hiding, and I know you exist. Based on the words you have spoken against me in the towns, I hereby declare war against you, the elven people and the self-named rebellion, on grounds of high treason. I shall await your official reply within 7 days. And if I do not receive any, I will send my men to the north and destroy you. Aide finished and closed the scroll. It's signed with the royal seal. Well, that was quite nice of him. Hanky barked. Sending us an invitation for war. And await our reply. How did you get ye hands on such a document? Huh. Lady, he growled and looked at Shay. She smirked mischievously. I snatched it from the delivery boy before he entered the north. I thought I'd bring the news myself. Hanky scoffed mildly. But Emaia noticed Aide frown. We have to reply with a date and place, and it has to be within 7 days. So does the battle. Emaia felt her heart begin to beat rapidly in her chest. 7 days are we going to war in a week? His eyes landed on her. Only those who want to. We force nobody. I say we're in a bloody hurry. Then. Hanky spoke up seriously. We have to gather our things. Prepare for our journey down the mountain. Right to the cities. As well as get organized with every tactical plan. Everyone started hectically talking in each other's mouths. Debating all sorts of things. Until finally. Aide raised his hand. Listen. He said and turned everyone's attention to him. Hanke is right. We have a lot to do. All who wishes to fight comes with us. And everyone who wishes to stay behind won't be judged. It's a dangerous war that awaits. And it's fair if you not to want to fight it. His eyes landed on Emaia again. Your life and safety is what comes first. Emaia felt like his words were minted on her. And they were. But she didn't understand it. He had been the one who encouraged her to fight in the first place. Now it was as if he was saying, stay here, ye heard the elf boy. Hanky said. We send the messages tonight. By morning. We will begin our descent down the mountain. Everyone who wants to join in on the battle should be ready to leave by sunrise. Understood. Everyone looked around at each other. Except Emaia, who looked at Aide. He looked right back. His eyes said a million things. But she couldn't decipher them. Good. Hanky said. When people nodded. Then pray to whatever god ye believe in, ye might be seeing him soon. The next couple of days blurred together in haze for Emaia. The following morning. Almost every man as elf in the village had prepared for takeoff and stood ready by the gate. Dashiell had finally shown up again. But didn't comment on where he had been. When she tried to ask him, she felt like he was keeping a secret from her. Their descent down the cold, bitter mountain went fast and without any problems. And soon they were out of the blistering cold yet again. The snow slowly disappeared and was replaced by dry landscape. It took them exactly 4 days to reach the point of Lake Monaho. The place where it all would go down. The giant walls of the king's castle were noticeable in the distance. And they knew that thousands of guards were waiting for them in there. They set up their base in an old abandoned village near the lake. With small huts and room for a big pack of people. It used to be an old fishing village. But like many other smaller villages, it had succumbed under poverty. Emaia found herself a small windowless hut, where she was going to stay until the final battle in 3 short days. The people of Dalian and the West arrived a day after them. And the distribution of weaponry and armory begun. Thousands of armors were handed out, while people came and picked up weapons of their choosing. The people of Dalian surprised Emaia by having made a specially costumed armor just for her. Because she had been their savior. The one who had brought them the message of hope. The western coast had too prepared a special set of weapons. Just for her. A fine combination of small knives. A dagger. And finally a smooth broadsword. The quality was astounding. Hanky had met up with the leaders of the cities on the day after all that. To discuss the battle tactics with them. And get organized. Finally. While all that was happening, the Southern Elves started to emerge from their hiding. and brought much joy. As the Northern and Southern Elves were reunited for the first time in over 60 years. But through all the chaos of what was about to happen, Emaia had barely even seen Aide. He was busy with organizing everything with Hanky, settling down the thousands of people who had come to join them. She had only caught a glimpse of him when the Southern Elves had come up to him and officially thanked him for saving them. They practically bowed before his feet in adoration. It was now the night before the final battle. Tomorrow, when the first sunlight hit, they would charge into war and hopefully end the terror regime they had been fighting to end all this time. It was finally here. The night before the greatest moment in history would go down. They would either go down in the history books as the biggest failures of the century, or the saviors of broken times. Either way, this battle would change the future of Sinworth Kingdom forever. That night, instead of celebrating, perhaps their last night alive with all of men and elves, Emaia sat in her hut and looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was braided loosely on her back, and she was tying her night corset, preparing for bed. She could hardly recognize her reflection. Her hazel eyes were the same, the ones with flecks of green in them, and her hair was as red as ever. Even though her face looked exactly the same, something was different. She couldn't put a finger on it. And then again, she could. It was everything that had happened, the leaving her home, the getting in danger, the being saved, the joining of a rebellious group, the learning how to fight and be confident. It was all there on her face. She saw frown lines from the times she had worried, crow's feet around her eyes when she had smiled, and every line of her lip, a line that had been kissed passionately by a man she loved. Her stomach twisted in a nervous knot as she tied the last knot on her bodice. She was going to war tomorrow. How did she get there? She had known it could end like this from the very start. It was just, how did this day arrive so soon? It felt like yesterday. She was just crawling through the secret tunnel in the Rochefort to embrace her freedom. Yet somehow, it also felt like a lifetime ago. That little, frail, innocent girl, she remembered, wasn't there anymore. It was a newer version of her, looking back at her in the mirror. A stronger version, the real version of her. Suddenly, there was a quiet knock on her door. Emaia froze, mid-breath. It was him. She could hear it on the knock. She could feel it in her heart. Aide was visiting her. At night. "Come in," she said, while her heart was trying to bounce out of her chest. The doorknob turned, and as she expected, Aide carefully stepped inside. He had his hood up, for reasons she couldn't fathom. Right in that moment, she was brought back to the first time she saw him, where he had been fighting for her. Now they were here, fighting together. "Hey," he said, softly closing the door behind him. "I was hoping you hadn't gone to sleep yet." She carefully shook her head and swallowed. "Not yet. I'm a little anxious, I guess." "Why are you here?" Emaia heard the lock on her door turn, and her eyes fell to Aide's hand. It was resting on the key. "We need to talk." Her heartbeat traveled out of control when he walked closer, simultaneously pulling off his hood. His silver hair softly reflected in the candlelight, which highlighted every sharp feature on his face. How could a man so damaged be so beautiful, Emaia? He continued and stopped in front of her. "I want you to reconsider not going out on the battlefield tomorrow." That was a shocker. What? Aide sighed and met her eyes with his crystal orbs. "I can't express what kind of people you'll meet out there. Ruthless men who kill no matter who they meet, even if it's a woman." "Aide, no. Hear me out, Emaia." He pleaded her and softly took her hands in his. I watched what happened to my mother last time a war this big went down. Those men won't care about who you are. If they see something they like, they'll take it. Aide pressed his lips together as his eyes flickered with pain. They will harm you. You have a natural gift for attracting these types. And I can't save you tomorrow. I know I taught you techniques to escape. And even how to fight them. But sometimes it's not enough. I hate to agree with Hanky. But you won't survive 5 minutes out there. Emaia couldn't believe what she was hearing. Aide. I have to. I can't just let you guys fight when it's my war. 2. You're the one who wanted me to fight in the first place. What changed your mind? Aide flinched a little. I never thought it would end this ugly. Or this big. Lives are gonna be lost. My friends could die. I could die. Then why are you telling me? Emaia said and stepped closer. We could all die. Why do you worry specifically about me? Aide frowned a little. Because you're newer to all this. You're so innocent, Emaia questioned and rose a brow. You can't keep using that as an excuse. Tell me the real reason. Aide pressed his lips together and looked strongly into her eyes. I am. You haven't seen war before. You haven't killed. Yes, I have. No, you haven't. You have a whole life ahead of you. Aide said. If you go out on that battlefield tomorrow, you'll die before having loved. I love you. Emaia whispered and looked up into his eyes. She carefully put a hand on his chest. That's not what I mean. Aide whispered. His eyes flickered to her hand. Loved. As in real love. With a man. Is that why you're here? To be intimate with me. Emaia knew that things between them were never really over. Like rain. You couldn't just tell it to stop. And then it stopped. It was the same with love. She still loved him. And whatever he felt for her was still there too. Why else would he really be here? Aide frowned deeply. And took a step back. What no? Emaia. We closed that chapter. Don't open it up again. Aide. The only reason you're here is because you don't want to face the possibility of losing me. Emaia firmly said. Stop denying that you're capable of falling in love. I know you are. Emaia. Aide softly looked at her. Please don't do this again. Not tonight. Before the big battle. You should get some sleep. And think about what I told you. I am thinking. And do you know what I hear? Emaia said and grasped his tunic in her hand. I hear someone who's afraid. Someone who's scared on my behalf. And came here tonight to try and save me. Like you always do. But I don't need you to save me anymore. I just want you. Emaia. Please. Aide whispered. Looking into her eyes. His own intense with feeling. This can't happen. Then why did you lock the door? Emaia stepped closer and watched the thoughts rolling around in his eyes. You could see the struggle within him. He was so close to cracking. So close to just admitting to everything. He needed the last push. She softly stepped onto her toes and placed a gentle kiss on his neck. She heard his breathing stop and she noticed his body went rigid. Like it always did. When he was holding himself back. She pulled him closer to her. Emaia. Please. Aide pleaded her again. His hands sought out the small of her back. Tracing up her sides. I can't. God. I can't. Aide. Emaia gently breathed. Her lips trailed soft kisses down his clavicle bone to the start of his chest. Stop telling yourself you can't. Let yourself go. He shut his eyelids firmly together. The last of his protective facade dissolving. God. Emaia. I can't do this anymore. And with that, he cupped her face and brought his lips to hers. Their lips locked. And like no time before, Aide didn't hold back. He kissed her hungrily, passionately, intensely. He balled her hair up in his fist and drew her closer to him, not wanting an inch of space between them. Emaia looped her arms around his neck and responded to his kiss. She knew that he had finally surrendered to his feelings. He couldn't resist or suppress them any longer. Aide pried her lips open and their tongues met. Emaia felt Aide lead them backwards towards the bed. Before she finally felt it hit her legs, he softly pushed her down. Emaia, he whispered, as he slowly crawled in over her. Are you sure you want this? I've never wanted anything so much in my life. She truthfully whispered back. You were always there for me. You always saved me. You helped me, trained me, defended me. I love you. Stop saying that. Aide whispered and placed a kiss to her jawline. What, I love you? Why not? Because it's depressing. Aide murmured, while running his hand over her cheek. I'm a lost cause. Emaia, you do better not loving me. She frowned slightly and pulled his head back by tugging his hair. He met her eyes. Don't ever say that. You're a good man who is worthy of love. 2. Don't ever question that, for even a second. Aide's eyes didn't waver from hers as he leaned in. I'm not worthy enough for you. He sealed her lips with his own. When Emaia was about to reply, and instead had her drowning in a sea of feelings. Aide could think what he wanted. That still didn't change the fact that they were here now. Aide slowly kissed his way down her neck, all the way down to her chest. He untwined the lace of her bodice slowly, as if waiting for her to object. When she didn't, her bodice finally came undone, revealing her skin beneath. For just a single second, Emaia felt insecure, and felt the urge to cover herself. But that was only until the crumbling, heartfelt look on Aide's face appeared. He softly cupped her, and responded intensely when her nipple hardened at his touch. He carefully placed a soft kiss on top of her. Too good. Aide, Emaia breathlessly whispered. Her skin felt intensely warm where his mouth touched her. She tangled her fingers in the roots of his hair. When he slowly leaned closer, she responded to his touch and arched her back ever so slightly. Elven words started flowing from Aide's mouth with each kiss he placed on top of her. He moved and repeated the same words. What are you saying? Emaia whispered, and softly tugged at his silver hair. Aide lifted his head for a second, only to say 2 words. I'm praying. His mouth came down on her again, and he kissed her, drawing a cry from her lips. She arched her back again, and bit into her lower lip. Oh God! Aide, forgive me my sins. Oh, mighty mother! Aide whispered. Have mercy on me. Aide. Stop feeling guilty. Emaia breathed. There's nothing to feel guilty about. I'm going to take the purest thing you have. Aide replied and paused to look up at her. You're a novice in intimacy, Emaia. And when I take that, I sure as hell have something to feel guilty about. Emaia frowned and yanked his head up, when he started to bend down again. Listen to me, Aide. I want this. You want this. My experience level has nothing to do with things. Stop punishing yourself for what you think you're doing wrong. I shouldn't even be kissing you, Aide quietly replied, his eyes locked with hers. I shouldn't be touching you the places I am. That pleasure should have been your husband's. He should have had the privilege of kissing you here first. I'm not married. And I don't want to be. Emaia fiercely replied. I don't want anyone else but you. My body is for you. And you alone. Aide. So take it. He let out a choked sound. Before his head dipped down to her chest, he simply breathed against her. resting his forehead against her sternum. Don't say stuff like that to me. Why not? It's the truth. Because I can barely control myself as it is. Aide's head leaped up again. And then his lips was on her mouth. They were much more intense. More forceful than before. He fisted the sheets on the bed. While Emaia responded deeply and wrapped her legs around him. Aide pushed them further up on the bed until they were resting by the pillows. Emaia tugged at Aide's tunic, wanting him to remove it. Aide understood. He sat up for a brief moment and pulled the material off his torso, to reveal his smooth skin beneath. The muscles of his stomach were flexed and they tightened even more when she placed her hands on his chest. The whimsical tattoos looked paler against her tan skin. Beautiful. She murmured and traced one of the tattoos with her finger. Goosebumps rose on his skin and his chest constricted. Death. Aide whispered and placed her hand over the tattoo. That one means death. Emaia slowly pressed her lips together. She moved her hand to another tattoo. And this pain? Aide replied. He took her hand and placed it over his heart. This one right here. I made the night after you first kissed me. What does it mean? She whispered. It means mercy. Aide replied and leaned in. Have mercy on my heart. Firefly. His lips locked with hers. And suddenly he was enveloping her in his arms. He kissed her slowly, tenderly, and with so much passion Emaia started to feel dizzy. Her hands sought down to his breeches, where she felt his readiness through the fabric. When her hands softly contacted him through the fabric, she heard him respond intensely on top of her. Mala. He breathed and pulled back to look her into his eyes. They were dark and intense. Don't do that. Emaia immediately felt a bubble of uncertainty in her stomach. Why Kai said that it was Kai did what Aide growled. Have you been talking to Kai about intimate relationships? Emaia couldn't help but blush. He cursed under his breath. I'm going to find him. He then pressed his lips to hers again, kissing her deeply, until she couldn't remember anything but him. Her heart started to pound heavily in her chest. She loved him so much. It felt physically painful not to be his. She pulled back from his lips and placed a hand on his cheek. Aide, yes, be close to me. She whispered. She wanted him to show her what the word love truly meant. What it was like to have someone who meant everything to you. And never wanted to see you harmed. Someone who loved you back. Aide's eyes softened. And he gently ran his thumb across her bottom lip. Okay. And then he dipped down and kissed her, leaving no parts of her mouth unkissed. Emaia knew she would never forget this night. Emaia woke up in the middle of the night, when her hands found the other side of the bed empty. Her eyes flickered open and saw it was indeed so. A movement by the foot of the bed then caught her eye. And she saw Aide sitting on the edge, pulling on his boot. He was leaving. Aide, she whispered and sat up. The shadows contoured his frame. And she saw him glance over his shoulder. Go back to sleep. Emaia. He replied. He reached for his other boot. Emaia sat up and pulled the blanket over her exposed chest. Don't go. Stay. Aide's movements faltered. I can't. Why not? Emaia pouted. Last night. Last night was last night. I'm done here. Aide stood up and grabbed his cloak. Emaia could just see the features on his face look as lifeless as a corpse. Done? Emaia asked, confused. What are you talking about? Aide stopped up, his back facing her. I gave you what you wanted. That means I'm done. Emaia felt a cold sensation form in her chest. He had to be joking. And if he wasn't? Aide. What the heck do you mean you're done? Aide took a moment before he then turned around and looked at her. His face was hard. I'm saying. You wanted me to love you. So I did. I was tired of fighting your wish. So I just gave it to you. And now I have. So I'm leaving. Emaia's chest constricted. Her airways blocked and it felt like her heart stopped beating. It wasn't true. Why are you saying this? It's not true. You're lying. Last night, Emaia. I told you months ago. This is what I do. Aide snapped. I deceive women. I make them believe they could have me. I tell them what they want to hear. You were easily persuaded in your innocence. So you were easier. I'm sorry you didn't realize sooner. It was like an invisible steel fist punched her in her heart. Stomach and head. Everything. Every ounce of her love ran cold and left her body. Humiliation washed over her. She had been such a fool. You played me. She whispered. Anger shaking her voice. You didn't listen to me. Aide calmly replied. I told you, sleeping with me would only start a lot of new problems. I tried telling you. But you were so consumed with your idea that I could fall for you. Last night, I just gave up. I figured, why not, just let her have it. Emaia clenched her fists in rage. This wasn't him. This wasn't Aide, whoever this person was. It was someone she didn't know. You're soulless. She snarled. So, what? You just decided to give up and just deceive me. Right before the big battle I actually considered waiting until after the battle. But then I realized there was a chance that I wouldn't survive. He shrugged emotionlessly. You were so easy. I knew if I came tonight and acted all heroically, you would pull me to you. Like a moth to a flame. Emaia felt annoyed by his words and felt a numbness form in her chest. So one last physical encounter before you die, did you really think it was that easy to change my mind last night? After everything? Did you really honestly believe I could change? Just because one red-headed human thought I could love? If that's true, I'm disappointed in you. Emaia. Emaia was shaking so badly. She couldn't control herself. His words cut like knives. Everything culminated in that second. She reached for the gold bracelet on her nightstand and hurled it after him. You pathetic. Heartless villain. Aide easily avoided getting hit by the bracelet and looked somewhat bored by her ridiculous attempt of hurting him. At least I'm going out to the battlefield. I am too. Emaia growled. She hurled the bed sheets off her body and stood up. She didn't care that every part of her body was uncovered. I'm stepping up to the battlefield when the sun rises. And I'll kill everyone in my way. And if I see you out there, I won't hesitate to kill you too. You said you weren't fighting. Aide frowned, keeping his eyes locked on hers. Last night. You promised you wouldn't go out fighting. Last night was last night. Emaia scoffed, imitating him. It was true. Though she had said those words to him, he had made her say those words, while he had been intimately close to her. Now her body felt as empty as her promises. I'm going out there. I might get killed. I might get hurt. But you don't care. Do you? You're just a heartless creature with no soul. Emaia, no. She roared. She walked up to him. Take a good final look at me. Elf. Look at what you've done. Aide's eyes never looked down at her body, but stayed on her eyes. Don't go out there. Emaia. Please. Emaia let out a loud humorless laugh. Did he actually just beg? Don't even bother. Aide. I've learned my lesson. I've wasted my time trying to save what was clearly a hopeless cause. I won't fall for your act again. So stop pretending that you care. Aide pressed his lips tightly together before finally exhaling. Fine. About time you did. See you out there. Then. You betcha. Emaia growled. As Aide went to the door. Don't forget to bring your dagger. I want you to have a fair chance. Before I kill you. Aide didn't reply. He opened the door. And after a moment of hesitation, he walked out. He shut the door firmly behind him. Jerk. Emaia whispered. Tears started welling up in her eyes. And suddenly she felt herself crumble. How could she have been so naive? It was true. Everything he said, he had warned her. He had told her to stay away. But she hadn't listened. And now she had learned the hard way. What happened when you tried to love a soulless man? Emaia saw the lights of dawn peek through the cracks in the door. The yellow sheen of light brought a sobering effect to her mind. She was going to step out onto that battlefield today. She was going to fight alongside the honest men she had devoted herself to. And she was going to kill the men who had screwed her over. So, with that as her final thought, she started preparing for battle. The first blare of the battle horn sounded. As Emaia and the rest of them started walking towards the battlefield, she had suited up in her iron armor, which had been specially designed for her. Her breastplate was carved out nicely to fit her chest, and the kilt around her hips was plated with protective metal. She had on wrist cuffs, as well as shoulder plates. They had done a beautiful job with her piece. Her weapons were secured in her belt, the daggers ready to grab, and her sword resting in her scabbard. She was going over everything she had learned the past weeks, trying to remember everything. The second blare sounded. The horn would go off a total 3 times. The first 2 were warning signals. The last commenced the battle. At that point, they would charge into the battlefield and fight the king's men. Emaia glanced into the distance. She could see heavy armored men carrying big swords, practically oozing with the desire to kill. They came in giant platoons and marched in unison. She even saw battle machines. She now glanced back at their ranks. Besides her walked Hanky, Dashel, Tesmia, Dom, Kai, and finally Aide. They were all gazing into the horizon too, sizing up the king's men. They were also suited up in armor. Hanky had a very traditional coat of mail on, layered under protective metal armor. Dashel too had a protective armor, but had opted for leather underneath, instead of mail. Tesmia wore a beautiful warrior outfit that fit her body snugly and beautifully. It was a platinum breastplate that complemented her golden hair, which had been pulled backwards and pinned into a braid that rested on her shoulder. She looked like a warrior princess. Kai and Dom both wore homemade armors, made of leather and light metal. And Aide, to Emaia's not so big surprise, was dressed up in his usual black armor, with the black tunic and breeches underneath. He had his variation of daggers tied to his belt, and a quiver of arrows on his back. In his hand he held a bow. The only surprising thing was that he had left his cloak back at the village. His silver hair blew softly in the brisk wind. Emaia forced her eyes away from him, and instead focused dead ahead. The intense coldness was still running through her veins, and she couldn't wait to get out there and fight. She was done with him, once and for all. All that mattered to her now was the future, and the world they were going to create after they won this. If they won this. Finally, Hanky lifted his hand, and they all stopped. Their platoon stopped unanimously, and a long silence fell. It was moments away now. All right, Hanky said and looked at the people closest to him. This is it. Men, the moment has arrived. He glanced back at them, his eyes gliding across the men they had traveled with for so many weeks. He gave them a firm nod. For the new world. They all nodded back. And Hanky then turned to Dashel, Tesmia, Dom, Kai, and Aide. They turned and looked at him. All except Aide. Just in case we don't meet again. I'd just like to say a few words. Hanky slowly begun. Oh bother. Is he going to make an emotional speech? Kai smirked. This I gotta hear. Shut up. Elf. Hanky bickered. But then focused again. Ye have all helped make this happen. If me wife was here, she would tell ye much better than I could. How much ye all have been of amazing help and assistance. Ye've supported the crazy ideas I've come up with. He looked at Dash. Ye've welcomed the help from the unlikely allies. He looked at Tesmia, Kai, Dom and Aide. And finally, ye've put up with all my temper tantrums. He turned and smiled firmly at Emaia, for all that. And more too. I thank ye. What started out as a dream has now become a reality. We can change the world, guys. And if not, we will be trying. All of them were quiet for a long moment. Until finally, Dashel snapped. Oh, screw it. For God's sake. He whipped towards Tesmia and pulled her into his embrace. Before descending his lips on hers, their lips clashed. And with a passionate sigh, he kissed her. Emaia. Hanky and Kai gaped as Tesmia threw her arms around him and passionately kissed him back. Nobody saw that one coming. What the heck? Kai exclaimed and stared at his sister. When the flip did that happen, Dashel completely ignored him and gently cupped Tesmia's face. I love you. Okay, I'm sorry I was so stupid. I shouldn't have said those things yesterday. It's okay. Tesmia whispered and looked up at him with happy tears in her eyes. I love you too. Ah. Whatever happened to? It's unnatural and it's against nature. Kai scoffed and crossed his arms. Dashel turned around and sheepishly smiled. I guess you were right. I didn't know. And after that talk, Tesmia came up to me and we argued. Somewhere along it all, I just kinda fell for her. He turned back and gave her a loving look. I was too stubborn to admit it, though. Emaia noticed Aide had glanced towards the two of them and smiled silently. When their eyes shortly met, his smile disappeared. He glared away. And so did Emaia. Well, bother me, Kai commented and slapped a hand on Dashel's shoulder. Welcome to the clan. Mabra. Break my sister's heart, and I'll break your spirit. But seriously. Welcome. Dashel coughed a little. And Emaia saw him turn a little red. Emaia quickly guessed why. And so did Kai. No way, he said and looked as if he had just been slapped in the face with a chair. You guys did it already, didn't you? Tesmia grinned a little. Stop sounding so surprised. Mabra. That's what happens when two people fall in love. Kai looked like he was about to explode. But Emaia suddenly realized something. So that's where you were when I couldn't find you. Dash, you were with her. Dashel offered her a loop-sided grin and gave a weak shrug. She wouldn't let me leave. Oh heavens. Kai rubbed his face. You were intimate with my sister for a whole day. Tesmia laughed loudly. You just can't resist. When you meet the right person, you just know it right away. Is that not what happened between you and Dom? Kai was just about to open his mouth, but Dom placed a hand on his shoulder. She's got a point. Mala. Kai dropped whatever he was going to say and looked at Dom. All right. You got a point, he admitted. But then glared at Dashel. But I still wouldn't stay too close to me on the battlefield. If I were you. Mabra. I just might accidentally punch you for being intimate with my sister. Fair enough. Dashel grinned. But then looked at Hanky, who had a flat expression. What ye kinda ruined my speech with ye little kiss fest there, he dryly said. Typical young ones. Sorry about that. I wasn't really planning on. The third blare sounded. It was louder and longer than the other two. All of them sobered up and turned towards the battlefield, where the king's men now were marching towards them in a steady jog. This was it. Old King Ragnar. Such damage he made. The final battle. The price he paid. Kai coldly chanted. Intense feeling was dripping from his voice, and made a chill run down Emaia's spine. She recognized that rhyme, even if he had changed the words. Let's do it, Hanky said and lifted his sword into the air. For freedom, for justice, for all mankind, everyone roared. Including Emaia, who raised her sword in the air, ready to fight. Her blood was boiling. Her stomach was tense and her mind was focused. Now was the time to change the course of history. They all charged forward, sword ready and victory in their blood. They came closer to the king's men. And just as they reached them, it was like everything went quiet. Just for 1 second. Then, war. Everything was crazy. Swords met swords. Arrows were fired. Screams were heard. Everyone shoved and throttled into each other, stabbing and cutting every opponent they saw. Blood already splurted, and the first ones to fall had already hit the ground. Emaia lost track of everyone around her, and suddenly found herself alone in a sea of wild chaos. She had been physically prepared for weeks, but no mental preparations could have prepared her for this. Everywhere she turned, someone was trying to kill her or the one next to her. She felt like a hopeless target. Every time someone charged up to her, she narrowly avoided getting hurt each time. Everywhere she turned there was a sword or a dagger that tried to pierce her. She had to be on alert from every possible angle. Until finally, she felt something slice her arm. She screamed and turned to see whoever had done it. She was met by a guard with a helmet on who, through the thin slot, was grinning at her. She growled back at him. I know you. The guard smirked. You're the heiress of Roches. Where's your father to protect you? I don't need his protection anymore, Emaia shouted. She lunged towards him with his sword, and managed to catch him by surprise and slice through his coat of mail. As payback, he hissed in pain. Now we're even. Nuisance. The guard roared and lunged forward after her. Emaia had to act quickly and meet the thrust of his sword with her own. But he was too strong. He pressed her sword down, until finally, she couldn't get it up. For a second, she was certain this would mean her death, until an arrow suddenly pierced through the guard's heart. Emaia jumped back when the guard fell dead before her, and she glanced over her shoulder and saw Tesmia holding a bow in her hand. She smiled fiercely at her. Emaia returned the smile with a grateful one, then turned back to the battlefield. They had only just begun, and she was already getting tired. How long did these things last? Hours, 30 minutes. Days. It all depended on how strong they were, and how many men the king had. Sudden, she felt someone grab her by her arm and whirl her around. She got smashed up against a steel chest plate. Miss Emaia Roche. The guard sneered. Guess what, the king wants to see you. Emaia felt a pull in her stomach when he grabbed both her wrists and prevented her from running. Oh yeah, tell him to leave me alone. She thrust her knee between his legs and mashed his armor protection. The guard screamed in pain and released her wrist, allowing her to draw a dagger from her belt. Take that, you unpleasant person. She growled and kicked him in the middle of his chest plate. The metal bended slightly and left a dent. The guard groaned and fell over on the ground, clutching his injured area. Damn. Human. You're intense. She heard Kai's voice behind her and found him battling some person with a sword. right in the sensitive area. Don't you remember what I taught you? Never hit a man in the groin, Emaia questioned and grimaced when Kai knocked the guard on his head with his forehead and thrust his dagger into his pelvis. No. Pinch them. He grinned and pulled the dagger out. As the guard fell to his knees, he turned and smirked at her. Make him feel the pressure. She chuckled shortly. Until some guard charged against Kai. He was quick and avoided his mace by leaned back on his heels. Emaia noticed how a lot of his moves reminded her of Aide's. She wondered if he was the one who had trained him. She forced him out of his head and focused on the battle. She shouldn't think of him right now. A guard had spotted her. And was coming up to her. You're the Rochess heir. He noted. So everyone keeps telling me. Emaia snorted. She wasn't the heir anymore. She had given up that title when she left Rochess. But nobody seemed to realize that. What's it to you? The king wants to talk to you. The guard sneered. We are to bring you to him. It started to make sense now. Why they all seemed to target her. Come to think of it. The first guard had more than enough possibility to kill her. Why didn't he? Maybe they were supposed to bring her to the king alive. I have no desire to talk to the king. She spat. Tell Ragnar if he wants to talk to me. He can come out to the battlefield to meet me himself. Instead of sending his puppets. The guard growled. And suddenly another free guard noticed her. And joined the other. Sorry. Me lady. But I'm afraid the king gives the orders. They both charged for her. And she didn't stand a living chance. Within seconds. They had her locked tightly in their grips. And were pulling her away from the battle. Let me go. You fools. She screamed at them. She wrestled in their grip. Even though she knew it was no good. They ignored her attempts of escaping and finally brought her up to the castle. They forced her inside. And soon she was disconnected from the battle outside. The screams and sounds of blades meeting blades were noticeable even from inside the castle. As they lead her deeper into the fortress. At one point they reached a hall. Where the screams from outside finally died. But soon another sound replaced it. And it was a sound that made the hairs on Emaia's back rise. The characteristic sound of whipping sounded from behind a large wooden door at the end of the hall. They were followed by roars of pain. And sounds of fists meeting a body. Chains rattled. The guards lead her towards the sound. And Emaia feared what awaited her. She knew where she was going. She had been in his castle before. It was the throne room. Which was why she couldn't understand why there were sounds of whipping. Had Ragnar set up a torture corner? Was she going to get tortured? Was that what he wanted with her to punish her for rising against him? They knew each other personally. Ragnar and her had met before. But Emaia had always despised him. He was a terrible, old, selfish king. Who enjoyed the look of fear on someone's face. Emaia told herself no matter what happened in there. She wouldn't give him that satisfaction of showing she was scared. She was now right outside the doors. Where the guards frisked her for weapons and removed her armory. Before shackling her wrists. She was left defenseless. With only her corset and breeches to protect her from the whipping that surely awaited her. The sounds of whipping and screaming were still going. And she could hardly stand it anymore. Whoever was getting whipped was in excruciating pain. Let's go. The guard snapped at her. Emaia took a final deep breath. Knowing she probably wouldn't escape this place alive. But she knew one thing for certain, she would go down fighting. The doors got opened, and the sounds of whipping finally stopped. Emaia glanced around the room. As the guards dragged her inside. And that's when she saw. Aide was chained to the wall in a set of long shackles. That made it possible for them to yank him around. He was lying on the floor. Shirtless. Face down, and with lash marks all over his back. Purple blood stained the floor and walls, and lied in a pool around him. He wasn't moving. Emaia gasped from the sight, but refrained from screaming. A man with a whip in his hand stood bent over Aide, watching his breath. Emaia noticed the whip had 6 thin lashes, all of which were embedded with small glinting diamonds. They were torturing him. Well, if it isn't the lost daughter of the Roche family, a smooth voice chimed. Emaia now directed her eyes to her front, and saw a man she had come to know too well over the past many years. Ragnar, she growled, while guards brought her up to his throne. They pushed her down on her knees. Ragnar stood up from his throne and walked up to her. He hadn't changed much since she last saw him. He still had the same black oily hair, which was beginning to gray, and a full beard that she remembered from her last visit to the capital. She remembered having caught him forcing himself on a maid up against a pillar, and having kissed her brutally. When the look of disgust formed on her face, Ragnar's murky brown eyes landed on her. It's been a long time, dear Emaia. I see you've grown up to a beautiful young woman. Suddenly Emaia caught the sound of a slight groan. Her eyes shot to Aide, who was starting to move on the ground. He turned his head to look at her, his eyes blurred and blood running from his mouth. He was weak. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Pitiful, isn't it? Ragnar observed. To see what has become of the elves. The history books describe them as such strong, powerful creatures. Yet, as we captured this one, all we had to do was burn him with a little gold, and he was yielding in our hands. Ragnar chuckled. But enough about them. Tell me, sweet Emaia, how have you been? Emaia snarled her lip back, and forced herself not to look at Aide. Instead, she turned her attention to Ragnar. What a coward you are, Ragnar. Hiding inside your castle while your men fight your war. She spat. I expected more. Ragnar chuckled shortly, then leaned down towards her. You've grown feisty. What a shame. A woman of your standard should know better than to speak against a man. Emaia scoffed. A man of your standard should know better than to speak against a woman of my standard. Ragnar formed a slow grin on his lips. I like you. You're foolish, but in a good way. I'm going to enjoy this. Emaia just narrowed her eyes. She didn't want to know what this was. She knew whatever he had planned for her, it couldn't be good. Ragnar stood up again and snapped his fingers. At his command, the guards pulled Emaia to the opposite wall from where Aide was chained, and shackled her to the wall as well, only her cuffs weren't long. They were short, and pinned her against the cold stone wall. From across the room, Emaia saw Aide trying to get to his feet. The man with the whip kicked him to the ground with a simple foot and made him topple over. He was weak. He had lost too much blood. So, Ragnar began and walked down the stairs from his throne. I see you've joined the rebellion, dear Emaia. Whatever made you do that? Emaia looked back at Ragnar, who was approaching her. Because I want the world to be a better place. I want it to be free of pests like you. She growled and eyed him up. You're the sickness in this country. Ragnar chuckled manically. Me, I think you've got it all wrong. He mused and gestured towards Aide. They are the real pests. They are what's causing all our troubles. If there were no elves, we wouldn't be here. Yes, we would. Emaia snapped. Your people would have risen against you anyway. You don't know how to be a leader. You take away our freedom, instead of giving it to us. Sheep are better herded when locked in an enclosure, Ragnar coldly replied. And women are better used when they are dominated. Emaia spat at the floor in front of him. Go away. My. What foul language! Ragnar laughed loudly. Oh. Sweet Emaia. You sure are feisty. A woman after my liking. Don't you dare touch me. Emaia growled. When Ragnar came closer. I'll kill you. I'm sure you would. If you could. Ragnar smirked and grazed her cheek with his hand. Emaia yerked her head away. But you are completely defenseless. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, which means I can do whatever I want with you. Stay away from her. Aide's voice suddenly sounded from across the room. Ragnar turned around and glanced at him. Just as Emaia did. Aide was barely on his hands and knees. But his face was contorted in anger. The elf has an opinion, Ragnar laughed. What are you going to do about it? Huh, I'll rip your black heart out of your chest. If you lay another finger on her. Aide growled. He lifted himself to his knees and took a breath. You're mine. Ragnar smiled pleased. Ah. I like this. Did you know that we beat him with gold brass knuckles? He chuckled and glanced at Emaia. We whipped him for almost an hour. And he still has some life in him to threaten his king. Yet he doesn't want to give us any information. You're not my king. Aide hissed and bared his fangs. Ragnar chuckled again. Well, excuse me. I believe I was in the middle of something. He turned back to Emaia and placed a hand over her throat. Where were we? Yes. We were about to see exactly what I could do to you. Behind him. Emaia saw the man with the lash. Whip Aide as he tried to stand up. Aide let out a sharp hiss of pain and fell to his knees again. Ragnar laughed darkly. Enjoying the view. He mused and looked down at her chest. I certainly am. He made an inappropriate physical advance toward her through the fabric of her corset and squeezed. Emaia screamed in fury and wrestled against the shackles. Let go. You repulsive person, Emaia, Aide hissed when the whipman hoisted the whip again and lashed it against his back. The sound of the whip connecting with his back made Emaia flinch. Ragnar suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Aide. A suspicious frown was on his look. Do you know her? Aide glared up at him and flashed him his canines again. He didn't reply. But he didn't have to. The tone in his voice, when he had said her name, said it all. You do, Ragnar confirmed and turned to Emaia. You know this elf? Emaia just snarled at him. So what if I do, Emaia? Aide signed resignedly. He looked up at her from the floor. His eyes pained. What was wrong? Ragnar started laughing loudly. Manically. He doubled over with laughter and hit himself on his thighs. Oh. This is splendid. This changes the game completely. He grinned at Aide. Then suddenly pulled a knife from his belt. I think it's time you give us some answers. When Ragnar turned to Emaia and brought the knife to her throat. Aide roared. No. Tell me. Elf. Ragnar chuckled. Where can I find the one they call Aide? And that's when Emaia realized, Ragnar had no idea that it was him. The soldiers that had attacked the village back in Aide must have come back and told what they had experienced. How golden bursts of energy had knocked them off their feet. And how they had been forced to retreat. When they kept getting knocked over, how they had discovered who possessed the ability was a mystery. Emaia could only imagine who they had found on the battlefield and tortured into giving up a name. But one thing was certain, Ragnar was going to make Aide use his magic to his benefit, and he was going to use her to get what he wanted. If he discovered that they had a bond. What makes you think I'll tell you anything? Aide coldly snarled. That woman means nothing to me. Does she now? Ragnar smiled. So say. If I were to do this, you wouldn't care. Ragnar sliced the middle part of her corset open and made the first section of her garbs burst open. Ragnar made another inappropriate physical advance, going under the material. Emaia screamed. You terrible animal! Aide roared and jumped to his feet. The long shackles restrained him from coming any closer. even if he was pulling and yanking at them. Veins in his neck popped up against his skin, and his canines extended. Emaia jerked in Ragnar's hold, but could only cry as he held her tightly. "Stop it," Aide roared. "Stop." The elf has feelings for a human. Ragnar laughed manically at Aide, who scowled. "No. He doesn't." Emaia icily growled, while Ragnar removed his fingers from her. "No, Ragnarkeried. Intrigued. I'm sensing a story here. Do tell." "Sweet Emaia." "Emaia." Aide breathed. He gave her piercing look. "Don't. We spent the night together. Last night," Emaia said, and coldly turned her eyes to Ragnar. "He used me before he went into war. He just wanted a last encounter before he had to go die. Trust me. He won't tell you anything by using me. And you won't get anything from me either. I hate him. He's nothing but a soulless monster." Ragnar chuckled lowly. "I feel like we should have our history writer in here. This is just precious." He mused and glanced towards Aide. A human and an elf sharing a bed. There's something for the horror stories. Emaia glanced towards Aide, who was looking absolutely shattered. His eyes looked so pained. But she wasn't falling for it. He had fooled her once, but he wouldn't fool her twice. "Well, no matter what you say, sweet Emaia, I think you're wrong," Ragnar said and brought the knife to her throat again. "I'm sure the elf has some kind of feelings for you. Not that those creatures knows what feelings are," he snapped, "but I think he thinks he loves you." "No. He doesn't," Emaia repeated. "He's not capable of love. He doesn't have a heart." "Well, I'm willing to bet on it." Ragnar smirked. "So, let's see. What should I cut off first? Your fingers? Your ears? I think I'll start with your throat. You speak too much for my liking." He growled and pressed the dagger to her vein. "Let's change that." A drip of blood cut from her neck, and Emaia cried in pain. She never learned how to deal with hurt. "Stop!" Aide lethally shouted. "You want the one they call Aide? Fine. You got him." "It's me." Ragnar whipped around and stared at him. "You? I don't believe it." "You better." Aide growled. His silver eyes started to glow. His hands started to shake and made the shackles rattle. It was like back in the village. "Because my face will be the last thing you ever see." Ragnar watched with wide eyes as light started streaming out of Aide's hands. He breathed heavily as the shackles around his wrists broke apart and cluttered to the ground. "It's not possible," Ragnar breathed as Aide glared at him. The man with the whip made ready to strike again, but Aide simply balled his fist up and aimed it at him. An invisible burst of energy shot out from his hand and hit the whipman right in his heart. He fell to the ground, dead. Aide turned his eyes back to Ragnar. "I won't fight you with magic," he growled. "After everything you've done, you don't deserve such a sweet death. I want to look you in the eyes as I squeeze the life out of you." Ragnar stepped in front of Emaia and drew his sword from his scabbard. He growled at Aide. "Bring it, elf. I've killed so many of you before." "What's one more?" Aide spat at the ground and staggered over to him. He was still weak from blood loss and his wounds were still bleeding. The magic he had just performed no doubt made it worse. He was unwise if he thought he was in a condition to fight a healthy, skilled swordsman. "Aide, no." "Emaia." Aide cut her off, as if he had expected her to try and talk him out of it. "This is a fight on the behalf of my entire species. I should just have killed you all the first time around." Ragnar growled, without warning. He then swung his sword towards Aide, who only narrowly managed to jump out of the way. Emaia started struggling against her shackles. She had to get out. How many times do you want us humans to defeat you? Ragnar scoffed. We've killed you once. We killed your pets. Tell me, do you miss them? Aide hissed at him, baring his fangs. Ragnar just laughed. He swung the sword at Aide again. And this time it sliced his shoulder. Aide hissed from the pain, but then clenched his jaw. He glared darkly at Ragnar. Ragnar offered a grim smirk back and lunged at him again. Aide avoided getting pierced, but only just. He wobbled on his feet. He was dizzy from the blood loss. Aide, just kill him, Emaia screamed. She kept wrestling against the shackles, ignoring the cold metal as it cut into her skin. Just use magic. You said you'd fight me honestly. Ragnar growled at Aide. You better stick to your word. I've never not stuck to my promises. Aide coldly replied. He took a deep inhale and pressed his lips together. Let's finish this. He then fired a fist at Ragnar. Avoiding his sword as he did, Ragnar received the punch right in his stomach. As Aide pulled him closer and grabbed the fabric of his robes, he glared lethally down at him and curled his upper lip back. Aide then pushed him backwards and made him stumble a little, until he regained balance and rose his sword again. Aide spat at the ground in front of him. Ragnar narrowed his eyes coldly. You're dead. Elf. Your strength is fading. You'll soon be just another dead elf in the history books. And sweet Emaia shall be mine to do as I please. Aide roared and charged at him. Ragnar raised his sword, but Aide simply ducked under it and crashed into Ragnar. They fell to the ground, and his sword cluttered against the stone floors. Aide punched him right to his face. Don't ever say her name. Aide growled and punched Ragnar again, whose nose made an uncomfortable crack. You don't deserve to say it. Ragnar surprised Aide by giving him a strong uppercut right under his chin. Aide fell backwards and gave Ragnar the opportunity to get up. He pulled a knife from his belt and then grabbed a fistful of Aide's hair in his hand. He yanked his head backward so hard, Aide curled his lip back and let out a loud hiss. Prepare to die, you demonic creature. Ragnar seated. He brought the dagger to his throat, but just as he was about to cut, Aide reached up behind him, grabbed him by his arms, and yanked Ragnar forward in a standing somersault. He landed hard on the ground and groaned in pain. Emaia watched as Aide withdrew a secret dagger from his boot, the one that his father had given him. He flipped the blade downwards and then stepped over Ragnar. You didn't kill us the first time, Aide growled, and pulled him to his face. And you didn't kill all the dragons either. Look me in the eyes. Emaia couldn't see what was happening from her point of view, but she recognized the look of horror that formed on Ragnar's face. He saw Aide's eyes turn into the reptilians. The knife in Aide's hand thrust into Ragnar's heart, and Emaia watched as his eyes expanded in shock. A garbled sound escaped his lips. You watched the dragons and elves die at your hand. Aide seethed. Now we get to do the same to you. Ragnar said something Emaia couldn't make out, as the blood started pouring from the wound in his chest. He glared coldly up at Aide. You will never touch my woman ever again. Aide harshly growled down at him. With that, he let go of him and Ragnar fell to the ground. Emaia watched as the light went out in his eyes. The man who had caused all this trouble was finally dead. Funny how easy it had been. Really, take away his army. And what was he, just another narcissistic man with a large ego? And now it was over. His reign was over. They had won. Get me out of these shackles. Emaia spoke up. Even as touching as this moment was, there was still a war going on outside. She had to get back and help. Emaia. Aide turned and looked at her. I'm so sorry. Save it. She snapped. Just unlock my cuffs. Aide sighed and looked down. The locks suddenly popped open by themselves and Emaia was honestly just glad to get her mobility back. She rubbed her wrist. Thank you. Now excuse me. But I have to get back to the wait. Emaia. Aide walked up to her and stepped in front of her path. We need to talk. First. There's something I need to tell you. Whatever it is. It can wait. Emaia grabbed the dagger lying in front of her and placed it in her belt. At least she had something to defend herself with now. She would still have to go get her armor. It can't be more important than the war outside. It's more important than anything. Aide snapped. And suddenly grabbed her arms. When he pushed her back against the wall. Emaia yelped. Aide. What the heck, I've told you before that I can never fall in love. Because it could end up harming the other person. He harshly interrupted. If we've learned anything today, it's that it's true. What do you want? A medal. She scoffed. Emaia tried to leave again. But Aide kept her firmly placed up against the wall. Aide. Let go, are you even listening? Aide snapped. I love you. Emaia paused. What the heck was he saying? Did the whipman hit him over the head? Had he lost too much blood? I love you. Aide repeated. So much. Emaia. You don't even realize. Oh. Now, she finally saw what this was about. He had survived. He probably just wanted another physical encounter to celebrate that. Well, guess what? She wasn't falling for it again. Stop it. Aide. Emaia dryly said. If you want a quick intimacy, go find Shay. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to take a quickie. While the rest of us fight on. What? Aide growled, confused. I just told you I love you. And that's your response. You made it perfectly clear to me back in the hut how you've been deceiving me all along. Emaia briskly said. You have used your act. So don't even try. I'm not falling for it again. For God's sake. I was lying. Emaia. Aide snapped and pushed her up against the wall. When she tried to leave again. I was trying to make you stay away from the battlefield. I thought if I made you believe I had deceived you, it would hurt you enough to make you lose hope. It was a foul trick. He admitted. And released a shaky breath. But you were right. I was so scared of losing you. You have no idea what kind of willpower it took for me to say those things. I felt horrible afterwards. And the plan didn't even work. I'm sure you were very emotional afterwards. Emaia scoffed coldly. She didn't buy it. Now excuse me. I have to. For the love of God. Emaia. Stop trying to leave. Aide shouted furiously. I truly love you. Why won't you believe me? Tell me I'm not that good a liar. And that you actually believed what I told you back there. You're good. Emaia said and pursed her lip. I'll give you that. But I'm done believing in you. And I'm done with love. Too. Thanks for showing me what love really is. What about this? Aide objected and took her hand. He put in over his heart. Over his tattoos. Remember what I told you about these? You just told me what I wanted to hear. Emaia snapped and pulled her hand away from him. You really knew how to push my buttons. But I don't see the proof of. Aide shut her up by pressing his lips to hers. Their lips met in a bruising kiss. Where Aide shoved her up against the wall and held her tight in his grip. Emaia's brain went into a freeze. She hated feeling that way. But her body melted against his. Whenever he kissed her. Aide's lips were intense and passionate against hers. She couldn't fight it, didn't want to fight it. So she kissed him back. Even despite what she knew he had done. Aide kissed her deeply, letting his tongue swirl out and taste her. Emaia responded softly and hated herself for doing it. But she couldn't stop it. She was yielding in his hands. And he knew it. He was just playing her again. And she was letting it happen. Stupid girl. Aide gently pushed a lock of her hair away from her face. And then, very slowly released her lips, dragging her bottom lip in between his teeth. You want proof, I'll give you proof. He finally growled. He circled his hips, so he contacted her sensitive areas just right. That's one, I want you. My body wants you. Every time you touch me. Or even bloody look at me. You make my mind explode. He stroked her cheek and made her eyes flutter open. I wanted you from the first moment I laid eyes on you. So much, in fact. I felt like wishing harm on myself along with those terrible men who touched you. The things that went on in my head. When I was teaching you how to fight. I felt downright disgusted with myself. Why? Because I intensely desired a woman. While pretending to be an aggressor. And then you went and kissed me. I swear to God. My willpower has never suffered so much. He held a pause, wherein he simply just stared into Emaia's eyes. Number 2, the fifth and final elf law. Thou must not slay upon the life you can spare. If thine heart is safe, blood thou must not spill. Aide paused again and searched her eyes for something. The first night we met, I killed a guy because he wanted to touch you in unacceptable ways. Out in the forest, I killed 4 men. Because one of them were threatening you. I've lost count of how many people I've killed. Simply because I couldn't stand having them talk to you like that. Aide growled. You drove me crazy. Yet I don't regret 1 second of what I did. Every time you made a move on me, I was dying to kiss you back. His voice softened. Which brings me to number 3, remember the night at the inn I was in emotional torment. I was faced with the moral dilemma of keeping you safe. Or allowing myself to love you. I was too fearful. And when I felt the realness behind it all, I freaked out. Then there was the night we spent in the Aide Mountains. Where I had to keep you warm. Torture. I constantly had to hide my intense desire. He circled his hips, letting his closeness graze her again. An involuntary response left her lips. You have no idea how much you've tormented me these past weeks. He whispered and looked down at her lips. That night I was drunk. I was so close. So darn close. If Dashiell hadn't showed up, I would have confessed my love right then and there. I could barely think. It's not just because you're beautiful or completely affect my thoughts with everything you say or do. It's because you see, you feel and see more than everyone else. And you reminded me what it was like to feel again. He paused shortly, watching her eyes again for a respond. Anything. I've been emotionally closed off for so many years. Emaia. Emotionally closed off. I tattooed mercy over my heart. Because I needed mercy from you. You stole my heart. And forget my difficult life. I don't want it back. Look at me. Do I look like I'm deceiving you right now? Emaia couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Couldn't think. He was saying so many things. Messing with her head. Was he serious? Or was he playing her? She didn't know what to believe. It all sounded so real. But it had sounded real back in the hut as well, and then he broke her heart. She couldn't take another heartbreak like that. Aide. He pressed his lips to hers again. Angled his head down so he could kiss her deeper. It was the most tentative, sweet kiss he had ever given her. And it made her weak in the knees. After a moment of taking away her breath, he slowly pulled back. Tendai. What? Aide looked into her eyes and placed her hand over his heart. My name is Tendai. Emaia went into complete shock. No. It couldn't be. If that really was his name. Did that mean? Thou shalt not speak thine name until thine heart you shall give. Aide recited. I give you my heart and soul. Emaia. They're yours. Only yours. I love you with all my heart. And I promise. I'll never lie to you again. I love you. Emaia didn't know what to say. Except. Tendai, yes. She blinked. He responded so naturally. It clicked. Everything fell into its place. And that's when Emaia finally realized, he was telling the truth. He loved her. Tears welled up in her eyes. And started flooding down her cheeks. Tendai. Yes. Mala. Aide whispered and pecked a kiss to her lips. That's me. Emaia stepped onto her toes. Threw her arms around him. And captured his lips. Aide met her and pushed her up against the wall. Lifting her off the ground. He held her so tightly Emaia felt like he would never let her go. They kissed for so long that the seasons could have changed and none of them noticed. Finally. Emaia broke apart. Tendai. Marry me. Emaia gaped in shock. What marry me? He repeated. Be my wife. Be my mate. Be my anything. I don't care what. Just say you'll be mine. Emaia blinked before releasing a breath. Will you be mine too? Then I was already yours, before you even spoke a word to me. Aide, Tendai, smiled. And cupped her cheek. All along. I was trying to save you. When it truth. You were the one who saved me. You reminded me what love was. Your pure golden heart left a burn mark on mine. Aide collapsed on the floor. As soon as the hallway outside the throne room was cleared of guards. His wounds were still leaking purple blood. And caused him to look almost a deadly pale color, even though he still bravely tried to stand up and continue. Aide, stop. You can't go on. Emaia said. After having tied her armor on. How did this even happen to you? Did you get caught? Aide gritted his teeth. Clearly in severe pain. No. They caught Shay. Tortured her like me. Until she caved. She was the one who gave them my name. Where is she now? Emaia timidly asked. Aide looked down at the floor. And that was all the answer she needed. Oh my God, she said. Feeling her throat close. She died from her injuries. Before she could tell them it was me. Aide said. They kept us in separate rooms. But I could hear everything they did to her. You're not fighting. Emaia said. Coming up to his side. And placed a hand on his face. You're in no condition. Both mentally and physically. You've lost too much blood. You can't go on. Aide grimaced. As he leaned up against the stone wall. No. I'm fine. It stings. That's all. I think one of the diamonds from the lashes is caught somewhere in one of the wounds. What? Emaia screeched. Turn over. I'm getting it out, Emaia. No. Aide objected. When she tried to turn him herself. We don't have time. There's still a war outside. They need me. Tesmia. Kai can handle themselves. And even if not. You wouldn't be much good to them if you're dead. Emaia. Now, turn around. I'm getting that diamond out. Aide watched her eyes for a moment. Maybe evaluating his options. She wasn't letting it go. Okay. But just Don't go on if it gets too bloody for you. Emaia pressed her lips together, but nodded. She had already seen him lie in a pool of his own blood and watched the blood splash out of him as he got whipped. Just thinking about it made her want to throw up. But she could handle this. The man she loved was in serious pain. She could do this for him. Lean over, so I can see, she gently said. Aide did so, and groaned as some of his wounds stretched. His hair even looked purple from being stained. There was just so much blood. It was a wonder how he could still walk and talk. It had to be the dragon within him. Its strong soul was keeping him alive. Emaia studied the marks on his back, trying to catch a glimmer of something glinting in the light of the torches on the wall. All she could see were deeply cut wounds and blood dripping down his back. She swallowed heavily. Mala, he whispered. You don't have to. Yes, she did. Just then, she caught eye of something that didn't look like a droplet of blood. It was something hard, lodged right inside a wound on his shoulder, which made the wound bleed so much more. I've found it, Emaia shakily said. I have to remove it. This is probably going to hurt. Go for it. Firefly. Aide faintly smiled and braced himself. Emaia felt a strong pull inside her stomach. A pull of love. She still couldn't believe it. Her brain was still calling him Aide, even though she knew his real name. A name that nobody else but her knew. The name of his soul. On the count of 3, she said, and took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. She dug her fingers into the wound to get her nail around diamond. Aide screamed in pain, so loudly. She knew it would attract attention. She had to quickly get it out before more guards arrived. Finally, she managed to get a hold of the tiny, slippery diamond that had practically etched itself into his skin. She ripped it out and threw it away. Aide let out a hiss in relief and painstakingly leaned back against the cold wall again. He looked even paler than before. It's over, Emaia whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't say that. Aide tiredly opened his eyes and grimaced as he turned his head to look at her. It feels so much better. Thank you, Mala. Emaia only got a moment to smile before she heard the sound of metal rattling from down the hall. More guards were approaching. We have to keep moving, Aide gutturally said, and tried to stand up. He failed miserably, and Emaia pushed him back against the wall. You're staying put, she firmly said, and picked up a sword lying by his feet. You've saved me so many times. I think it's time I save you, Emaia. The guards turned the corner of the hallway, and no more than 5 men came marching towards them. Emaia knew she didn't stand a living chance against 5 men, but she had to try. What was the other option? To die? Absolutely not. Not now, when the king was finally dead, and Aide had confessed his love to her. She was not letting him die. She held up her sword, watching the guards. As they walked up to her, she knew they were going for the kill, and so she had to do the same. She readied herself for their attack. Hey! A voice suddenly barked behind them. 5 against 1, not while me hand still works. And me sword is still sharp. The guards all turned, and Emaia now saw Hanky, Dashel and Dom coming from down the hall, weapons ready and a fighting attitude on their faces. She couldn't have been happier to see them. Chaos broke loose in the narrow hallway as everyone jumped each other and started fighting. Hanky was fierce with a sword, roaring like a lion as he pierced the first guard's armor. Dom, who was Kai's mate, was brutal, as he easily killed the second guard with a skilled move. as if he practiced it every morning. And finally, Dashiell, who Emaia had never really seen fight in action before, really did know how to work a sword. He swung it around and sliced the third guard's throat, who dropped to the floor with a clutter. Suddenly only 2 guards remained. "We'll give ye mercy if ye surrender peacefully," Hanky snapped. "Drop ye swords, lads." The 2 remaining guards, who Emaia only now noticed looked younger than the 3 others, carefully let their swords fall to the ground and held up their hands in surrender. It wasn't their war. They were just King Ragnar's young recruits, who had been forced into the army. "Good lads," Hanky said and lowered his sword. "Run along with ye. Be free." "Thank you, sir," one of them croaked. "We promise. We won't fight no more. We never wanted to. King Ragnar we know." Emaia spoke up, and thrust her sword back in her holster as well. "Ragnar is dead. You'll never have to obey his commands again." Hanke, Dashiell, as well as the 2 young guards all gaped. They couldn't believe it, the nightmare was finally over. "By the 4 seas," Hanky exclaimed in shock. "Unbelievable. You did it." Dashiell cheered and looked at Emaia. "It's all over. We all did it." Emaia smiled, and then turned to Aide, who silently groaned from the floor. She hadn't even seen Dom walk over to him, until she saw him crouching on the floor next to him. He inspected his wounds. "He's lost a lot of blood," Dom said and glanced up at her. "He needs medical attention." "I don't have anything," Emaia shakily replied and crouched down next to him as well. I don't know what to do. They tortured him, and there were diamonds. We need herbs and water." Dom interrupted. He glanced up at Dashiell. Do you think you could track down some herbs in this castle? They gotta have some somewhere." "I'm on it," Dashiell said and gave Emaia a firm nod. "Don't worry. We're not letting him die." "Emaia." She gave him a thankful smile, before he ran off down the hall. He was a good friend. Aide coughed besides her. "You guys are overreacting. It's just blood." Dom scoffed lightly. "No offense, hero. But this," he said and poked a wound on his rib, which made Aide hiss in pain, "is not just blood. That's your internal area." "Thank you very much." Emaia had to look away, not to start crying or vomiting. To see him in this state, barely hanging on to his life, was killing her. Though that he might actually die, Emaia. "Mala," Aide whispered. She felt his hand close around hers. "Look at my eyes." She forced her eyes around to meet his, and saw his crystal orbs burning with strength, with heat. "What do you see?" Emaia softly smiled and couldn't help but let a tear fall. "I see fire." Aide nodded slowly. "I'm not giving up. And neither are you. You have to keep fighting." Emaia nodded again, and then leaned in to his lips. She softly pressed her mouth against his blood-stained lips, and kissed him tenderly. She was going to keep fighting. For him. "What in the good name of Mother Nature?" Hanky exclaimed behind them. "Is everyone just falling in love with each other? We are at war, people. Not at a party. Nothing brings people closer together than a fight." Dom noted with a little smile. In the back of her memory, Emaia remembered Tesmia saying something about how him and Kai had fallen in love at first fight. She was certain that Dom was thinking back to that in this very moment. "I can't wait to get back to me wife." Hanky grumbled and kicked a small piece of metal on the ground. "I miss her sweet smile and stern voice." Suddenly there were footsteps from the hall, and Dashiell turned up, carrying a wooden chest and a bunch of small vials. "Here's everything I could find. You'll have to use the water from this canteen. I couldn't find a clean mug. Can you believe it? It'll do just fine. Dom smiled and took the stuff from Dashiell, who handed it to him. You guys should get back to the battlefield. They need you out there. Tesmia needs you out there, he added and looked at Dashiell. Dash got a sober look on his face and straightened out. I'm heading back right now. Hanke. You coming, dear bitch? I snapped. The faster we get this whole thing ended, the faster I can go home to me wife. I'm coming too, Emaia said, and looked back at Aide. Don't you dare on me. Okay, as long as you promise me the same. Aide weakly smiled. Emaia nodded firmly and leaned in for one last kiss. Aide places his hand behind her head and kept her there for a few more seconds before letting her go. Burn them to the ground. Firefly. Everywhere on the battlefield. Corpses were lying. Some were the king's men. Some were theirs. Some were Northern Elves. Some were Southern. Vaguely familiar faces stared blankly ahead, with pale, white ice. Dead. We can't get emotional now, Dashiell softly said, when he noticed the broken look on Emaia's face. The ones who died while fighting for all of us. Let's not let that be in vain. Emaia swallowed a lump and blinked away the tears that threatened to fall. You're right. We need to keep fighting. Where's Kai and Tesmia? The warrior dude's mate is right there, Hanke commented and pointed to a figure. Emaia now spotted Kai fighting two men at once, with what looked like two small daggers. He had a cut right by his ribs, a stab wound in his thigh, and for some reason his ear was bleeding. But he was still standing, even if he was covered in blood, sweat and soil. I don't see Tesmia, Dashiell said, worriedly. I'm gonna go find her. I'll help Kai, Emaia added. Hanke. What about Hanke? Roared and charged off into the field. When some guard eyed a southern female elf out, who only had a dagger against the guard's sword. Emaia watched as he jumped in front of the young woman and met the guard with his own sword. His temper was handy in a war. She had to give him that. Emaia then turned on her feet and started running towards Kai, who was being cornered by the two big guards. They had murder written across their faces. Oh boys, Emaia called, and made all three men turn their heads. Kai glared confused, but the two guards grinned when they saw Emaia slowly reach for her bodice. Their eyes fell to her chest. That little stunt gave Kai the opportunity to gain the upper hand, and while they were distracted, he quickly grabbed a sword from the ground. Before the two guards even got a chance to register what was happening, Kai launched a dagger straight at one of them, while he thrust his sword through the other. Both men fell down, dead. Good work, girl, Kai whistled, after catching his breath. I taught you good. Emaia bowed ironically, but then grinned up at him. I'm just glad it worked. Well, it worked on them, but not me. Kai winked and spat a dollop of blood out of his mouth. Knowing your opponent is the best thing on the battlefield. Did Hero teach you that? She smiled meekly and nodded. Who else? Kai frowned at her worried face and came up to her. Where is he? Is he okay? He's badly wounded, but Dom is with him, she reassured him, even though she wasn't assured herself. He'll be fine. Kai placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed. He will. Dom is a great healer. She had to take his word for it. He did seem like he knew what he was doing. But until Emaia saw Aide walking around well and healthy again, she still felt sick in her stomach about leaving him. You guys were intimate, didn't you? Kai suddenly said, raising a suspicious brow. Emaia blushed, but kept her gaze firm. Why would you say that? Kai grinned widely at that. Yes. You did, I could sense you weren't as innocent as before, hence the distraction trick. Emaia blushed even more. And then looked away. We should get back to the fight. Dashiell is out looking for Tesmia. Have you seen her? Kai's smile immediately dropped. I lost track of her a while back. Last I saw, she was fighting some guard with 2 maces. I haven't seen her since. Dashiell will find her. Emaia smiled, now placing a hand on his shoulder. Come on. Let's fight. Kai took a deep breath before looking at her. You're right. Let's show Hero we can save the world without him. It was brutal. It was heartbreaking. And it was a miracle. Everyone who mattered to Emaia had somehow kept their lives. Even if so many others she didn't know had lost theirs. The war had been life-changing. But finally, the last man had fallen. For some reason. Which Emaia only learned after the war was over. She had never gotten the chance to kill anybody. Kai had kept swooping in and taken the kill for her. Whenever she had been lucky enough to fight someone to the ground. Afterwards, Kai had told her with a shrug that Aide had told them all to look after her and never let her kill. He didn't want her to have any blood on her hands. Which, when Emaia thought about it, was heartwarming. She left the battlefield without having killed a single person. Now that it was over, she saw Aide limping out of the castle with his arms slung around Dom, who supported him. They came up to Hanky, Emaia, Kai, Dashiell, and Tesmia, who had been found fighting and defeating a guard, who had tried to take advantage of her behind a tree. That was the last time he felt confident. She had replied, when Dashiell had looked murderous. After that, nothing but proudness painted his face. Everyone was safe. And now, as Emaia watched Aide coming down the stairs of the castle and saw him smiling at them all, she truly felt the war was over. And hero lives. Kai howled into the sky. Hurrah, darn. They didn't get you either. He chuckled dryly in response, as he unfurled himself from Dom and staggered towards Emaia. Dom had bandaged him up and placed herbal remedies over his worst wounds. He wasn't bleeding anymore. Aide, Emaia whispered, as he stopped in front of her and cupped his face. Mala, he whispered back. My warrior. Their lips met. And behind them, they heard Tesmia respond with happiness. They also heard Hunky grunt lightly, in what could have been a reasonable acceptance of their love. But everything else blurred out. For Emaia, everything. But Aide. We won. Emaia whispered, when their lips finally broke apart. We're free. For the rest of our lives. Aide smiled back and leaned his forehead against hers. Behind them, Kai and Dom were embracing, as well as Dashiell and Tesmia, too. That left an awkward Hanky to seventh wheel them all. Yet all are a bunch of sentimental people, he bickered when they kissed. I think I'll go around the battlefield to check who's still alive, while ye all exchange kisses. That's fine with me, Kai noted with a smirk and glanced to the rest of them. So, who's up for a group hug, after almost a week? The final head count of those alive was revealed. More than half of them had survived, which apparently was because of the Southern Elves, who had taken the liberty to mess with the king's war machines, so they couldn't fire. Many lives were saved thanks to that. Tesmia and Dashiell returned to the north 2 weeks after the war, along with Kai and Dom, and the rest of the Northern Elves. Hanky stuck around for a couple of weeks as well, to help Emaia out with setting up new goals for harmonious living. They also made banners to announce the new world and honor the ones who died fighting for it. But after a few weeks, it was finally time for Hunky to go home to his long-missed wife, who awaited him in the south. Apparently, she was close to giving birth. As an added bonus, the Southern Elves accompanied him on his trip, so they could go home. 2. The people of Dalian returned to their city, to breathe life back into the streets again. As did the Western people. Iron as strong as diamonds was again forged in the West. And the Dalians started producing beautiful new robes in brand new designs. As a tribute to the new world, Emaia and Aide begun working out a new, and less brutal security system. And even got a hold of Hanky again, who volunteered as the trainer of those who wanted to keep the streets safe. A new security order was created, that eventually came to be named the Aiders. Finally, all the city gates got opened, and everyone was allowed everywhere. Elves could walk freely, even if it did take some time for some people to adjust to the new way. They eventually came to see that elves weren't creatures to fear. Some even started hiring elves in their stores and shops, and even brought them on board their ships, to help hunt for buried treasures at sea. Of course, things wasn't just magically over like that. There were still those who had trouble adjusting to the new ways, and it would probably take many years to change that. But at least now people didn't have to fear what would happen if they spoke their opinions, or practiced a different belief than their neighbor. Nobody was required to wear dresses or breeches, according to their gender. And women as men had equal rights. Those who was going to hate, could hate. It took nearly 2 months to work everything out. But when they finally did, the new world was established. Sinworth Kingdom was finally a free world. As Emaia and Aide returned to the north again, when the month ran out, they found that things were going well there. 2. We're getting married, Tesmia told them as the first thing, when they entered the village. Me and Dashel, we're holding a ceremony. It's partially a marriage, and partially a joining ritual. The first wedding between a human and an elf since the Great Purge. Congratulations, Sunshine, Aide had said and hugged her tightly. I'm so happy for you guys. And I'm happy for you guys, too, she had replied and looked at them both. What are your plans for the future? At that, Aide had looked down at Emaia, wrapped his arms around her and placed a soft kiss on her lips, to keep the fire blazing. 2 months later, Emaia felt the nervousness bite in her stomach as the big doors opened. Her heart started to pound heavily, and jumped up into her throat. Her mouth felt dry. So many emotions passed through her as she stepped into the marbled foyer. A small squeeze in her hand made her turn her head and look up at those crystal eyes. It immediately calmed her heart, when his lips softly turned upwards in a reassuring smile. Breathe, Mala. It will be fine. Emaia gulped down a lump and took a deep breath. He was right. Whether they would approve, this was happening. They were here, so there was no turning back. They were doing this. She stopped up in the middle of the foyer. She looked around to all the decorative armors that stood along the walls, and the paintings of all her predecessors. All of them men, with white bushy beards and holding the city key in their hand. They looked so diplomatic. She had grown up looking at them, wondering if she would ever sit on that wall too. Emaia then turned when the sound of footsteps on the marbled staircase echoed throughout the foyer. She felt a suction in her stomach when she saw her parents coming down, and squeezed Aide's hand tightly. He squeezed back. Emaia. Her mother's voice chided, when she laid eyes on her daughter after so long. Sweetheart, oh, my baby. You're alive. Emaia nervously smiled at her mother when she ran down the stairs with tears in her eyes, only to stop dead, a few feet away from her, when she noticed Aide. Her face pallid. Oh my God, she whispered and glanced frightened up at him. Henbane. It's one of them. Oh God. It's true. They're alive. Call for the guards. Ring the bells. Mom. Emaia cut through her hysterical rant. It's okay. He's not dangerous. None of them are. Her mother stared, hyperventilating. Just looking at Aide, he calmly looked back. Not even the least bit offended by her strong reaction. Her father finally caught up with her mother and stopped up next to her. He was painfully silent and had a rock-hard look on his face. There was no sign of emotion as he glared at Aide. And then at her. His eyes dropped to their hands, narrowing them. When he noticed their fingers were entwined, Emaia gulped nervously. Hello. Dad. He didn't answer. He just kept glaring at their hands. Before glaring up at Aide, his face was unreadable. Her mother, on the other hand, was having a fit. Why have you brought that creature here? She screeched and looked at Emaia. When we heard you were coming home, we thought you had finally come to your senses. Mom. I don't want the Roches legacy. Emaia strongly replied. I've never wanted it. You and Dad were forcing me into marriage. And I didn't have a choice in the matter. That's why I ran away. I needed my freedom. Sweetheart. Her mother cried. We did it for your own good. It's normal to feel anxious about getting married. But running away. Do you know how many days I cried? When all I found was a note that morning. Emaia felt a lump in her throat. And tears pressed at her eyes. She had thought about that so many times. I'm sorry. Mom. I wish I could say I regretted it. But I don't. It was the best decision of my life. Why is he here with you? Her mother said and grimaced up at Aide. Emaia saw how her eyes fell to his long ears. What has he done to you? Is he keeping you as his prisoner? No. Mom. Emaia drawled and resisted the urge to roll her eyes. It was so typical her mother to assume the worst. This is Aide. She smiled and looked up at him. Aide, these are my parents. Genevieve and Henbane. Aide gave them both a nod. And smiled calmly. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Emaia has told me so much about you. It was true. For the past month, Emaia hadn't stopped talking about her parents and Roches. And how she would like to go back one day. She missed her parents. Even despite the fact they looked on the world differently. She wanted them to meet Aide. And to meet the new her. She wanted to know if she was still their daughter. Her mother made a squeak when Aide spoke. As well as a little jump. The sound of his voice was apparently a little too much for her. Why is he here? She repeated and looked irked by how Aide gently glanced down at Emaia. Emaia took a deep controlled breath. He's here because I wanted you to meet the man I'm in love with. Her mother's eyes turned into saucers. And her breath hitched. For a moment, Emaia actually thought she would faint. But she managed to stay on her feet. Even if she looked as white as a ghost. Oh my, you him I can't you. Her mother's words came out short and high-pitched. And she seemed as if she didn't know how to finish her sentence. Emaia turned to her father. Who was still worryingly quiet. Dad. He was still looking at Aide. With the same unreadable face. Aide met his eyes. Emaia felt the tension in her stomach grow. And felt the need to say the following words, he's my savior. Dad. He saved and protected me more times than I can imagine. And he supported me through my entire journey. We fought the battle together. And won together. I truly love him, and he loves me. At that, she noticed a flicker in her father's eyes. He kept glaring at Aide. And for a moment, Emaia was sure he was going to kill him. But then, is it true, you love my daughter? His eyes pierced Aide. And his words surprised Emaia so much. She stopped breathing. But Aide calmly replied, "I do." Aide replied and glanced down at her. "More than life itself. I've watched her blossom into a strong, confident woman, and somewhere along the line, she got under my skin." He smiled and softly squeezed her hand. "She says I'm her savior. But the truth is, she's mine. She's my whole world. And I would gladly die for her. Your daughter is a very special and unique woman. And that's why I have asked for her hand in marriage," he said and looked at her father. "I've promised her. I will spend every day trying to make myself worthy of her companionship. And I intend to keep that promise, starting with humbly asking her father if I can have his daughter. With your blessing, I will marry her." Her mother shrieked in horror and clutched her heart. "Marriage, it's atrocious. Your kind doesn't even believe in marriage." "You're right," Aide replied and looked down at Emaia. "But she's my everything. If she wants me to marry her in the traditional human way, I gladly will. As long as she promises me I get to love and protect her for the rest of our lives." Emaia pressed her lips together and looked up into his eyes. They were sparkling, shining even, as they gazed down upon her, watching every freckle on her face with the purest love. She felt nothing but happiness in that moment. But then suddenly her father moved. Emaia got so startled that she yelped and clutched Aide's hand in a death grip. But then she saw her father simply extend his hand towards Aide. Aide slowly reached out and took it. "If everything you say is true," her father sternly begun, "then I give you my blessing. Welcome to the family." Emaia let out a cry of joy and shock, and completely lost herself. She launched herself at her father and threw her arms around him, only to start sobbing in joy. She felt him stumble a few feet back in shock, nearly losing his footage. "Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Father. Thank you. I love you." Besides him, her mother was starting another fit. But Henbane ignored her. When Emaia pulled back with tears in her eyes, he cupped his daughter's face. "My beautiful daughter," he said. And she saw what looked like tears in his eyes, too. "All I have ever wanted was for you to be happy. I thought marrying you to a wealthy man would be the best for you. But if this elf is who you truly want and love," he glanced at Aide, who smiled, "then I don't care if he's an elf." "Oh, Father," Emaia cried. Tears were streaming down her face, and she just couldn't stop crying. This was more than she had expected. "I will keep him to his word, though," he warned and gave a pointed stare to Aide. "If I see you harm my daughter in any way, I will kill you, before you even had the chance to beg for mercy." Aide nodded and smiled soberly. "With all due respect, it's your daughter that will have me begging for mercy." Her father gave him a hard stare, before he finally nodded and looked back at his daughter. "I'm so proud of you, my strong girl." Emaia felt happiness explode in her stomach. She embraced her father again, sighing joyously. "Henbane," her mother screeched. "How can you allow this? He's an elf. It's our daughter. What about Raches? What about the people?" "Quiet, Genevieve," her father sternly said. "It's about time that the times change." He glared up at Aide, when Emaia pulled back and took his hand again. "If the elves are coming back to society, then it's time we welcome them. As for Raches, I'm sure we'll work it out somehow. And besides," he said, and for the first time in what seemed like years, she saw a genuine smile form on her father's lips. "Elves do look rather funny," her mother squealed in horror. But both Aide and Emaia laughed. She couldn't believe it, her own father. How come she had never known this side of him, the open, kind-hearted, non-politically stern side? She had always thought he lived and breathed for the old times and customs. Hence the awkward mood at their family dinners. But now she came to realize that maybe he had felt forced to act like so, because society demanded that from him, and as an important, looked-upon figure, he didn't have the courage to do otherwise. It appeared the laws of society had affected him too. So, tell me, how long will you be staying? Her father asked them, while her mother was still squeaking incomprehensible sentences of mortification. Emaia smiled softly. We can't stay long. We promised our friend Hanky, who lives in the south, to come see his firstborn. His wife gave birth a week ago. I see. Her father nodded seriously. Will you at least stay one night? We must hear all about your adventure over dinner. Emaia glanced up at Aide, who smiled reassuringly, before she replied, I guess we can stay one night. Excellent. Her father firmly said. I shall inform the kitchen then, for God's sake. Woman, pull yourself together, he added. When Genevieve was still whimpering, show a little courtesy. Her mother finally shut up, but still glared horrendously up at Aide. She slowly followed Henbane when he started to walk. Come along then. You must be tired. Her father smiled and looked at them. Your room is right as you left it, up in her room. As soon as the door closed, Emaia sighed and looked around her old bedchamber. It was indeed as she had left it. Her bed had been made, but that was about it. Everything else stood exactly as the night she had run away. It was strange being back in the same room she thought she'd never see again. I can't believe you grew up here, Aide said from behind her. He went up to her desk, admiring all the fancy quills and selections of ink. It must have been good. It was, she said, and couldn't help but smile when he walked over to her dresser and looked cautiously at some of the jewelry. If you look away from all the times I wasn't allowed to leave the fort, I really did love growing up here. I had a lot of great toys, and the outside garden had a big lake, where I used to sneak out and take a night swim. I sometimes imagined my own children growing up here, and how I would do things myself. Speaking of which, Aide smiled and walked up to her. He placed a hand on her tummy. When do we tell them? Emaia smiled and put a hand on top of his. I say we let them sleep on the whole marriage thing first. We can tell them tomorrow at breakfast. Aide softly cupped her face, and Emaia stepped onto her toes as he leaned down to her lips. He softly kissed her, pulling her into his body. After a short moment, where Emaia simply drowned in him, Aide pulled back. I love you, Mala. Emaia smiled happily up at him, and closed her eyes. I love you too, Tendai. For once, the whole world, as well as her own little one, was at peace. Her parents still loved her, and she had the man she loved in her arms. And she couldn't wait to bring their beautiful creation, that was growing in her stomach, into this peaceful world.